I can hear you, man. Straight to
Okay.
your point. You don't have too
The
much
live
time.
the live was paused. So I was wondering why.
Because I left my screen for a little bit. I just got on, so I got to set up. What
Okay.
you got?
Where are you doing the live from?
California.
California. Wow. Okay. I'm joining the live from Nigeria.
My brother. What you got?
Okay. Talking about there is no God. First of all, I want to ask a question. What is God?
God is defined as the creator of the universe, the source of all morality, and the supreme being.
What language is that? God.
Definitions don't be definitions don't belong to languages, but in most
No, no, no.
pseudo-Euro
Wait. Wait.
European
Wait a
languages,
Wait a minute. God. God is a vocabulary from a particular language.
from particular languages, that's true.
Yeah.
They have their root from the Germanic. It has a Germanic root, but as utilized, it's commonly utilized in within the Euro ethno linguistic system. Fundamentally, we understand the meaning of it, and there are parallels in most other languages. What you got?
Okay. For me, I think God is
Tap the
an
screen,
English.
ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Go ahead.
I think God is an English word meant to be a deity worthy of worship and veneration. I don't know
That's
if
still
you.
that's still about the same thing. What you got?
Okay. Okay. Now, if you said there is no God, it means there is no deity worthy of worship, whether being that of the Christian God, a Muslim God, a Hindu God, or a Jewish God, or the African God, or different aspect of Africa and African ethnic groups, what they worship, what they consider to be deity that they worship and give veneration.
Yes,
However,
sir.
however, for the reason I believe, I think one of the reasons why a lot of people come out and say there is no God, it means it's as a result of the Christian people or the Christians who is like telling other people that there is one God, and they have the understanding of that God, and every other persons must fall in line to worship that God, and they make that God so arbitrary that sensible people tend to who can think for themselves tend to see this arbitrariness, and what is supernatural, what is universal, have have no arbitrariness. Hence, this struggle for trying to portray there is no God. I think that's what I see this to mean.
Again, there's no God. If you have one, bring it here. You can define it however you want to. You can twist it. You can bend it. It's just
And no,
not there.
we have to wait now. Wait, bros, wait. We have to have an understanding of the origin, the origin of that word, the language it
We
comes
do.
from,
We do have
the
a sufficient
universal.
understanding. We do have a
And
sufficient understanding of that.
some persons who are here, maybe typing, who are listening, may not have a grounded awareness or knowledge of the
Ajidoye.
meaning of God.
Ajidoye, bro. I don't have too much time for just you. This is what I'm saying. Much more important than the word is the meaning of the word. It is even important how the word is used. You're correct. What I'm saying to you is you can bend it, you can twist it, you can dig the ground and find it like gold. It's not there.
Okay,
Or
if
you can just
okay,
come back
what
to
if I say
reality. You can come back to reality. I'm focused on building solid, respectable, and flourishing relationships with your fellow human beings, and we can move on with the world. Now, if you want to dwell in the realm of fiction and poetry, you can talk about anything you want to. You can imagine God as much as you want to, but in the real world, it's
Let's
not there. That's what
let's
I'm saying.
let's leave the Bible, the
I'm not
Quran.
talking about the Bible. I'm not talking
Wait,
about the
wait, wait,
Bible. No,
bro, calm
you
down.
wait. You wait, Adejole. I don't have too much time. That's why I was saying to precisely go straight to your point. Right? Check this out. I understand what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is, I include what you're saying when I say there is no God. It doesn't matter what you remove. You can subtract it. You can remove the whole mango until there's just that little seed that's inside the seed, that little black thing in the seed. Still not there. That's what I mean. You can
For
redefine
me,
the whole word. It's still not there. For you, of course.
okay,
I'm not arguing with words for you. I'm just talking
okay.
about
Can
the
I?
real world.
For me, I have this belief. Let me use the word belief, because I know belief sometimes can be blind, can be erroneous. I have this belief that there is one or perhaps more supernatural that is
Aj-
responsible. Wait
Ajedoye.
now, wait.
Ajedoye.
When you were talking,
Ajedoye. Ajedoye. I understand that, but that's besides the point, right? I have no doubt that you have something that you believe. And that's not what I want to hear. You've already made the point, and we can understand what I'm saying. Now, you cannot make that belief come true. That's why it's a belief. Like you said, you have a belief. There's no need to go into details because of the lack of time. Thank you so much for coming up, bro. I think you made the point you were trying to make as far as going to the root of the word, knowing, educating yourself on all that. That's fine. I still say that that doesn't exist. And unless you can bring it into reality, it's not there. Thank you, Adejole. Ajedole. Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen. Let's get to 20,000 likes by the time I bring up the next guest. By the time the
Hello.
next guest goes down. Hello, what's up?
Hey, how are you doing? So
I'm doing good.
your God doesn't exist, or ask me.
Tap the
How
screen,
does
tap the
it
screen,
exist?
ladies. Hold up, my good brother. Hold up 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen. Let's get to 10,000 likes before I begin this conversation. I don't want to play with the algorithm tonight. If you guys are watching, you might as well participate. You might not be able to come up and talk, but you can at least tap the screen. Team effort. Teamwork makes the day go by. Bamboozle that screen. 10,000 likes, then we can start our conversation, brother. We'll go every 10,000. One guest per
Yeah, no problem.
10,000 likes.
Do you mind if I ask how you pronounce your name?
Bakanga.
Okay. Well, I'm David. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, David. Just be patient with me, if you don't mind.
Not a problem.
Be patient with our guest, with our
Let's do
audience.
8,000.
The algorithm is like a ball. You got to play it. And if the audience in the pews are not cheering, the game can't go on.
Yeah, I got you. But perhaps they might increase once we start our debate. Let's go 8,000 likes. We're
It
almost
is
there.
it is gonna increase. I just need to set milestones. And thank you to everyone who's tapping the screen. You don't have to, but you're doing it, so you have my gratitude. No one is compelled to tap the screen, honestly. Those who do because they want to and they can. Some people just hate what I say so much they can't tolerate doing anything positive in my direction. So funny how they're usually God loving people. All
All right,
right, there
10,000.
we go. All
Go.
right, what you got?
All right, so what's your counter argument? You say there is no God. So what's your counter argument to existence?
It's just not there. People make it up in their heads, and it's
No.
okay.
But what's your counter argument? So there is no God. So
Mm-hmm.
where did existence come from? Like you have to give me a counter argument.
We don't need to worry about where existence comes from because the nature of that question requires us to be inquisitive, to find facts that certainly no single generation can obtain, but we can progress on the knowledge we have accumulated, and perhaps our knowledge will accumulate to the point where we can know for a fact without having to speculate. Now, as far as idealizing, conceptualizing, you can do whatever you want to do. Where
No, but I
you're not
want to
just gonna
know.
persuade people with words that is not backed
No,
by
no, no. But I
facts.
want to know. I want to know what is your basis for your argument, because right now you're shifting the burden of proof. So I want to know what is
No,
it that you believe.
the burden of proof is not on me. I have the burden of disproving those who say that there is a God. I'm saying
No,
that
no,
there
no,
is
no,
no God
no,
because
sir.
somebody said,
No, sir. You're making this statement. It's like me saying I believe a watermelon is every color of the rainbow until you X-ray it, cut it open, or disturb it in any level. Prove me wrong. I have to prove. So
I
what you're
made
doing
it.
is you're shifting the burden of proof.
I made a negative statement. My negative
Exactly.
statement implies that somebody has made a positive statement, and a negative statement requires a negative way of establishment, which is disproving, not proving. The only way I can apply proof is to disprove whatever evidence has already been presented. The question
Right.
is, what evidence have those who said that there is a God? Because they have to make a positive statement first
No, no, no,
before I
no.
can say there is no God, right?
No, but you've already made it.
I will never get up and say there is no God had no one implied
But
that
you've
there
already
was
said
one,
that.
right? So the burden of proof is not on me. The burden of disproving the proof of
No, no,
those
no,
who
no.
say there is a God is on
Okay.
me.
All right. So you're not going to establish your basis. That's fine. Let's go with.
I don't know what you mean by I'm not going to establish my basis just when you just literally heard me say it. Bro, burden of proof works in a certain way, bro. Like positive statement requires positive evidence and negative
Ye-
statements require negative evidence, right? You
Yes, but
disprove.
what I.
Proving and
Yes, but you're
disproving
making
goes
the.
both ways.
Okay, but you're making the statement there is no God. Therefore, you have to give evidence to prove your statement. So you're shifting the burden of proof. But let's go
Right.
beyond that.
And
So
this is
let's
my
go with.
evidence. Listen, this is my
Okay.
evidence.
So what is your evidence?
Nobody can prove that there is a God. So
Okay.
there's no need for us to insinuate or assume that
Perfect.
there is one.
Perfect. Okay. So what is your belief then?
I don't hold any particular belief. Belief to me is the same thing as speculation. It's like you asking me what I'm speculating about who committed a crime when we don't have the facts yet.
Okay. Fair enough. Although that allows you to shift your point of view or shift
Sure,
the argument. But I'm
sure.
going to present it this way. So, where did all the matter in the universe come from? So, matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So, where did it come from?
Who's gonna know who wasn't there other than researching?
Okay. So, basically, what you're going to do is you're going to say, any argument I present to you, you're going to say, I wasn't there, I don't know.
Unless you back it with facts that is undeniable and unquestionable that eliminates all other possibilities.
Yes. Well, we know for a fact that nothing, something cannot come from nothing. So the Big
Okay.
Bang Theory, if we're going to go off that, matter was, it says billions of years ago, all matter in the universe gathered into one very hot, very dense region. It began to spin. Due to its friction, it exploded. So that would take into two counts. First, the conservation of energy. Second, it would take in, so conservation of energy is if you take a spinning top, because the outside spins faster than the inside, all debris would spin the same way, except for the universe doesn't. So you have to argue that. Secondly, you have to argue where did all the matter come from? Matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So then you have to come up with an argument for that. So you can sit here and say this doesn't exist and this doesn't exist, but you're not giving any sort of counter argument. You're just simply saying I don't believe it. Well, no one can argue I don't believe it because you cannot prove God, nor can you prove evolution. So this is a moot point.
That's to you because I don't
No,
think you
according to science.
you only say that when when your mindset is caught between
How
following
so?
truth that is established by facts and truth that is established based on speculation, right? Like you can't just eat the whole bread. Your bread is mixed with wheat
How so?
and grain,
How so?
like whole grain and wheat.
Prove your
You know what I'm
statement right.
saying? Because you're using science and the Big Bang. Do you believe in those?
No, I'm using the counter argument, which would be the basic argument against God.
That's your assuming, but that's not my argument.
Exactly. So you have the ability to jump your point because you have not established what
Because
it
I
is
don't
that you
establish
believe.
my point is not established upon speculative things. I
So you're
establish my
being
point.
facetious.
I establish my point upon what
So
is real and what is
no, no, no,
observable as it
no.
is,
You're
right?
being facetious. You're being facetious. You're
You can say
saying you're making a statement without giving evidence, and then you're refusing to justify.
you can say anything you want to say. All I'm saying is that there's no God. If listen, check this out. It's simple as that. If God is there, bring it here. Make it
What do you mean
observable.
by that? What do you
Make
mean
it
by that?
observable. Make it
What do you
observable.
mean by that?
Make your God
That's a
observable.
statement. What do you mean by that?
I mean, make your God observable.
What do you mean by that?
As in, let us be able to experience it as it is common to men to establish truth.
Okay, so according to what? According to science? According to
According to
what?
our basic human experience, right? I know that a
No, no, no.
world,
Give me
I
established rules that I can argue off of. Because right now you're being
make it available to the five senses. So make it not just a concept. Imagination is defined as being able to anything which is not available to the five senses is imaginary. It's idealistic, it's conceptual. So make your God real by making your God available to the five senses. Reality is defined as the state of the world as it is, rather than conceptual or idealistic notions of them. So if your God is notional, conceptual, or idealistic, but not realistic or not beyond just your mind, then your God is just an idea. It's fictional. It's not there. It's like Superman. It's like Santa Claus. That's what I'm saying. Make your God available to the five senses. Let's experience God as it is common to men to experience things which are real.
okay. Well, we know by scientific fact that nothing, something cannot come from nothing.
Where did your
So
God come
therefore, where did the universe come from?
from? Bro, answer my question.
No,
No,
no.
you're
no.
right.
What was your question?
Where did your God come from?
He's outside of time. What is it? Time, space, and matter. He's eternal.
Like you said, nothing can come from nothing, right? You keep saying it. And yet you're telling me that your God came from nothing. Yeah?
But you still haven't answered the same argument.
No, bro. You just said to me, like literally, you're shooting your own point down, bro.
Oh, no, no.
Like
I cannot prove God exists.
that because you cannot prove things that don't exist to exist.
No,
And
no, no.
you've literally
I
had
cannot.
the last 5,000 years to prove it.
No, no.
And
I
the best
cannot.
you guys can do,
I cannot.
the best you guys can do is just come
God,
up
you're
with
so
different
facetious.
versions.
You're so facetious. So what is it that you believe? Because right now you have the ability to jump your argument anywhere. You could just say, make a statement. You don't back it up.
This is what I think. Look,
Okay.
just
Well, no.
because you said I'm not,
What is it that you believe?
I'm clearly backing up everything I'm saying.
No,
You
you're
just
not.
don't
No,
like
you're
it.
not. You're being facetious.
You just don't like it. What does it mean to be facetious?
What does it mean to be facetious? Speak
Yeah.
dishonestly.
What am I dishonest about? What am I dishonest about?
You're being dishonest about your intent because you're not giving what it
What's
is
my
that your
intent?
basis
What's
of belief.
my intent? What's my intent?
What is your basis of belief?
What's my intent?
What is your basis of belief?
I don't believe.
You don't believe in anything.
No, sir. I focus
Really?
on what I know. Yes, I have intentionally learned the discipline of making
Okay.
decisions and processing reality based on what I know. If I don't know
So you
something,
believe in science and facts, right?
hold up, brother. If I live my life making decisions, processing ideas and thoughts, right, based on what is known and proven to be true beyond shadow of doubt, and using that and studying that and using that to investigate what I don't know. And there's always a thin line between what I know and what I don't know. I make sure I don't cross that line to the point where I begin to assume that I know things which I don't know, because that impedes my ability to grow.
But you are assuming something.
What am I assuming?
You're assuming there is no God, and you
And
cannot
yet
prove.
and yet there's no proof that there is one.
Well, you cannot prove that.
We don't assume that something exists simply because people make a claim. So we cannot deny that claim. That claim has never been backed by evidence. There's no reason to say that it's there. So I am justified to say it's not there, because that's how you know that something is not there, when there's no way to prove that it is there.
Yeah, we know that nothing can come from nothing. So
Where did your God come from?
So the design of the universe dictates an intelligent creator.
If nothing can come from nothing, where did your creator
The
come
design
from?
of the universe dictates an intelligent.
The universe is not designed. Show me the blueprint. A
How
design
so?
cannot
How so?
a design cannot be without a blueprint. What's the blueprint?
How so?
Because that's
What do you
literally
mean
the
by
definition of the word design. It's a blueprint. What's the blueprint
that?
for the universe?
What do you mean by that?
Come on,
The
brother.
blueprint of the univerus?
Yeah,
Gravity, space,
that's
time,
what makes it design.
matter. Gravity,
Gravity,
space, time, matter,
gra-
intelligence,
bro,
reason.
bro. You know what a blueprint is?
Yes, I know what a blueprint. I'm a structural engineer.
Okay, what is a blueprint?
A blueprint? A blueprint is a basis of a creation.
No, sir.
How so? How not?
It's a
But the fucking
visual representation of the dimension in scale of what needs to be made, right? That's why it's a
that's
design.
exactly what I just said.
You put it down. No, you conceptualized. You just gave me a concept. You said space, time, gravity. Like, bro,
No,
there's
no, no,
no
that's not what I said. Repeat back what I just said. Repeat back what I said when you asked me that question.
bro.
So I know that you
When I asked
understand
you
what I said.
when I asked you what is the blueprint for the universe, you mentioned gravity, space,
No,
and time.
no. That was
Yes, you
before
did.
that. So obviously you're not listening.
You clearly are not listening because I asked you to show
Oh,
me
I
the
am
design.
listening.
You said you're a structural engineer, right? When you go to someone for a blueprint, they don't just tell you height, width, and length. They
That's
show
not what
you
I
a
said.
drawing. They show you a
Obviously you're not
drawing.
listening.
No, I asked you what is a blueprint?
I'll tell you what. Pause it. Rewind. Listen to
What
what I
is
actually
the
said.
blueprint
Because
for the
you're not.
universe? What is the blueprint for the universe? Where is
No.
it? Show it to
You
us.
okay? You asked me what is a blueprint. I gave you the answer. I did not talk to you.
I
To
said,
you.
where is the blueprint of the universe? That was the question, bro.
Okay. Blueprint of the universe.
Yeah,
So
show it to us. Show us that drawing that gives us all the dimensions so we can replicate it. Then we will know that the universe was designed.
I'm not intelligent enough to answer that question.
Then you cannot tell me that the universe was designed.
Okay. But then you can't sit there and make a statement. You're shifting the burden of proof. You cannot sit there and make a statement and not back it up.
Burden of proof is on someone who says that there is something. When you go
No,
to
no, no.
court, the burden of proof is on the accuser to prove
No, but you're the
that
one that's making the statement. Anyone who makes the statement therefore has to back up their statement.
Everything that is made is a statement, but statements are divided into positive claims and negative claims. So it's not just the fact that I'm making a statement, it's what type of statement I'm making. My statement is contingent on a prior statement, right? That's why it's a counterclaim. I'm making a counterclaim to a previous claim, a claim which has never been proven. And the basis for my counterclaim is simply for the fact that somebody made a claim and has been making a claim that they
But
require
there's
us
the
to
guy.
consider truth without any evidence whatsoever. No remotely realistic evidence. The evidence that they provide is purely fictional and mythological, and they expect us to ignore it. Who's being facetious now? You're just
No, I'm
gonna
not.
pretend
I
like
have
you're
not been
gonna,
facetious.
bro.
This is
Listen,
the
bro.
time.
When you believe
No,
that
what
there is a
I've been trying
God,
to do is establish what is your basis or belief, because I cannot
I have
argue
no
nor
base.
convince
I have
someone.
no basis of
That
belief.
is
I
so
only
full of shit. That is so facetious, my friend.
that's why you don't like it, because you cannot manipulate me, right? Because I'm not
No, because you're not.
I'm not in the world of vagueness like you. I told you
No, I've not been vague. You have been vague. You have not
what we do
established what
know.
is your base. So therefore, I
Listen,
cannot argue
this
nor
is what we
debate.
know. You can go nowhere at no point in time, at no place, in no shape or form where you will find a God. There is no evidence whatsoever. Literally, your stories about God as
But there's
good
no
as
evidence
Superman and
against
Santa
that.
Claus.
Okay, prove that God doesn't exist.
Bring God here, just like all other things that
No,
don't
no,
exist.
prove that God doesn't exist.
They prove
I'm
that God
making a
doesn't
statement.
exist.
Prove that
Listen,
God doesn't
listen.
exist.
The proof that God doesn't exist is the fact that those who say that He exists cannot prove that He exists.
No. That's not proof.
If you and I go to court and you accuse me
Mhm.
of committing a crime and you don't provide evidence, I'm not guilty.
Nope, not true.
I'm not guilty, bro.
No.
Listen, if we go to court,
Okay, so just because you are ignorant of a fact does not mean that that fact does not exist. You
that's
cannot
literally
prove
what
that
it
doesn't
means.
exist.
If you cannot provide the fact, it doesn't exist. You are making a false accusation.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Really?
Bro, that's the difference. That's the difference between a true accusation and a false accusation. If
No.
you're accusing God of creating the universe, provide the evidence that God did create the universe. If not, I'm going to tell you that God didn't create the universe.
Okay, well then show me that God doesn't exist. My argument can be made the same way as
Where's
you.
God? Where's God?
Prove to me he doesn't exist.
Where's the accused? Pull him up. Bring him to court. Where's the accuser?
Show me that he doesn't exist.
Where is he at?
Prove to me he doesn't exist.
Where is he at?
Prove to me that he doesn't exist. You cannot make the argument.
I'm literally
Give
giving
me one scientific
Listen.
fact that goes against the creation of God. Give me one scientific fact.
Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred
matter
from one
can-
form. Bro, listen, let me talk. You said to give me one scientific fact, right? Energy
Uh-huh.
can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one state to another. That implies that creation has nothing to do. Nothing within our universe is creation because everything is fundamentally made of energy. Something which can neither be created nor destroyed, right? So what we see is that energy is ever present, and because of the chaotic nature of the universe and the diversity within energy and the different forms of energy, things just change from one state to another. That's it. That's it. There's no intelligence involved. You're dealing with something non-created here.
You made a factual statement and then you jumped onto a theoretical statement. So
There's no theoretical. If energy cannot be created or destroyed, and everything in the
so how
universe
does
is
that
made
prove
of,
that God doesn't exist?
because everything in the universe is made up of energy. So that means that it wasn't created or destroyed.
Okay, so how does that prove that God doesn't exist? From
Because God creates things out of nothing, and yet everything is made up of energy.
Okay, because now you're switching from a scientific to a theological.
Stop playing, bro. You're playing semantics and you're jumping. You're not as smart as you think you are. What did God use to create the universe?
You're not establishing your argument, so I cannot debate you. You're being facetious.
What did God use to create the universe?
What did God use to create the universe?
Yeah.
Okay, you still have not made the argument that God doesn't
What
exist.
did God use to create the
You
universe?
still
bro?
not
Answer the
have made
question.
the argument
Answer
that
the
God doesn't
question.
exist.
Answer the question. You're running. What did God use
No, I'm
to
not.
create the universe?
What did God use to create the universe? I'm not God. I don't fucking know.
So is it so strange that everything is made up of energy, something which is not created nor destroyed? So you think God created the universe,
Yes.
right? But you don't know what God used.
Of course I'm not God.
But the universe is made up of something which cannot be created nor destroyed.
I'm not God.
I think your brain is slightly confused, bro, because God could
No,
not
my-
have made the universe, and the universe is made of energy. That means that energy has to be created if God exists. But science has already given us a fact, proven the fact, right? It
What
cannot
is
be
the
created nor
science?
destroyed.
What is the science that proves the fact? Besides the conservation of energy.
Literally the practical aspect of the fact that nothing can fundamentally be turned into nothingness. It
Outside the
changes form.
conservation of energy.
Have you ever observed energy being destroyed in any way or shape or form?
Black holes, yeah. Plus energy decays.
You've observed the black hole?
Fuck no, of course not. I haven't signed it, but we have as humans have
Like I said,
seen black holes.
listen, bro. This is what I have to say to you. Your God is imaginary. You made it up in your head. You made it up in your head.
You
And
cannot
formed-
prove me wrong.
Bro, let me finish talking. You made it up in your head and you formed an emotional bond with it to the point where you now live most of your time in your head. When you come into the real world, you can't accept the real world as it is. That's simply what it is. Because the argument, this argument is actually deeper than you're able to deal with, because it's not even just we're talking about one God here or one idea of God. Polytheism is older than theism. So the assumption that the argument is only saying that there is no God is only against a singular God. No, it's against all ideas of God. Polytheistic, deistic, theistic.
That's not what we're talking about.
You're all making it up in your head. That's what I'm talking about when I say there is no God.
Yeah, but here, it's a funny thing to make
There
a
is
statement,
no
yet
God,
not have
no
no basis.
gods.
Okay, so what is your basis?
The absence of such entities. That's my basis.
Absence of substance. So where did
There
matter
is
come
no-
from?
there's
Where
no
did the universe come from?
That has nothing to do with the absence
Yes,
of
it
God.
does. You see, you're jumping
Listen,
away.
listen,
You don't want to be tied down to what is it that you believe, because then your argument could be.
Mr. David, I'm not making shit up in my head. You see, unlike you keep asking me questions that requires me to just make up something and tell you so you can run with it. I'm telling
No.
you what is
I'm
observable.
asking you what it is that you
I'm
believe.
simply telling you what is observable. I say
Okay.
there is no God because it's not there. When something is not there, you say it's not there. You don't say, oh, it's not there. We can't see it, but what if it's there? Bro, I ain't doing that. That's for people who have mental issues. They're in a mental hospital, bro. They hear voices. They see things which are not there. We call it hallucinations and delusions. I'm not delusional, bro. It's not there. If it's there, let
Right.
us see it, bro. If
Right.
your God is there, let us see it.
Right. Cool. So gravity didn't exist before Sir Isaac Newton.
It's not necessarily that gravity did not exist. Human beings still
It did.
understood the
Nobody knew
funda.
about it. Nobody knew about it. Nobody could talk about it.
Relax. The word gravity did not
The
exist.
concept of it too.
The concept of it existed.
No, it didn't.
Then human beings have always understood weight and balance. The Chinese were flying with gliders for a long time. They understood aerodynamics. Yes, we can see like literally the Vikings, Polynesians, Africans, Europeans, Native
Oh, now
Americans
you're
were
just
all
making names. Prove the statement. What are you talking about?
they were all navigating the oceans, bro. Human beings were building big boats,
Okay, what
and the
does that
boats
have to do with
and the
gravity?
boats, bro. I'll show you, bro. Do you know what is the
That's
fundamental effect
physics.
of gravity? What do we know about gravity? What is the number one thing we know about gravity?
I don't know. You're the smart one.
Downward thrust. Gravity thrusts everything downwards in this world, right? So anything that tries to go out will have to resist that downward thrust. Water is buoyant because water possesses upward thrust. If an object is not denser than the water, it's going to be thrust upward. We just came in our generation and fully understood that this has something to do with the core magnetism that originates from what we call the center of the earth. If you're a person who believes in the ball earth, or if you're a person who believes in the flat earth, from the center of the earth, right? It doesn't matter which one you believe in. We just innovated that thinking, but that thinking has always been there. Like I said, fundamentally, it's just weight and balance.
Wait. Okay. All right, bro.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Okay. I
Have
hope
a
you
good
learned
one,
something
bro.
today. Yeah. When you come up here and don't try to argue with me if you don't have your facts. You can't just keep telling me, oh, you have no basis, and I keep giving you the basis, and you keep running away from it because you don't like it. There is no God because it's not there. It's simple as that. If it's there, then you got to make us see that it's there. It's not that complicated. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to 40,000 likes so I can bring up the next guest. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. 40,000 likes. 40,000 likes. It shouldn't take us no more than 3 minutes if we work as a team. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. And I bring up the next guest. This is awesome. This is awesome. Listen, think in depth. And to those of you who are English internet spell detectors, you can see that I corrected the spelling. I did it just for you guys. Because I know that spelling a day is no God without the ER at the end of day was making you guys uncomfortable. So I decided to fix the spelling so you're not discomforted. But please do me a favor and actually read the screen, okay? Q&A. Ask me anything. There is no God. Yeah? Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Bamboozle that screen. Tap the screen. If you're religious and you don't want to tap the screen because you don't like me, ask yourself why you're so wicked. If you can't be kind to someone that you absolutely disagree with, then perhaps it's because your religion doesn't work. And your religion is just your emotions masquerading as something real. You ought to be able to tap the screen if you can sit in here and listen to me talk. Tap the screen. Don't be hateful. Practice what you preach. If you can't practice what you preach, you don't need to be in this live session. You know what I'm saying? You could be anywhere else in the world right now. You could be watching King Kong and Godzilla right now, but you're here watching Bakanga. So you might as well demonstrate a sense of kindness and tap the screen. Disagreement doesn't always mean enmity. We don't have to be enemies just because we disagree. I'm hoping that your IQ is high enough for you to understand that. Right? Any disagreement can be solved with communication. If you fail at communicating, you cannot blame me for not acting in a way that's appropriate to what you think. Right? Because maybe I'm just misunderstanding you when you say there is a God. And maybe you're just misunderstanding me when I say there is no God. The very least you can do is be kind. And tapping the screen right now is being kind. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. Real recognizes real. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's how human beings been rolling for a long time. When the Africans made the Vikings, real recognized real. when the white folks met the Africans, when the Europeans met the Africans, real colonized real. You know what I'm saying? And when the Europeans met the Native Americans, real colonized real and took their land. You know, real always knows real, but that can't determine what real is going to do to real. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be up there. You got to be solid on your foundation, though. All right, next guest.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Elisa. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm actually doing really great as well. Can I
That's fine.
also can I give props to you as well? Normally when I speak to a lot of atheists, I feel like it's always just a lot of like hatred and stuff, and I love that you said we can just have a conversation about it and not, hate each other because of it.
I mean, that has a lot to do with the fact that I'm probably not an atheist. I mean, I'm for sure not an
Oh,
atheist.
really?
I'm a realist. So not everyone who says that there is a God is a theist, right? You have deists, you have polytheists, you have
Right.
agnostics. Same is true about people who say there is no God. Not everyone who says there is no God is an atheist. I'm a
True. So
realist. Means if it's not real, it's not real. Like you can't make it real just by believing. That's what I'm saying.
so then what does that fall under? I'm not for sure about what that really categorizes as. So what is realism?
Realism and reality go in tandem. Reality is defined as the state of the world as it is,
Mm-hmm.
rather than notional, idealistic, and conceptual ways of looking at things. So when you see something, it is what it is. But if you begin to idealize, if you begin to conceptualize, that's no longer what it is. Reality is usually available to the five senses, independent of emotions, feelings, and opinion. That's what it is. We see the world as it is, right? For example, if I see a man is a man. I know what makes a man a man. I know what to expect when I'm looking at a man. I know what to expect when I'm looking at a woman. I know what to expect when I see a donkey. A donkey is not a horse, and a horse is not a donkey.
Mm.
Reality is that's a donkey, that's a horse. Now, somebody would say, well, a donkey is really a horse that evolved 10,000 years. Nah, bro. I'm looking at a donkey and a horse. That's what I mean.
Gotcha. So may I ask you a couple questions?
It's a Q&A after all, so go ahead. Feel
Yeah,
free.
I wanted to be respectful about it. Sorry.
It's all good.
So, what is your idea of how everything was created? Have you thought too much on it?
I have thought about that, and like you said very well, good job. It
Hmm.
is an idea. We can all idealize. We all have an idea in our head of what we think that the world came from. But what's the reality? Reality is that we don't know. But there is only one way that we can know using the most effective tool that we have, which is science. Science is
Hmm.
defined as the systematic study of the physical and natural world through experimentation, comparing evidence, experimentation and observation, comparing theories against evidence obtained. Let me repeat it because I wasn't fluent.
Hmm.
Science is the systematic study of the natural and physical world through observation and experimentation, comparing theories against evidence obtained. If we continue to theorize, experiment, observe, and compare those with evidence obtained, I'm certain that a few billion years from now, human beings might figure out where the world came from. But as of right now, we don't know. That's the real answer.
Right. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah. So, for me personally, when I chose to become a Christian, I kind of struggled with it all, and I still do here and there because I know science studies creation and it is reliable on certain accounts, but I also know because science doesn't create and it studies creation, I try to look at what created it. So obviously, science shows the Big Bang Theory, and the thing for me, though, when I was studying the Big Bang Theory is that, all these materials and these particles and everything, came together to where, we created the Earth, and that's where it is now. And then you get to evolution and stuff like that. But the thing is, though, is like everything has to come from something. And we do know that from scientific evidence as well, is that nothing comes from nothing. Like everything has to be created in a sense. So for me, it was like, where did these particles and stuff come from? That implied the Big Bang Theory, because they didn't just appear out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Because something had to have created that.
The
So,
correct way to say it, perhaps, if you're paying attention to detail, is that everything we know comes from something. What we don't know,
mhm.
we cannot know where it comes from, right?
Yeah, I mean, totally. That's where different
Right,
religions come in, for sure.
right.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Um, But yeah, no, so that's where my thought process was.
Let
So
me
in
help
my,
you out a little bit.
yeah,
I think that the conflict in your mind is perhaps born from the fact that you uphold this idea of creation. Creation in of
absolutely,
itself implies that something is made from nothing. That's why science explicitly says energy can neither be created nor destroyed, because they
absolutely.
know that it's not made from nothing, right? So every time you say the world was created, it's as though it wasn't there, then someone just said boom and it was there. It's kind of like the same thing saying that something came out of nothing. For example, when you ask Christians, what did God use to create the world? Well,
Right. Well,
he
God's all
just,
powerful.
everything that is made requires raw material. If God did
Hmm.
not make the raw material, then God's not a creator. God is just a transformer
Well,
like us. If God is the creator, then God would have had to make the raw material. But what is God Himself made of? Right?
right. Perfect. So we know that God is not something, but a someone, right? Because we know that God is a loving being. God loves his children. So when
We
we say,
assume.
right. So when we say that he created something, it's, it's not like he had a toolbox behind him, and he fixed all that up. It's that because he's so powerful and because he was not created and because he's known to be eternal and he didn't need a creation, and that he is so powerful that he could create them. You know what I mean by that? Like he didn't like take
You
particles and stuff. He
you
created.
understand you understand metaphors and hyperbole and personification, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
To imply that something is almighty simply because it's beyond your ability to comprehend, it's kind of hyperbole, especially something that is not observable. I think that the idea of God, as perpetrated by religious people, is an exaggeration of human ideologies. You just thought of what it would be like if someone could make something, then you just exaggerated the thought and said, oh, look, it was something almighty. You hyperbolize it. When you say God wasn't created, you're just assuming that because this being is all powerful, he wasn't created, even though it
Well,
makes no rational or logical sense. You know what I'm saying?
right, but I do think though that if there is something that is so powerful that we cannot comprehend, like it's automatically superior and it's automatically interesting. It's automatically bigger than us. So I think in
Like
that sense, it's better and it's bigger and it's powerful.
rightly said, if there is something, if.
Correct. Right,
But
because I
when
know
we
you don't believe in it, so I'm trying to like
Yeah,
explain to you.
and let me show you why that thought kind of contradicts our reality. Something
Sure.
almighty and all powerful that knows everything and that's everywhere has no need to create, neither would it have the desire to create, because making things is always out of necessity. No one just makes, nothing just makes. Everything comes out of necessity. If something is made out of necessity without the need of necessity, there's no intelligence involved. It becomes a random work of nature. So if you think that some God, some almighty, all powerful being created a universe, and yet such a being has no desire nor need to create a universe, that's kind of like contradictory and counterproductive, right? Why will a God that's almighty, all knowing, not lonely, all like he's literally complete in every sense, why does he need to add something called creation?
Perfect. So how old are you? I'm sorry. You
How
don't have
old
to
are
answer
you?
that.
No,
You
I
don't
can.
have
I,
to
I,
answer.
I will answer as soon as you tell me how old you are.
Sure, I'm 19 years old.
Okay, I'm 30.
Okay, so do you have any children?
I plan on having many. I don't have any yet though.
Perfect. Okay, cool, awesome. So, if which I'm obviously clearly a woman, or yeah, if I was a very rich
If you're not a
woman.
woman, then my senses are not working right now. I'm pretty sure you're a
No, no,
woman.
no. I meant like I was gonna say if I were a rich man, but then I was just like, it's fine to also say woman. So, if I were a rich woman with a lot of power and a lot of authority, say I was like a huge CEO of this business and everything, right? And I had everything that I could ever want because people looked at me with authority. People knew that I was all powerful within the industry. I could fire people, I could hire people. Um, I'm still missing and lacking the love aspect of my life. So someone who's rich and has a lot going for them, they still would want to have a family so they can share love because love, as we know, whether no matter what your religion is, love is very powerful. Love is amazing. Everybody wants to experience love. And that's how I perceive God. I think because he's so loving and because he wanted a relationship with his children, it's the same thing as for me. Like although I may have everything I want, worldly, whether it's money or fame or friends and stuff like that, I'm going to want children to love and raise and grow and share that relationship with them. You know what I mean?
What you just said implies that God lacked someone to have a relationship with, so he made someone to have a relationship with. But if God lacks anything, that means that God is not God. He's not almighty after
It
all.
doesn't mean he lacked it. It doesn't mean he lacked it. It means that he just
Okay, if he
wanted it.
didn't lack it,
Like,
why would he want it? If he didn't lack it, if it wasn't out of necessity, why he needed it?
you can have things out of necessity. I mean, I have stuff in my room right next to me that I don't need, but I like and I want.
You say that you don't need them. If you didn't
I
need
don't,
them, if then why do you have it?
because I like it. I
Why do
could
you
I could
like
get rid
it?
of it right now
Why do you like
because
it?
it's pleasurable.
That's why you need it. You need it for pleasure. That's how needs
Well,
work.
I can find pleasure in other things.
That's true, but you still need those things.
Well, I don't need it. Like I said,
Then
it's just either fun to
when
mess with
do
or
you know? Do you know?
pleasurable.
Do you know what we call things that we don't need? We call them waste. And
Sure,
it is
sure.
the action follows that you get rid of things that you don't need because it's waste, it's trash, right? When you keep something, you
Yeah.
intentionally make the decision to keep it because you need it, you want it. Your wants and your needs go in tandem. Now, if you are an almighty being that has
Well, want
everything,
and need are very different.
say that again.
Want and need, yeah, want and need are very different.
Not
They're very
necessarily.
different.
You
Yeah,
will never
absolutely.
you will never want something that you don't need.
You'll never want something that you don't need. I don't think
Yeah.
that's true.
Then
I
explain to
don't
me how.
need, yeah, yeah,
Explain to
yeah.
me.
I don't,
Explain to me what a need is.
yeah. So I don't need to go to fast food because I have food at home, but that burger sounds pretty nice right now. But I could easily go make something at my house, but I just want fast food. But I need food. I do need food. But I don't need to go to a takeout store and grab food. I could save my money. I could go home and prepare the food that I already have because I want that fast food.
So you don't
Not
need
that
the
I need
fast
it.
food.
I just
So
want it.
you don't need the
I
fast food,
don't.
right? So you say,
Correct.
and yet you go and get the fast food, right?
Correct.
Why?
Because I want it.
Why?
Because
Why
I
do you
want
want
it,
it?
not because I need it.
Why do you want it?
Because, like I said earlier, because it's pleasurable, but I don't need
Okay,
that pleasure.
good.
It's
So
just
check
it
this out.
sounds nice in the
Check
moment.
this out. Check this out. That pleasure is a desire that you have within you, which you need to
Correct.
quench. You need to
That's not true.
quench that desire. That's why you acted upon it. That's why ultimately actions speak louder than words. If you didn't
No,
need
that's
to
a
quench
temper
that,
person. That's
if you
not
didn't,
you.
if you didn't need to quench that desire, you will never want to go and get the burger. Though you have something that you can substitute, but that food that you have at home cannot quench your craving for the burger.
I don't think that's true. I think that as human beings, we desire things that we don't need. I mean, it's very obvious. There's things all the time that we don't need. We need more money, but in reality, we just want
I
it. We don't
think
need
I
it.
think I think I think you're confusing two things.
I don't think so. I think if
A
if
need,
we're stable,
a need. Let me actually break it down for you.
right? Do
A
you need your
need.
phone? Do you need this live? But it feels
Yes,
nice.
I
You don't
do.
need it.
I do.
You need social media to survive,
It's not necessarily to survive, but I need it right now. That's why I'm doing it.
but you need it. You don't want
Yes,
it.
it's a
Well, if you need,
necessity.
I think
Listen,
it.
listen.
If you think
Check,
that social media is a necessity, that's insane. I think
check this
you
out.
need to probably reevaluate.
No, no, check this out. Let's not be hypocrites because we're both on it, right? So check this out, okay? The way time works and the way human beings make choices, we don't have everlasting time. So we only do the things that we need and we want to do, regardless of what somebody else thinks of it. Now, sometimes we want to make ourselves seem more righteous than we are, or make ourselves seem better than we are. So we convince ourselves that what we're doing is not actually what we're doing. So you need to have the ability to observe people's actions independent of what they say they're doing, because you have the ability to observe what they're doing and see that what they're doing is what they're doing, right? If you do something that you don't need to do, that's probably a type of madness. You should only do what you need to do. Human beings only do what they need to
Correct.
do.
Correct.
And what a person
Correct.
needs to
Correct. So then
do
let's
is
go one more time right back to what you just said, though, because you said that social media was a necessity to you. You said that social media was a necessity and a need
if it wasn't if it
when,
wasn't an, if it wasn't a
years back we
necessity,
didn't
I won't
have
be
them.
doing it. It is necessary for me to have social
So
media.
social media is a necessity?
Think about it. If I
Explain to
didn't
me.
have,
Yeah, explain to me why it's a necessity.
because I want to talk to people. I want to talk to 334
You
people.
want, you want, you want. You
Listen,
just said you
listen, listen,
want.
listen,
You just
listen,
said you
listen.
want.
Let me finish my statement. So I have a
Oh
desire
my
to talk
goodness.
to 352 people. There's no other way to do it other than
This is
social media. That's why I need social media. I need social media because there's no other way for me to do what I want to do without social media. You
correct.
get
It's
it?
not a necessity though. People don't
Explain to me,
need, yeah.
explain to me how right now in my room at 1 a.m. in the morning I can talk to 340 people without social media.
Right.
Explain how I can do that.
Right. Absolutely. 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 So here, let me explain down
That's
here.
why right here, right
No,
now,
no,
I
it's
need social media.
right. Let me explain. Let me break it down for a second. So you need social media to talk to 300 people, right?
Right here, right now.
Because
Yes.
right, to talk to 300 people, it's you want to because of the desire. So you need something because you want something, but that doesn't make it a necessity.
It is a necessity right here, right now.
A want is not a necessity.
It is. Your
If
wants
you
are your
want
needs.
something, then it's not a necessity. If you need
Listen,
something, it's a necessity.
they are really just like synonyms, similes. Synonyms. Yeah, it's the same. I'm even conflating the ideas. They're the same way of saying. There are two ways of saying the same thing.
Okay.
It's two ways of saying the same thing. Listen carefully. The reason why you want something is because you need it. If you did not need it, you wouldn't
It's
want
not.
it. No, listen. The reason why you want something is because you need it. The reason why you need something is what makes you want it.
I
It's in
think you're
tandem.
getting
They're like the north and south pole of a magnetic field. You understand? Needs and
yeah.
wants.
Wants and needs are not
They work in
synonyms.
tandem.
They're not
A
synonyms.
person who does things that they don't need is someone who's not mentally capable, like they're not there in their head. Literally, for example, right? A person who goes and robs a bank, we don't consider robbing a bank a necessity, but that person goes and does it. So we
They
describe
want
them.
to, but it's not a necessity.
It
Exactly.
is it is a
It's a want, not a
necessity.
need.
It's a necessity for them. You understand
No,
that you don't get,
no,
listen, we
no,
don't
it's not.
determine each other's needs. Our needs are based on our desires and urges that arise within our beings, and each one of us has the capability of acting upon our needs. We just describe the action of acting upon our needs as wants. Because
Okay, listen.
needing is not an observable action, but your
Right,
wanting is observable. Wanting is what you do when you need something.
right. You need to understand though, once again, as I said earlier, they're not synonyms. So that person who robbed the bank, they wanted to, but they did not need to. They're very,
The-
very
why
different
did they not
words.
need to? Why did they not need to?
Because it's not a necessity. They broke the law.
No.
They did not need to.
You say it's not a necessity. What do they say?
They say that they want to. They're not going to tell you it's a necessity. No person who robs a
But
bank
why
is going to say they need it
why do they want to?
because they want money. They want it.
Why do they want money?
Because money is an idol in America.
Oh, hold on. So you don't need money?
You need money to survive. But if
Okay,
you rob a
good.
bank, you're not
So
working.
listen. Of course, they need the money. That's why they want to rob the bank.
But you don't need to do that. That's the thing. You could work. Or you could ask for
Listen.
money.
You
That's
see,
not.
listen.
We're going all over the place.
You're going to learn this as you grow up. I promise you.
I'm
And
gonna know that it's a necessity to rob a bank.
do you understand that going to Mars is a necessity for Elon Musk?
What'd you say?
Going to Mars is a necessity for Elon Musk.
It's not a necessity. He wants to go
It-
to Mars.
Listen, it's a need based on his understanding of what he wants, and he
All right,
wants
let's
to
just
do
get
it
out of this.
based on the
Yeah.
understanding of what he needs. Listen, you're young. You're young. That's why I keep insisting on this. Because let me tell you, okay, especially you live in America. The reason why most young people follow the blueprint of I went to high school, K 12, I went to college for 4 years, I got a PhD, a master's degree and a PhD, I got married at 30, I had kids, I retired at 60 and died. Do you know why? Do you know why you've lost your creativity and your way to be fluid in the world? Because you're following pre-established blueprints by people. You are living your life based on other people's needs. And your wants are your needs that you've masqueraded as things that don't matter, right? Your needs is your desire. Your desires, the ability to desire something is born out of need. That's the fundamental philosophy behind desires. If
Brother.
you need to believe in Jesus, let me ask you something. Do you need to believe in
Wait,
Jesus?
okay, wait, hold on. We're going all over the place. Let's
No,
take
we're
a
coming
second.
back to religion. That's why I asked you about
Yeah,
Jesus.
all right. So let's close that off real quick. One more time. Needs and
Do-
wants are not a necessity, are not synonyms. They're not
okay.
the same. So
You
let's
know
go
what?
back now.
I know
So we
I know
can
how
go
we
back
can
to
fix
the-
it. I know how we can fix it. Let's look at
We
the
can no,
dictionary
no, 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 no.
definition.
We're,
Let's
yeah,
let's
we're
look
not
at the
gonna
di-
go anywhere with it.
let's
We're not
look at a
gonna.
dictionary definition of needs and wants, and then we can close it there. What is the
Sure,
dictionary definition of a need?
Absolutely.
Are you able to look it up as well?
I mean, I could. I'm on my phone, so I can't really. I'd have to like
Okay.
leave the.
Okay. Listen. Need as a verb is described as requires something
Wait,
because it is
repeat it one more time.
essential.
Wait, repeat it one more time. It's
This
essential. It's
this
essential.
is according to the Oxford Dictionary. That's right. Requires something because it is essential or very important.
Essential. Yep. Essential though.
Listen,
Make that.
listen. Essential is not the only word. Why you stuck to it? It says it is essential or very important. You have to look at the whole definition. Now, as a
Very
second
important
definition,
because it's a necessity.
hold up. Listen, when you read the definition of a word, it's
Yeah.
not about being opinionated. The definition speaks for itself. That's why you have to listen to the whole definition. It says require something. Listen to the word require something. Require something because it is essential or very important. The second definition
Yeah.
says expressing necessity or obligation. Obligation.
Your
Right.
obligation is something that you
Now,
have to do because it's a necessity.
of
You have
course,
an
that's what it just
obligation.
says. That's what the second definition says. You're correct. So now listen. As a
Now, what's the
noun,
other definition of the other word?
as a noun, that was verbs, right? The two definitions I just gave you were verbs. Now these are the two other definitions of a need as a noun. Circumstances in which something is necessary or that requires a course of action, right?
Yes. Yep.
I'm in a circumstance where I am craving a burger. So it's necessary for me to want that burger. So I
Does
go
it
and get
say
that
that
burger.
on Google? Does it say that on Google?
No.
All right. So
No,
that's
listen,
why.
listen. The example that I just gave that example, but the example on Google says the basic human need for food. Food is food. It doesn't matter if it's junk food or if it's healthy food. Food is food, right? Human beings need food. So every time you go and get food, it's because you need it fundamentally.
All right. Just
Now,
read the definition
check
of a
this out.
want. Read the
This,
definition of a want.
listen, what kind of student are you? You have to read all the definitions. I'm not done with the nouns.
We've already went over it. We know what the
Patience, young
definition is.
one. Patience, young one.
Well,
The
the
second
per-
definition of a noun is a thing that is wanted or required. You want me to put it on the screen? I promise you I'll put it on the screen.
No. I believe you. I agree
Okay.
with these definitions. So, but the point of this was that it was not a necessity for God to create the earth, but it was a want because He wanted to.
Alicia, you're deflecting now. The reason why I wanted to read all the definitions.
On about something we've been proven wrong already. That's why.
Who's proved it wrong?
Me and Google.
Okay, good. Google just said this is the second definition. Alyssa, stop laughing and listen. The second definition of a need as a noun says a thing that is wanted or required.
Okay. Wait,
I'm gonna put
we
it on the screen.
This
I'm-
is a
I'm
need.
gonna-
No. We already
No,
got
no.
the definitions now.
I'm gonna put it on the screen. No, you're being disingenuous now. You're not being fair because
No, you're yapping, bro. Like this person said, bro's yapping. You're going on and on about it.
listen. You can literally learn something today. I promise. Just be patient.
You're learning
Okay.
something today, brother.
So
You're
have you learned that a need is a want?
No, because it's not
Okay,
a fact.
then give me 1 minute. Let me put it on the screen. I promise. I'll put it on the screen so we can all see it. Okay, just watch.
Oh my god, you guys.
Watch.
I can't.
If you're not patient enough to see, you of course you can. You can be patient for 1 minute. I'm pretty sure of that.
Dude, I love you. You're great.
You would see. You would
You're
see.
great. You're
You would
great.
see here very shortly. I promise.
Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Oh goodness.
This is the beauty of communication. Remember?
Yeah, absolutely. But we're saying we can't really communicate if we stay on the one thing back and forth.
It's not one thing.
Oh,
You'll be surprised how many people struggle with this thing. All right, so check this out, okay? I'm putting it in the back of the screen right now as we speak.
All right, perfect. I can't wait to read exactly what you just read. Yep, requires something because it is essential or very important. Hey, what's the
Okay.
number two? What's the second one? Wait, what's the second one?
Read to the bottom of the screen. Read everything
Yep.
on the screen, all the way to the bottom.
Circumstances in which something is necessary or that
Yeah.
requires some course of action. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can't see this last one because my thing's in the way, but it says a thing that is wanted or required.
That is what?
All right. That is required though. Read that last part.
Hold on. Of
Wait,
course.
take a
Listen,
second. Take a second.
Did you
Move your
just ignore the wanted on purpose?
Right.
Come on,
No, move your
Alyssa.
thing down. Move your thing down for a second. Move your thing down. Let's look at all the words that we have so far. Require,
Uh-huh.
essential,
Uh-huh.
require a course of action, a
Uh-huh.
requirement.
Uh-huh.
We have a basic human
Uh-huh.
need, a
Uh-huh.
necessity. We have
Uh-huh.
something that is wanted or required in that same thing. Is required.
And what's that one word? Wanted,
I
right?
just said that is wanted or required. You're looking at the
Of
very last
course.
definition.
That's why I said to you,
Right.
these two words are interchangeable. It
All right.
actually
What's your name? Bakonga. Why
it's
don't you look up want now? Now let's look up a want.
yes,
Let's
I'll
look
look
up
up once now. I promise I'll do that as well.
Perfect. This is ridiculous, dude. This is insane.
It's not ridiculous. You learned something.
It is. It's just, I mean, in fourth grade, we learned that there's a difference between a want and a need.
And yet it says that a need is a thing that is wanted as a noun.
In the last thing, bruh. Oh my
Of
god.
course. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
And it also says or required.
That's true. Or because they're interchangeable.
Oh
Or.
my god. Dude. We should just move on and go back to what we were talking about.
Check this out. Oh, I'm so glad you made me look up the definition of want because I'm going to put it on the screen as well. Want as a
Perfect.
verb is defined as have a desire to possess or do something.
Yep, a desire. Yep.
Ought, listen, ought, should, or need to do something.
Should.
As a noun, a lack or deficiency of something. As
Right.
the second definition is a
You
desire
want
for
it
something.
because you don't have it. You want it because you don't.
Now I'm gonna put it back on the screen. I'm gonna put it back on the screen. There, you can decide how we move on forward. Okay, I'll put it on the screen for 1 second.
This is insane, bruh.
It's okay. All I know is that we looked up the definition of the word need, and we found within it the word wanted, right? We looked up the definition of the word. We're now looking up the definition of the word want, and we are finding need within it as well.
This is insane.
I know, it's okay. That's how life is. When you learn, you get
Bruh, I'm
epiphanies
not
all the
learning
time.
shit. I'm not learning shit because this is something you're completely ignoring the 4 other definitions that are proving your
No, that's
statement
not what I
wrong.
said. I said there were synonyms. I'm not ignoring them by
They're
no
not.
means.
Look up if they're synonyms. You
Let
just
me
said
put
they were
this on the-
synonyms. Now look
let
it
me-
up.
let me-
Look it up. Hold on. You just said that. You just claimed that they were synonyms.
Actually,
Yeah, look it up.
I mean, not synonyms. Synonyms is sound. Synonyms is sound. Similes. So now check this out.
No, a synonym is when 2 words complement each other. That's a synonym. So you were correct the first
Okay,
time.
sure. Okay, good. You got it. You're smarter now. Okay, cool. Let me put this on the screen.
Now,
Okay.
man, it's so wild. Oh my
It's
God.
okay. It's okay. Listen, check this out. Okay, I actually got it. I got it in one shot.
Oh my God.
I got it in one shot. Now check this out.
This is crazy.
Now look. This is about to end the conversation. What I'm about to put on the screen would end the conversation. Okay.
Perfect.
Now look at
You
the
gotta move your
definition.
camera though, dude. You gotta move your camera though, dude.
Yeah, I did. Look.
I have a desire to possess or do something. A desire. When the
Right.
the last one was a necessity, an
Yeah,
essential to life.
Yeah.
Correct,
This is,
Bob, we
this
agree
is
on
the
that.
definition of the word want. Let me move my image again. Oh.
Ought, should, or need to do something. You don't want to believe everything you hear. You don't want to, because you don't have to.
Right. Now
Elaborate
look at
if-
similar. Look at the word similar in the bottom. What are the similar words to the word want?
Because those are the most looked up definitions within the thing, like similar words.
Exactly. They're similar in meaning.
We're not gonna get anywhere with this. We're not gonna get anywhere with this. Let's just move on to what we were talking about. Let's just get back to what we were doing. This is insane.
It's okay. It's okay.
We're just not gonna get
You might not be able to admit it, but you learned.
I didn't learn
anything, bro.
Okay. If that's how you study, you might have a hard time in college later on.
I'm in college.
Okay, you're probably having a hard time if you can't see the similarities between those two words.
between a want and a need.
It's
You can't
okay.
differentiate the want and a need. You can't even differentiate. Like you can't.
Listen, we just looked at the definitions. Do you know why there's multiple definitions for the words? Because context matters, right? That's why I said to you, you do something because you need it. Now, I'm gonna go back. Let's go back to religion. Why do you need to believe in Jesus?
Perfect.
Why do you
Let's.
why do you need to believe in Jesus?
I don't need to believe in Jesus. I want to believe in Jesus.
Okay. So you don't need to believe in Jesus so you can go to heaven and not go to hell?
See, no, that's different because I think in my personal belief to want to believe in him within that religious guidelines, I need to believe in him in that biblical aspect. But an atheist doesn't need to believe in Jesus.
Oh shit. Sorry. That was accidental. Let me put you back up. My bad. I was trying to remove the comment sections. Send your request again, Alyssa. My bad. That was accidental.
All right,
Uh,
I really thought you just dropped me.
no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. So
Go
within
ahead.
those religious, if I choose to follow those religious guidelines, then yes, I do need to follow Jesus Christ.
So if you
But
want to,
nobody needs to.
if you want to follow Christianity, then you need to believe in Jesus Christ.
Yes, absolutely. If you want to follow Christianity, absolutely.
So the needs and the wants work together.
Bro, we gotta stop on this need and want shit.
You don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. You're like a junior Christian, aren't you? You're like a junior Christian.
We
Have you
just said
received the gift of the Holy Spirit yet, Alyssa? Have you?
Wait, hold on. First off, one second. I just differentiated the two words by saying that because I want to follow Christianity, I need to follow the biblical things. It's
But
completely
when
different.
But
It's completely different.
when the reason why you want to believe in Christianity is because there's an obligation, you're obligated to save
It's
yourself.
not an obligation. It's
Okay,
not an
so
obligation for me to want to follow it.
it
It's an
is.
obligation for me to follow the guidelines if I want to follow Christianity.
Okay, so check this out. When you
That's when it
when
becomes an obligation.
so let's go through the process of you becoming a Christian. Do you become a Christian before you know what Christianity is, or do you get to at least hear it out before you want it?
You absolutely hear it out before.
Okay, when you heard out about Christianity, did it come without the knowledge of heaven and hell and the consequences of those places?
You said when I first heard it before I joined the church, did I already know the consequences?
Just in general, not just you, right? You can't hear about Jesus or hear about Christianity without hearing about Jesus, without hearing about the good news of Jesus. And if there's a good
The
news,
good news.
there's a
Yeah.
bad news, right? If there's a good news, there's a reason why there's a good news, because there's a
No,
bad
it's not the bad
situation.
news. No. When you're talking about Jesus Christ, the reason that it's a good news is because there's an scapegoat from hell. That's what the good news is. So it's
There
not
you
bad news at
go.
all. So it's
There
not
you
bad news at
go.
all, though. But it's
There's
not
a
bad news.
there's an escape from hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to go to hell, right?
Okay, we can get into that. You gotta be so careful. Listen, because I want to go to hell, it's because I want to be with God. But the Bible makes very, very clearly is that heaven is with God, hell is separation from God. The Bible does not give an accurate description of what hell is. We got the example of hell from Dante's Inferno.
What you just said to me about God being hell is separate from God, that's a lie. It's not in the
How is that?
Bible. The Bible says that the flame of the damned goes up for eternity in the presence of God and his
Right.
angels.
It also says that hell is outer darkness.
Yes, but that's all within the
Correct.
presence of God,
Sure, but
according
it's
to
a
the Bible.
relationship with God. Heaven is a relationship with God.
Not
No?
necessarily.
Yes, it is. The
Not
Bible says
necessarily.
that we will be with God in heaven. We'll be with Jesus.
Right. You're gonna be with him. That's true.
Correct. So it's relationship with
Because
him. You'll be with
because he's
him.
there. Just like we're with the Son, right? But do we have a relationship with the Son? Do you have a personal
No, it's
relationship with the
different.
Son?
The Son doesn't want a relationship with you. God wants a relationship with you
How do you know that?
because he said so
How do you know he said so?
all throughout scriptures.
How do you know that he's the one that said what is written in scripture?
Because I have faith within it.
But you don't know.
But I have faith. That's where faith comes in. I can't tell you that I know for
Is it
1,000.
is it possible that you're wrong?
Sure.
Is it possible you could have been deceived?
No, because someone didn't talk me into Christianity. I found it myself. I wasn't deceived by a human or anything. I read the gospel and I believed in it.
So
I wasn't deceived by someone.
you read what someone told you by writing, in writing form, not by speech. Someone told you. They just didn't tell you verbally. They said it
Right, but
textually.
correct. But it's also a gospel that's been around for thousands of years that has
That
some
has
part
that has changed in multiple forms.
throughout translations. Yes.
Facts. So what you're reading is what someone said about what someone said about what someone said about what someone said. You don't know
Correct.
what in it is true and what is false. You just like the
How do you
version that you
know?
got
How do you
right
know
now.
that? How do you know that George Washington was the first president?
I don't know.
All right, exactly. You don't know, but you believe so, right? Do you believe that
No.
George Washington? You don't think he was the first president?
No.
Bruh. Bruh. Well, you
I
don't think that he was?
listen carefully.
Do you believe that
I
Abraham Lincoln was a president?
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that he was a president?
No. Let me tell you what I do though.
Dude, what?
Listen. I'll show you how the human mind works. I don't need to believe something that I don't have any hardcore evidence beyond shadow of doubt. And even when there's evidence, if there's shadow of doubt, I don't need to believe it. But this is what I know. I know that when I went to school, they told me, I know what they told me in school.
Right, what they
But
told
I
you.
don't
Yeah.
believe it. I don't have to believe it. I don't
You
have
don't
to believe it. I
perfect, you don't
know
have to. Right, so
yes.
do you not
And
believe
I do not
anything?
believe it.
So
I do not
before
believe
you
it.
were created, before you had consciousness, do you not believe anything happened that we've been told beforehand, before you were born, because you didn't see it?
No. I don't believe none of that. I
So you don't believe
only
that Earth was even a thing before you don't believe anything like that?
obviously it wasn't a thing. If not, I would have been there.
Right, but I'm saying like anything that was created before anything, like you don't believe anything. I mean, even science was created before that though, and you said that you believe in science. So,
Science is the systematic study of the natural and physical world through
right.
observation and experimentation. I can systematically study the natural and physical world. I can do it. That's why I know it. I don't know it because somebody else did it. I know it because I can do it.
So what else? Okay, so do you believe in anything
No.
that you haven't had evidence of before you were born?
If I have evidence, especially, I don't believe. That means for sure I don't have a reason to believe.
Do you think the Earth
It,
is flat?
I don't believe that.
So do you believe it's round?
I don't believe that either.
What do you think it is?
I think that the earth is dry ground and the water is the sea and the ocean. And they're
So you
fundamentally
believe
molecularly different. I think
do you
that,
believe in
and
space? Do you believe
based
in
on
space?
observation. When I look up, I don't see space. I see the atmosphere.
So do you not believe in it?
No.
You don't believe in space?
Let me tell you how progress is made in the human world, young one.
Goodness.
If you're just gonna believe everything your ancestors told you, white people will still be colonial, racist, slave owners.
If we
That's
no.
no,
That's
hold up. Let me finish my statement so you don't misconstrue it, right? Because I'm not trying to attack. I'm just making a statement that you and I can both understand. If you just believe what people told you in the past based on their evidence, because you have to understand it, okay? When at some point, one people thought that another people were worthy to be slaves, they didn't just do it vaguely. They had for themselves what they thought was evidence, and so they were born and raised in that system. That's why I don't fault them at all. I don't think that black people should be angry at white people because they were the victims of the system. Ultimately, change came about, especially through white people. Many of them began to question the system in which they were born, and they discovered reality as it is, that these are people, not animals, not subhumans. That is how we learn. If we can't question what was established before we came and come to newer conclusions, how do we make progress? How do we innovate? You see, if you just assume that what you learn in school is the absolute truth, then you're a prime candidate for a job. You're going to go work a job. You're not going to make no progress. You're not going to add anything to the world other than what you found there. So I encourage you to question what you see around you. And if you see something that is different from what was pre-established, there's no harm in you holding
No,
a solid
absolutely.
position.
No. I totally agree with that. I totally agree that things can change, that your outlook can change. I absolutely do believe that. But until proven otherwise, there's nothing wrong with believing in something. Like you can
So,
obviously believe. No,
so
okay. You can believe that George Washington was the first president. But then if it gets proven otherwise, then sure, absolutely take other, like, but because we have other people telling us that he was, and because we have down and down and down and down the line of all of these people who are saying they saw him, they claimed to see him be the president, they saw him, write the declaration, everything like that. They saw everything happen. They claimed it. It went down generation to generation, and that's why we believe it, and that's why it's written down. That's why we know what we know. And until it's proven otherwise, sure, then you can change your mind. But you can absolutely believe in it.
Do you know why I don't encourage you to believe in it? For this simple reason. Do you act upon
George
your beliefs?
Washington? Why
Do
you don't
you
want me to believe that George Washington was the president?
not believe anything at all? Do you act upon your beliefs?
Do I act upon my beliefs? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good. So if I committed a crime, if I'm accused of committing the crime, would you believe that I committed a crime?
If you were accused,
Yeah.
if there was no evidence, I guess not, but that's a completely different situation.
What if there's evidence but it's questionable? Would you
If there's
believe?
evidence, but that's questionable,
Yeah.
I mean, if there's evidence, there's evidence. I mean, there could be a
Evi-
possibility that it was forged and that someone did it and tried to
right.
frame you.
So
But that would have to be
would you
proven.
then believe
But
that
that
I
would have to
committed
be
a crime?
most likely in that situation.
Okay, good. What happens when you act upon it and you mistreat me fairly, lock me up in jail for
I
40
wouldn't
years?
mistreat you in any way because I wouldn't have perfect evidence. I wouldn't mistreat you. I also
Well,
wouldn't mistreat someone who did a bad crime anyways because that's against my belief system.
but will you put them in jail?
Yeah,
Okay, good. 40 years later, they didn't commit the crime.
that does
There's
happen,
there's
unfortunately.
hardcore evidence. How do you feel about yourself at that point?
Probably crappy, but like I said, I wouldn't have
Listen to me.
mistreated them
Do you know why
anyway.
Christians
There's also
commit?
proven until okay.
It's
What?
innocent until proven
It's
guilty.
very. But see,
Listen,
when in one instance it's violent, in the other instance it's not violent.
sending someone to jail is violent. You know the things that
Yeah,
happen in
absolutely.
jail?
But me believing in my gospel isn't violent to you. Just because I read scriptures and I pray, it doesn't
No,
hurt you in any.
not if you act upon it.
That's not true. If
Okay.
I act upon my Bible,
If you act upon your Bible says do not be unequally yoked. That means you and I can fall in love. That means that you can't send your kids to school,
God says that love overcomes all sins and to love one another
and yet
with
the
all of your
same
mind,
Bible
soul.
says do not be unequally yoked. What does that mean?
Listen, you have to understand though, when I'm acting upon my Bible, what the Bible teaches me to do specifically, especially within the New Testament, is to love everybody, is to read my gospel and to pray and love my God with all of my heart, soul, and mind. That's what it tells me to do specifically.
So how do you deal with the verse that says do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers?
With unbelievers.
Yeah.
So let's break down the context. Do you know the scripture based? Do you know the exact scripture?
I can give it to you.
Perfect. And then we'll break it down.
Sure. You're gonna learn today.
I'm not gonna learn anything, dude. Because if
That's
it's in the
that's
Old
that's what the
Testament, it
person who is
automatically
learning says.
right. So if it is in the Old Testament though, it's automatically invalid.
then it's invalid that God doesn't change in the Old Testament, right?
It's not even change, it's that Jesus Christ died, and during those times the laws were different for the people, the Jewish people. They were completely different from what they are now in America.
I am
There were the
God,
laws depending of that
and there is
time.
none with me. I will never share my glory with anyone. That's what God says in the Old Testament. Are you saying that is invalid?
Repeat it one more time.
I am God, and there is none like me. There is none with me. I will never share my glory with anyone. That's what God says.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that true?
Yes, and I didn't say
That's
all
in,
of the
that's in the
Old
Old.
Testament. I said the laws. I said the laws within the Old Testament.
I wasn't talking about laws, but anyways,
You did say a law.
do not be unequally yoked. It's more like advice from Paul, I guess, or the Word of God, whatever you guys like to call it. 2 Corinthians 6.
All right, perfect. 1 second. 2 Corinthians. Give me 1 quick second.
The Holy Spirit is gonna come down on you today, Alyssa. You're gonna get a
Corinthians what?
revelation. 6.
2 Corinthians chapter 6.
Yes.
Is there a specific verse?
You want to read in context. You might as well start from the beginning, but it's verse
Do you want me
14.
to read, you want me to read the entire chapter for you?
Yes, but the verse that I'm really talking about is you said you want a context, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm saying, do you want me to read the whole chapter for you?
You might as well start from the whole chapter.
Sure. All right, absolutely. Okay, chapter 16.
We then, as workers together with him, beseech you also that ye receive not the grace of God in vain. For he saith, I have heard thee in the time accepted, and in the day of salvation have I secured thee. Behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. Giving no offense in anything, that the ministry be not blamed, but in all things approving ourselves as the ministers of God, in such patience, in afflictions, in necessities, and distresses, in stripes and imprisonments, in troublets and labors, in watchings and fastings, by pureness, by knowledge, by long suffering, by kindness, by the Holy Ghost, by love and mind. For the word of truth, by the power of God, by the armor of righteousness on the right hand and on the left, by honor and dishonor, by evil report and good report, as deceivers and yet true, as unknown and yet well known, as dying and behold we live, as chastised and not killed, as sorrowful yet alway rejoicing, as poor yet making many rich, as having nothing, and yet possessing all things. O ye Corinthians, our mouth is open unto you, our heart is enlarged. Ye are not straitened in us, but ye are straitened in your own bowels. Now for a recompense in the same I speak as unto my children, be ye also enlarged. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers, for what fellowship hath righteousness for unrighteousness? And what communion hath light with darkness? And what concord hath Christ from Belial? Or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? Sorry, I have the King James Version.
Infidel.
Yeah, thank you. And what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. As God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people.
You can stop
Wherefore,
there.
sure, yeah, absolutely.
Now, do you want to go back to 14 and then emphasize that again?
Yeah, absolutely. So throughout this whole chapter, he's talking about how like pure it is to follow him, right? And how it's important that we must love and have patience within things. And what he's referring to within that scripture is do not be like mixed upon people who are saying that this is not true, that they do not believe in this, that you should not be patient, that you should not be kind and not be loved, because they won't believe that. If they do not believe that you should be patient in times of distress, you will also fall in distress. That's what's going on in this.
So when he says, do not be yoked together with unbelievers.
Do ye not unequally yoked together.
Yeah, I'm reading the NIV. It says, for what do righteousness and wickedness have in common? Or what fellowship can light have with darkness? What harmony is there between Christ and Belial? Belial is like the devil. Or what does a believer have in common with an unbeliever? So you answer me. What does a believer have in common with an unbeliever?
They're both human and they're both children of God.
And yet Paul says, do not be yoked together with them. What does it mean to be yoked?
Sure. What it is, though, is what I'm telling you, is that Jesus also sat with sinners, first off, whether they believed in him or they didn't believe in him, but he loved them anyway.
But you're going out of the context of this. You're going out of the context of this.
No.
This
That's
chapter.
exactly what's going on. So what he's saying, though, is that we need to be patient. We need to be patient with unbelievers. We need to, when we go actually into it, as ministers of God in much patience and affliction and necessities and distresses. He's saying that we need to be patient with them, love them anyway. But also, if they're damning your beliefs and it's a completely not like they won't open their mind, and especially like right now, like you and I with like our belief system, we most likely wouldn't be able to sit and talk about this. And like, I couldn't, take you to church. I couldn't do that, which wouldn't, for my belief system, like me personally, I wouldn't be able to do that. I could never be in a relationship with someone who's a non-believer. I couldn't do it.
There you go. That was my original point. You're correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
So are
is
you trying
that is
my
the negative consequences. That is the negative consequences of Jesus. It separates humanity based on
Absolutely
belief.
not. Absolutely not. I think
If you're human, think about it. If you're human and I'm human, and the only difference is that I'm a Muslim and you're a Christian. I'm a Buddhist and you're a Christian. Hold on. I'm a Buddhist and you're a Christian. Why can't we be together? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we live
Well,
together?
we could be friends. We could absolutely be friends.
Why can't we build a family?
Why can we not build a family? I think it's different. I think I could probably be with a Muslim. I think it's different. We just
Hold up. You think you could be a Muslim as a Christian with a Muslim as a Christian?
Yeah, that's different. I think we both.
The Bible says anybody who denies, in the book of 1 John says, whoever does not acknowledge that Christ came in the flesh and that he died for our sins.
Correct.
That is the Antichrist.
Right.
It
My
says,
best friend, listen, but he also says to love everybody equally, even, hold on one second. One fast second, because I actually just marked this verse for someone else the
be
other
ye
day.
perfect, as your Father in heaven is perfect, for he allows his sun to shine above the good and the evil. That is why the
Right.
Bible
But he
is a
also says that
contradiction, Alyssa.
it's not a contradiction.
Listen, the teachings of Paul go contrary to the teachings of Jesus. Jesus did not tell you to not be yoked with unbelievers. As a matter of fact, he teaches you the opposite. He said you should be yoked with them. That's why he ate with sinners and drank with them. He was
Correct.
guilty by association. He led a woman who was known as a
He was
harlot.
guilty by association.
Yes, that's why the Pharisees condemned him. Religious people always condemn people based on beliefs. That's what religious people do. They separate
That's
themselves
not
based on beliefs.
true. No. That's not true. That just means that they aren't. If there's a Christian condemning people and being awful to people because they don't have the same belief system with them, then they're not actually a follower of Christ.
But why can you not perform your other human functions with your fellow human beings, even if you have different beliefs, completely different?
You can. You can talk to them. You can be friends with them. You can hang out with them. I'm just saying, me personally,
Can your
I
kids
couldn't
grow
be
up
in a
with their
relationship.
kids? Would you let your kids grow
Yeah,
up
of
with the kids of an
course.
atheist?
There's public schools, of course. They
So
could
you
be.
don't have a, will
I
you
said
have your
me personally, I could not. Me personally, I don't know about any other Christian. I said me personally, I could not do it.
and I'm using you as an example because the reason why you can't do it is because of your religion.
Correct. Yeah, and that's fine. I don't
Exactly.
think anything
And
wrong
that's
with
the
that. Okay.
problem. That's the problem that I have with your religion.
If
It
you
separates people.
if you as a realist, right, because you don't believe in God, right? You do not believe in God because of that.
I
Could
have
you
no
be with
reason
a
to
very
believe.
right? If you either right, perfect. But if you were in a relationship with someone who was on fire for Jesus all the time, talking about Jesus, reading her gospel, constantly doing things that only involve Jesus, could you be with that?
Of course. Why not?
You could. You could.
I was a Christian for 25 years, Alyssa. As you see, I'm not shy going
But
into the
I'm
Bible with
saying
you.
they're constantly at youth groups. They're all constantly talking about Jesus to you. They're constantly praying before dinner. They're constantly talking
You
about
want to know? You want to know one of the most beautiful things about my new achieved state of enlightenment? I don't own somebody. If I'm with
right.
you, you're free
Sure.
to live. I don't make rules and laws for you. I trust
Yeah,
that you
of course.
trust yourself to be yourself. The reason why we're together is because we found something in common that is beyond our
Sure.
beliefs. So
Sure.
as long as
Exactly.
that's
No. See, that's what I was saying about Muslims is we both found something in common that there's a higher power. The only difference that we have is that Jesus is God. They believe in
there
Allah.
you go.
They're very disciplined. And I said I could do that. I just said me personally, I couldn't be with an atheist. Just me personally. Doesn't mean every other Christian. I know tons of Christians that are with people who don't believe in God. It's just
Listen,
me personally.
but no one is on the pedestal right now other than you. So when I say Christian right now, I'm talking about you. I can't talk about someone that
Sure,
that
but
cannot
sure.
defend themselves. I'm talking about you, and I'm saying that
Perfect.
that decision that you've made is not isolated to just you, and that's the problem I have with your religion. Your religion is
That's not
anti-human.
true. That's not true. I know a lot of Christian friends that are totally in relationships with people who are atheists. It's just if I don't have something in common with someone, I like, especially that to extent, like I just couldn't be able to do that. That doesn't mean I
I
don't
cons
like them as
I
people,
con
but it just means I can't.
I consider those disobedient Christians. What fellowship does light have with
True.
darkness?
That's not true.
What fellowship does light have with darkness? An unbeliever doesn't have the same moral code as you, and they're gonna do things that go against Christ, right? They're gonna do things that are from the darkness, right?
Everybody does
So,
things against Christ. I do things against Christ all the time.
man, that means that Christ must not be in you.
You said what?
That must mean that you're not really a real Christian.
That's not true at all. Christ says that we all fall short of the glory of God.
Christ
We
doesn't say
all
that.
sin.
Christ doesn't say that.
Yeah, it says that in the Bible. Yes, it does.
It says that in
God
Romans
is
chapter
Jesus.
6, verse
Jesus is God.
23.
Jesus is God. God said it. Jesus is God.
Jesus
He
is
said.
God. Does that mean that God died on the cross?
That means the Son died on the cross. I believe.
But you said Jesus is God. That means God died,
Yeah,
right?
Jesus is God. Jesus is God. Jesus is
So that
God.
means that God died.
The Son died. I believe in the Trinity.
You can't
That's
just
a whole
change your
other
belief system to make it convenient. I understand that Jesus is the
No.
Son, but
That's been a that's I didn't create that. I did not create that. He
listen,
says clearly.
but it's still true, Lisa, that God died
No.
because the Son is God, right?
Sure, in the flesh. In the flesh.
It don't matter to me what it is. It's God.
Well, the point is, what I'm trying to get across to you is that it's different for every single person. There's some things that people like. Some people think that they like the whole, the whole debate blonde brunette thing. The whole freaking, like, if some people are not gonna want a girl who goes out and parties all the time because they just don't like that. Some people don't care. It's just a simple thing that people
So,
like
so,
within
so
people.
let me say something to you. Okay. These are the foundations of my character: love, peace, joy, kindness, gentleness, patience, faithfulness, self control.
You said those are your character?
Those are the foundations of my character. So I follow no
That's
laws.
great. That's great. That's amazing.
But I don't believe that Jesus is God, and I think the Bible is trash.
That's fine. That's all right. I'm not forcing you to believe in it.
Okay, good. So since those,
Jesus also
let's
says,
let's
Jesus
let's
also says
assume.
that if someone, wait, Jesus also says that if someone doesn't want to hear the gospel, if someone doesn't want to hear it and you keep trying to share it with them, he says to like dust off your boots and go, to leave it.
Now Jesus didn't say that to you.
No, in the gospel. It's
Yeah,
in the gospel.
and if you really within context, it's not talking to you, it's talking to the disciples.
Correct. But in
And
general, like,
you can't just always assume. When we read the Bible, we read stories. If someone is saying something to someone in the story within the context of that specific situation that's taking place in the story, you can't just insert yourself in it.
we're
He
supposed to
was
learn from it. I'm not inserting I didn't say Jesus told me that. I said it's in the gospel.
right. You're supposed to learn from it, but circumstances change. So Jesus wasn't giving them an absolute. He was just telling them what to do in that specific situation.
Correct. Circumstances change, especially within the Old Testament and the New Testament. But
Right.
we can also, if he told his disciples something, it's for a good reason because Jesus Christ was perfect.
Because they were living in Jerusalem at that time. You don't live in Jerusalem. They were living in
Correct,
Israel
but
at that time, right?
correct. But
But you
I'm a
don't live
follower.
in that time, right? So you don't need to shake
Correct.
off the dust off your feet. You need to be persistent, right?
That's not true. That's disrespectful.
What is disrespectful?
If someone doesn't want to hear your religion and they don't want to believe in it, you don't force it upon them. That's immoral.
But that's not religion. Was Jesus sending his disciples to go and spread their religion?
Did he? Yeah, at the time.
Oh, so Jesus.
But
So it's
he
not about
also,
relationship. Hold up.
but
So it's
he
not about
also
relationship. It is about
disciples.
religion, right? So you agree with me now that it's not about relationship, it's about religion. Because Jesus
No,
was
it's
sending
not
his
about religion.
disciples to
It's
go
not
and
about
spread
religion.
religion and not relationship.
Well, okay. In that context, it was a relationship.
Oh, come on. Lisa, you're playing games with me.
Do you want me to be absolutely? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I'm telling you that
No, I get
he was
you.
telling his disciples, to spread the word, of Christ, to spread his, his love and everything. But also, he says if someone doesn't want to hear it constantly, to shut it down. And we take that too. We get told to spread the gospel. But if someone, wants to shut it down and stuff, just to walk away from it. You don't have to force someone to believe anything. That's not fair in any context. If someone comes up to me and they're like, say like Mormons, for example, if I have some missionaries at my door and they're like, oh, like, here, take a book of Mormon. And if I say, oh, I'm all right, thank you, and I shut it down because I don't want anything to do with
I'm going to
it, they
step
can
away for 1 second, please.
oh, good. Oh, goodness. This is great. I didn't lose the argument on needs and wants. They are very different. And that's not true. Jesus loves everybody. He doesn't love me more than anyone. He doesn't love anyone more than anyone. Guys, this isn't a loss. We're not having a debate. We already said it was a discussion. I'm not trying to convince him to be Christian. He's not trying to convince me to not be a Christian. We're just talking about it. So I didn't lose anything and he did not lose anything. Like, I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Lisa,
Yes.
do you know why I've spoken to you for so long?
What?
Because you demonstrated a sense of respect at the beginning and you've maintained it. Do you know that most Christians that come up on my show, I end up fighting with them? Like literally, I haven't even insulted you once.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate. No, I appreciate your response.
You shouldn't appreciate it. Do you know why?
Why?
Because it was your character, not me. If it
Well,
was up
so
to me, no, listen, to be honest, don't give me no credit. Most religious people that come to my show, like they're so emotionally unstable. All I have to do is just keep throwing realistic, truthful insults. For example, if you say something foolish, I just say it's foolish. Like, literally, right? And they're so easily triggered. But at the age of 19, with a mind as calm as yours, I seriously question how much longer you're going to remain a Christian. I think circumstances, perhaps your upbringing, were you raised a Christian?
I was not, no, actually.
When did you give your life to Christ?
I would say I started reading the gospel. I was baptized at like 14, but I knew of Christ before that, and I started truly giving my life to him a few years ago.
You see, let me tell you, if you should lose your religion and lose all those things, don't lose the character, okay? Don't lose the ability to understand people and be kind to people, even those people who disagree with you. And I know you're promoting love, but I'll teach you of a virtue that is greater than love, kindness. Go on a journey and find out what kindness really is. You realize that all those things that you read in the Bible are actually more practical if you understood what it means to be kind more than just love. Because I've noticed that love usually comes with hate. When you love something, you usually end up hating the opposite. And young people don't understand that because they haven't gained mastery over their emotions yet. So when they find themselves like not being able to exhibit that love that they read in those books, they begin to think something is wrong with them. It leads to depression, doubt, and all that stuff. But kindness doesn't require that you feel anything like personal, like you gain anything from what you're feeling, right? Kindness is just, it's always going to be based on who you are. So literally, you could meet Hitler in the street and it wouldn't even matter to you if it was Mother Teresa or Hitler. It wouldn't matter. I mean, like at all. Like you wouldn't even notice the fact that it was that because you just have like one way of seeing human beings. When I see the world, let me tell you, as a realist, how I see the world. It's me and it's everybody else. Like literally, everybody else just standing on the same line, just clones of each other. So
Absolutely.
I won't treat you personally in my life any different than how I would treat somebody else in terms of what governs my sense of morality. You know, that means I don't need God to reward me for being a good person. I don't need to be
No,
rewarded for being a good
absolutely.
person.
Yeah, no, 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 no. I don't want to be rewarded by God. I want to say as well, if you would have met me years ago, and even now, I still struggle with it. But I've been getting better every single day. I get frustrated easily. I got angry really easily. I judge really, really fast. And
I saw symptoms of that when we were talking about the needs and
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
wants.
And
But you,
I do
but
work on it.
you listen.
But
Congratulations. If you're saying that you were worse than what you were today, that means you have a lot of self control now than you had before. Because what was going on there was it needed self control. Self control was the virtue that was necessary to deal with that specific part of the conversation. And though you weren't able to necessarily hang in it too much, you eventually mastered yourself. You're the master
right,
of
but it wasn't
yourself.
me. It wasn't me. I genuinely, wholeheartedly give all glory to God. I think throughout, for
This,
me
this,
personally,
did
no,
God
listen,
ask you?
for me
God didn't ask you to
personally,
give him glory right now.
no, but what I'm saying though, what I'm saying is throughout, like for me personally, my journey has simply been through my walk with Christ. I don't know, it can be different for every single person, but for me personally, the only reason why I have found time to calm down and to control myself and to bring peace within myself is because of this gospel that I have right in front of me. So I truly, 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 truly give all glory to my God.
You know what I think? And what you will soon realize, and I hope you do before it's too late.
Sure.
You're only like that because of every experience you've had since the day you were born. It has nothing to do with any specific aspect of your life. It's a combination. In fact, what you are right now is when you take every decision you made since you were old to make decisions, you put them together. That means you've made the right decision every time till now. Even when you made decisions that people thought were bad decisions. Those
Wait,
decisions
wait,
were,
wait.
were necessary to teach you and lead you
Yeah,
down the
yeah,
path that you are right now. Listen,
absolutely.
when you're driving down the highway, you cannot get to exit 36 without passing exit 35. Exit 35 is a horrible place where people do all kinds of horrible things, but you went through it. Somebody else was like, I'm just gonna fly and drop through a parachute. Well, good for them. You see, you're not here because of your relationship with Christ. You're here because of your relationship with literally every single person you ever met, every single idea you ever thought of, every single mistake you ever made, and every single lesson you ever learned. That's the combination of what has built the character of this entity that I'm talking to right now.
Right. No, and I definitely think I've been through a lot growing up. There's a lot of things that I've had to work through trauma wise. There's a lot of things that I haven't been able to see um, of why I could possibly go through these things. And I do know now, absolutely, the things that we go through, they definitely have an effect on us. They build our character for everybody. And I just mean like the thoughts that I've placed in my head, the calmness that I have found personally has been within when I took a step back and found a religion that made the most sense to my mind and that had the best morals for me personally. And so like the gospel has definitely brought me a lot of calmness, but there's also other things that have helped as well. I mean, I've met tons of friends that have helped me so much and helped me grow into who I am. Teachers or my therapist, anything like that, they've all helped me a lot. But one of those main things has also been my religion. So,
No, I have no doubt that it's also been your religion. You see, today I'm not a Christian, right? I was a Christian for most of my life. I usually say 25 years. And some people come on my program and they see the way I talk. So like some people, especially some pastors, right? So but some Bible thumpers, they just assume that, oh, he's hurt, blah, 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 blah. So they end up jumping into the Bible with me and then I whoop their ass. Because let me tell you something about the Bible. In fact, I'll tell you my story, right? So if you ever encounter this on your journey, you're not
Yeah.
surprised with yourself. First of all, I
I
never
appreciate.
left my religion because of anything personal. It was never personal. For me, it was just purely knowledge and truth. See, one of the best things that living my religion taught me about myself is that I've always had integrity. Integrity means I will stand with what's true regardless. So I just need to be able to understand the standard of what makes something true. I learned that truth is not because you believe it. Truth is independent of belief and opinion. When something is true, it remains so. It is observable, it is consistent, and it produces the same results every time. And if circumstances change, the results will also be consistent with that change, right? It doesn't even require faith. It doesn't require acknowledgement. It simply needs to be observed. And when people observe the truth, they then get to make the decisions of what they would do with that truth. Now, when I was a Christian, I was fire and brimstone, especially in the early years of my life. Raised as a Pentecostal. I was born in Cameroon, and at the age of 15, I moved to America. Most of the time in Cameroon, I often had that nickname, Pastor, because when other kids were reading biology, physics, and chemistry, I was always in the Bible. So anytime the conversation came up, yup, you could count on Bakanga. This was the guy, the preacher. When I came to America, it was a little slightly of a culture shock because I realized that, dang, if I was to judge these people by the standard of Christianity that we were practicing back home, they're all going to hell. Like, none of them are going to go to heaven, right? There's this different brand of Christianity. And not only a different brand, but well organized. And it's very, very, very separated and polarized. You could walk down the street in America, you see 7 churches that don't talk to each other, and yet they're all claiming that they're going to heaven. Most of the time, you go into those churches and they preach against each other, against the doctrines against each other. So I just decided that I'm going to attend all of them. I spend enough time in every church to learn the ways of those people. Fundamentally, outside of the religion and the beliefs, they were always nice people, to be honest. Like, church people have done so many nice things for me just because of their humanity. Because ultimately, they're human, right? You don't lose your humanity by becoming a Christian or a Muslim or whatever. So there's always that kindness. And even within the confines of those places, I could see the gossiping, the hatred, their fault and their mistake. But it's no different than what you see if you go to any other social club. So I don't hold that against them. What I do hold against them is simply the fact that they think that they're more righteous than other people who are not, when indeed they just have a different brand of a human ideology. So when I was done going through all the religions that I could, all the churches that I could, and every brand of it, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, I used to be a musician. As you can see, there's a piano behind me.
I'm a musician too. That's really cool.
Oh, you're a musician. Hey, music is just a language, man. You can't put it into words. It's just
Amen. Yeah,
yeah,
it's amazing.
yeah. Lekete. I say lekete. I don't say amen. Lekete means it is what it is. Anyways, I eventually got to that point where I realized that I have judged and condemned just about every religion by the Bible standard, and none of them have passed. The only thing that was left for me to judge and condemn was what I actually believed. I had never held myself to the same standard that I held the Muslims, the Presbyterian, the Baptists, all these Christians that I thought that, man, they're all going to go to hell. Then I looked at what I believed as a Christian, what I thought was the true Christianity. Man, it began by reading the Bible with the chapters and verses, right? Actually, it began when I was reading the book of John one day, 1 John. My brethren, do not believe every spirit, for not every spirit is from God.
Amen. Yeah.
Check this out. When this verse was being written, there was no canon of scripture. And the people in the scripture are not the one who decided what the canon of scripture would be. That thought went through my mind. So I realized that, holy shit, is it possible that some false spirit could have came back later and created a canon and mixed in things that were not true along with what was true. Because when John was writing this, he didn't have 66 books spread out in front of him. So I need to judge this book that I'm reading by the same standard I judge the Quran, the Mahabharata, the Shinto
Well, see,
scriptures,
what
and
he
all the
meant by
other
that,
books.
what he meant by that though is like other point of views and stuff. So like even during then though, there were different belief systems for different things. Like people thought different things, and
Uh,
like not
you're
everything is from God. You need
you're
to
correct.
like
You're correct.
yeah.
So there's a possibility that not every book in the Bible is from God because we're written by different people. No. Listen, when John made that statement, like I said, he did not have 66 books spread out in front of him. He wasn't talking from the context of the Bible that I'm holding in my hand. The Bible that I'm holding in my hand clearly came after. I need to judge that book by the standard that John gave and make sure it passes. When I did, it failed. And I was now battling with, do I ignore that and just believe by faith that there's no way? Or do I take what John said for what John said? Because if the Bible is not the word of God, it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. When I thought that thought, it gave me peace to continue to examine. And even if the whole Bible was false, it doesn't mean that Jesus is not Jesus. I thought that thought. So I became even more critical. I read it without chapters and verses. I read different translations. And the one thing that I noticed that was consistent in my religion of Christianity is that Christianity is the most confused religion in the world. And if God said he was not the author of confusion, either the Bible and Christianity is a false religion or God is a liar. I wasn't willing to accept that God was a liar at that point, but it was easy for me to realize that Christianity was a false religion. So I was like, well,
Let me
if
let
God
me
is,
let me tell you one quick thing though, brother.
go ahead.
There's a thing that I've had to learn throughout my relationship with Christ, which is are you vaping?
I am vaping.
Me. That's so me. All right. Anyway,
That's so you.
that's so me, but I got it right next to me. Anyway,
It's
I
all
thought I
good.
heard.
It's all
Anyway,
good.
yeah, something that I've had to learn with my walk and my religion is that Christ didn't come to start a religion, right? Because that's why there's so many denominations, and I mean, there's so many churches that will sit there and tell you this is the only church, this is the only true church, and if you don't follow this church in specific, you will be going to hell. And I know that Christ did not come to start a religion; that he came to start a relationship. So that brought me clarity. I know you're not a Christian anymore, but I went through something kind of similar within a little bit of that aspect, and I just simply, just realized that a lot of these denominations, a lot of these Christians that do act, like they're better than you just because that they have a different belief system that they believe gives them morals that you don't, which all humans have morals. All humans have a belief system, whether or not they believe in a God. But no, they are not better than anyone else. And that's when it kind of got me too, is I was like, why are all these Christians, telling me that this is the only true church? And then I sat back and I prayed about it and I prayed about it and I prayed about it. And there was one friend who sat in front of me and she was like, Alyssa, I don't follow a religion. I don't follow a church. I don't follow a denomination. And she was like, I just follow Christ. And that was it. And that changed my whole mindset on things because like I said, I told
You
you
know what that means?
what?
That means what you just said right now means that Christianity and the Bible could be a lie, and you can still follow Christ. Listen
I said
carefully.
that
Listen carefully. Listen
the
carefully.
churches could be a lie.
Do you think it's possible that you can follow Christ even if the Bible and Christianity is all false?
Is half-ass? Is that what you
Do you,
said?
no, do you think it's possible that you could still have a relationship with Christ even if the Bible and Christianity is false?
I think parts of Christianity are false. I don't believe that the gospel is false.
You
So,
don't put new wine in an old garment. That's what your Bible says.
you said what?
You don't put new wine when you brew new wine. You don't put it in an old animal
Correct.
skin bag, right?
Correct.
So Christianity is either true or it's false. If it's false, can you still have a relationship with
Well,
Christ?
the thing is though is that there's a lot of different denominations that believe different things within Christianity. Christianity is like an umbrella.
There's no way to know which one is the true one, though. That's where the
Correct.
confusion
Absolutely
comes.
correct. No,
That's where the
absolutely
confusion
correct.
comes.
You're absolutely correct. I totally agree with you, which is what I was just saying. You don't know which denomination is absolutely true, which is why I consider myself a non-denominational Christian because, like I said, I don't follow a specific church, and I follow just Christ alone, which is why I believe that the gospel is true. I believe that Jesus Christ died. I believe that he resurrected, ascended into heaven, but I don't believe in a specific church because they all do teach different things, and they say that that's the only true church, and they all do believe that they're more righteous than everyone else, and I don't believe that at all because Jesus Christ says that we were all created equal. We know that God loves everybody. He loves absolutely everyone, and that no man is above another. So yeah, no, I don't believe that at all. I do believe that Jesus Christ is the only true way when it comes to Christianity, not the church.
Do you have a personal relationship with Jesus?
Absolutely, I do.
Do you have a personal relationship with the Bible?
I don't think you can have a relationship with the Bible. I think you can read the gospel and adore it
Okay.
and share.
So if I threw away the Bible, threw away Christianity, you can still have a personal relationship with Jesus, right?
Yeah, but no one's going to throw away
Start
the
from
Bible.
there. Start from there.
But I'd have to already
Listen.
read the Bible, or else I wouldn't have known
Listen.
of Jesus Christ.
Of course. Sometimes you have to know what's false to distinguish between what's true, right? Listen, if you can find the courage within yourself to start from there, listen, you know what though? Honestly, I probably shouldn't do this to you because it's not for the faint of heart. Sometimes it's just better to be ignorant and blissful than to know the truth because the real truth is a heavy burden. And the
Do you know
sacrifice,
heaven is the truth, though?
the
You can't
sacrifice
say-
necessary to do what I do. Do you understand what I lost to say that God doesn't exist? It's from the perspective of any
You
like,
don't know that's true, though. You don't know that's true because you don't have any evidence pointing to whether or not he is true or he's not true. So
oh,
you
I
can't
have
say.
I have plenty of evidence.
So you do know for a fact that there absolutely is nothing that
Yes,
created it.
yes,
You know for an absolute
yes.
fact.
And I'm telling you something. You have never tasted peace than to not be seduced by hope. Listen, when you're a person that cannot be seduced by hope and who is not intimidated by fear,
I'm not feared at all.
when your weapon is the truth that you can actually put to practice and not truth that you promote by faith, you become like me. There's an arrogance in my character when I speak that provokes people to anger. I have the ability to do everything I say out of my mouth in terms of my character, and I make no excuses. Rather, the Christian, the believer, he's always got a caveat for why he cannot practice what he preaches. I walk on a narrow path. I can only take one step at a time. There's no one to my left, no one to my right, no one in front of me, no one behind me. I have that complete understanding. I am responsible. I am responsible for every decision I make. I am responsible for the consequences of my decision.
You're responsible for everything.
Listen,
Everybody's
listen.
responsible for their own actions.
That's not true. Christians are not responsible for their actions. They have
No, it is.
relinquished the responsibility for their actions on Jesus. That's why you believe Jesus died for you. What did he die for?
Well, no. We believe that we personally are sinful. We absolutely are sinful. We need to we will be judged based off of the choices that we make. But we are able to ask for forgiveness and truly repent, because you can ask for forgiveness and not repent, which you know
Ask
is
forgiveness
changing
from
the
whom?
actions of
Ask forgiveness from whom? The person you
From
offended
God.
or a God whom you can't see?
From both. From both.
Okay, check this out. If God did not come up and personally tell me that I've offended him, I'm not compelled to believe what anybody says with their mouth or writes in a book. Now, if I offend you, Elisa, by my own standard of living, I ought to come and ask you for forgiveness. Not for you, for me. Because carrying the burden of guilt, it's a heavy burden. It makes no sense for me to go around carrying a heavy burden when I can just lay it down at the feet of the person that I offended. Now, if somebody offends me, carrying that anger, that hatred, that resentment is also a heavy burden. So for me and my realistic view of life, there's no need to carry that type of emotional baggage. So it's best I lay it down and I let it go.
Correct. Absolutely.
So,
But I also think
but
both ways.
it's
I
not
think both ways.
rationalized. It's not rationalized based on sin or not. Now, check this out. If I was in a situation where I had to sin, where I had to survive, there is no limit to what I would do. Means there's no law that I will follow, and there's no law that will stop me. What I need to do to survive, I will do to survive, regardless of who I have to take out or what I have to do. My morality doesn't stop me, does not hinge my ability to survive. But in times of peace and calm, any conflict that I can solve with words, I thrive to do that. But I don't pretend, right? Like in Texas, God-loving people until you step on their property. he step on your property and the gun goes off. You know what I'm saying? It was like, hey man,
See,
I
you can't put Christian, you can't like take how a specific Christian acts and put onto the religion. And also with the whole, like, yeah, absolutely. I want to forgive someone so I can release that burden off myself. But I also know that that person is another person. They have a lot of stuff going on, and I want to also forgive them so they can feel relieved as well. I think it's a two-parter, not just for myself because that would be selfish on my account.
oh, I'm gonna teach you something, Alyssa. Forgiveness is not always received when given. And if you consider that person's state while giving forgiveness, if they refuse to accept your forgiveness, you might misconstrue that as ingratitude, and that becomes an even more heavy burden on you. So when
That's
you're
not
forgiving,
that's not at all.
when you're forgiving, it's an unconditional gift. You understand? There's no condition. It means you're not thinking about them. You're giving it because you can, not because you expect them to be better or feel better. If you put a condition and that condition is not met, you're gonna feel a sense of ungratefulness. The same thing as if someone gives you forgiveness, they don't have to be genuine, but you can receive that forgiveness nonetheless,
But
right?
see, if someone says they don't forgive me though, it's like if someone sits there and tells me like I don't forgive you for what you did to me, Alyssa, it really hurt me. I'm gonna have to stand there and evaluate the situation, right? And my first thing would be like, okay, I did what I could. I tried. I asked for forgiveness. I found that peace within myself because I did what I could in that given moment, and it's not up to me at that point. It's not up to me whether or not they forgave me. So at that point, I just have to move on. I did what I could, and
There
it's
you go. Do you
no,
know
there's no.
why? You went to
Why?
court. You went to court. You went to the court to pay your debt, and you paid your
Absolutely.
debt. Not because
Mm-hmm.
you want the system to build roads. No, you pay your debt because you owed it. You understand? If you're thinking about the system, oh, the system needs to be fixed. There are potholes in the hole on the streets. There's homeless people. Let me go and pay my ticket so the government can use it to take care of people because that's a good thing. What happens when the government takes your money and pays the cartel? Then you begin to feel like, oh man, our taxpayer money is going to funding the war in Ukraine.
This
Nah,
isn't. I feel like these aren't really good comparisons. I feel like
they're
they're
good
very.
comparisons because if I offend you, I owe you a debt. I owe you a debt if I offend you. That's why I come to ask for forgiveness, right? It's a loan. You ask for forgiveness for a loan, right? I borrowed your kindness and I returned it with something that's not kind. So I'm coming to repay my debt because that's my responsibility. I don't care what you do with it when I pay it. You choose to take it and throw it away. That's you. Everybody's responsible for their own character. I would never, never, never assume that I'm responsible for somebody else's character. No, I don't need to set any preconditions for why I need to come and ask for forgiveness other than the fact that it's my responsibility. I don't need to
Well,
be
yeah, I
self-righteous
think
about it.
though.
I don't need to be
I feel like
self-righteous. I
here's
don't
the thing.
I don't need to
I think it's
exaggerate
selfish,
it.
but I think it's selfish in a way to only want to apologize so the burden is relieved off of yourself. Because I think you should have other people in mind of like how they feel, how it's gonna make them feel if you go and apologize to them. Like it's going to be, if my friend and I get into a huge fight and she says something really awful, it would break my heart knowing that she only came to apologize to me because it would make her feel better. Because
There you
and
go.
at the end of the day,
You
she hurt my feelings. So it also needs to affect me. I need to be able to accept that forgiveness and understand that she truly is sorry.
it will break your heart, right?
Absolutely, which is why when I said you can't, which is what I'm saying, it'd be selfish to only want to release the burden off of yourself and
Let
that you
me
should
tell you
have other
something.
people in mind.
Let me tell you something about my heart. My heart is so safe, no one can break it. It's impossible to break my heart because my heart is my heart. My heart supplies life to me. My heart doesn't give you life. You have your own heart. I need to be able to respect that. So, how can you break my heart? You can't. No offense that I commit against you will break my heart, and no offense you commit against me will break my heart. But I understand the principle of discipline. I understand the principle of responsibility. I understand healthcare, self-care. So it's not so much selfish as much as it's self-care. You need to respect that person enough to know that they know what's best for them. The moment you begin to set expectations for them, you're going to get your heart broken because you thought at some point in time that your actions by some means were supposed to dictate what to how they're supposed to live their life, right? That is why most religious people fail in relationships. You understand? Relationship, relate. You're looking for what you have in common. And it's okay if you don't have everything in common, but you're never going to have everything in common. That's the nature of life. Alyssa, you are young, you're smart, you are wise. If you live your life based on expectations that other people have set for you, when you fail to meet them, those people will separate themselves from you and they will take a piece of your heart away with them. If you set expectations for people that they cannot live up to, every time they don't live up to it, they will break your heart. Your heart will not be safe. Your heart is safe. True peace of mind. It's called peace of mind.
Right.
Peace
I don't also
of
though,
mind.
I don't do things because of the expectations that other people have for me. The only expectations, if that's what you're talking about, like more of a biblical point of view, the only ones that I do follow my gospels ones because I believe them to be true. Everything that I've read within my gospel, especially within the New Testament, is things that I would like to follow because I believe that it makes me a good person and that it makes me more peaceful and that it makes other people want to be around me, and I think it creates a good energy. I think that the things that I follow, I want to follow. Even if I wasn't a Christian, I would absolutely want to follow all the things that I do right now.
Because discipline and conduct is common to all men. Some of the good things that you say in the Bible, they can be found all around the world. In fact, they can be found in your own life experiences, independent of anything to do with Christianity or Christ. You can learn how to be
Yeah,
self-disciplined, how to be
absolutely.
loving, kind, faithful,
Yeah,
simply through
absolutely.
human experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone can be a good person and not believe in God whatsoever. I absolutely do think that. I don't think that I need these scriptures to be a good person. I think I need Christ because I love his relationship, because at the end of the day, that's the only person that I can depend on. It's not because I think that I can only be good through Christ. I don't think that's true at all.
Now that
I
you
don't that I also think, once again, like I said, you seem like a very knowledgeable man. You seem very sweet. You've been respected this whole time and you don't believe in God. You didn't need Jesus Christ to become this way. I think that
I've told you how I became this way. Right now,
exactly
I'm not
what I'm
being me. I'm treating you like
absolutely
you're treating me.
Right, but
Literally.
what I'm telling you is that I don't need Christianity to be a good person. I think I need Christianity for other reasons, but that's not it. I think people can attempt to be good without being religious. So,
So check this out. Now that you said it right, I think we can transition. Because I don't mind talking to just you for the rest of my show. Our conversation has been pretty insightful. I rarely run into Christians that have self control and people that I can disagree with as blatantly as I disagree with you and still have a productive conversation. So there's no harm. But you feel free. Anytime that you want to go, you can go. As far as I'm
yeah,
concerned, as long as you can talk, I'm going to talk. Right? So check this out. How do you have relationship with someone that you can only imagine? Explain that to us, please. Tell us how you do it.
absolutely. Me personally, I think prayer is one of my biggest things, and through what the gospel teaches is the Holy Spirit. I feel comforted when I pray. I feel comforted when I read my gospel, and that's how I know that I'm building a relationship with him. It's different for other people though, because I mean, God speaks to other people in different ways, but for me, it's just simply giving my time to him, and that's where I find peace within it. So when I talk to God, when I talk to him, or just rant to him and everything, I have that peace knowing that he is my personal best friend, and that like I said, he does comfort me through the Holy Spirit. So
So you're saying to me, Elisa, that your best friend is imaginary?
he's not imaginary, no. He's omnipresent.
What do you mean by omnipresent?
He's outside of space and time, but he's
The
very
only
much real. He's
just
very much alive.
I might be wrong, but something that's outside space of time means that it is nowhere, made of nothing,
Not true.
doing nothing at no time. That's what time is. Time is a point, right? At some point in
Time.
time. That's what time
Yeah,
is, right? So, like
right.
means yes.
So
And then
yes,
space
omnipresent though.
means somewhere, and then matter means something. So if you're
Correct, but
saying that he's outside space, time, and matter, that means that there is no space where he is because it's outside of space. There is no
no,
time
but
when he is.
that's not the biblical belief though. We believe that Jesus Christ is in heaven preparing a place for us, and heaven is outside of space and time, but he is in a place. It's a very much real place.
Heaven is outside space and time. So is there space there?
Is there a space there? I haven't been to
Yeah, like
heaven.
you cannot put something somewhere where there's nowhere to put it, right? If you put
Well,
something
that's why,
somewhere, that's space.
right. Correct, but we're also the creator of the universe created it. So, I mean, I can't tell you. Obviously, heaven's not in
Where
this direct space and time, but this direct space and time was created by God Himself, so we can create another space.
well, that will still make it space.
Yeah, but outside of this space and time, the one that we find in our knowledge, the one that we
Oh,
actually
there could
know.
be multiple space and times. It still is space and time.
Sure, but it's not in this space and time then. Let me fix that then.
So this space, what's the difference between this space and that space?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have an exact answer for you other than the fact that it's not like obviously in this universe or these galaxies and stuff like that, that it's outside of that.
Have you ever been to that space at any point in time?
I have not, no.
So that space to you right now, it might exist, but for you right now, you have to imagine it, right?
Well, it also
Imagine what
gives
it's like.
there's also a description of it within the gospel.
Oh, what is it described as? Tell me, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know like detail for detail, but basically the summary of it is that there's gonna be like pearl gates. There's mansions for every single person, but there's like golden walkways and bricks. That it's with Jesus Christ, and that it's not like this earth. That's what I know.
Alyssa, you're so smart. I think that you're smart enough to identify a scam.
Spam. That's crazy.
Listen, if you come and sell me a business and the results I'm gonna get is like a city with golden streets, golden mansions for everybody, and you tell me it's as easy to just believe, that's it. Bro, I'm gonna suspect you for something, man. Like you hiding something.
Right, correct. But that's the thing. That's the thing is that we know that humans that will give you a scam, and it says this in the gospel, humans, there are thieves. It says actually within the gospel, it says, do not focus on the treasures in the world, right? You need to focus on your heart and in your soul, because in this world, there are thieves and robbers and liars where they can take your stuff, where there can be scams. But with Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, within heaven, there are no thieves, there are no robbers, there are no stealers. So your treasures will be unimaginable there. He already guarantees it. He says if you focus on your heart and soul within this life and not on the money around you, not on the fame, not on the things that are worldly temptations like, alcohol, drugs, stuff like that. If you just focus on your heart and your soul, you will have unimaginable treasures. That's what it is. It's
Why
like,
do
so
you
it's
need
not a scam if
why
it's from the
why
Creator who promises you that.
why do you
Because
need a
God's
house
perfect
in
wisdom.
heaven? Why do you
So
need a house in heaven? Does it
because
rain
it's
there?
eternity. No, it's eternity. So it's a
Does it
home.
does it rain there?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
Why does everybody have their own mansion? Why can't you just have one mansion for everybody?
Because it's like you're like you get your own place, you get a home.
In heaven.
Like correct, yeah.
You,
Because it's
you,
for
get-
you're
you got
you're
your
there
own
for
isolated
eternity.
space.
Yeah, you're there for eternity. I mean, hopefully heaven will be crowded. Won't you want your own little sanctuary? Would you be stressed out all the time or anything? Would you just want to be in your, so you can sleep and chill? It's
If I was
eternity.
if heaven was real
It's
and I wanted to be
eternity.
anywhere in heaven, I want to be sitting on the throne
The
all the time.
throne
Why else?
on the
Where else?
throne
Where else will you want to be? Isn't God always seated on the throne?
with Jesus. You'd want to be with Jesus.
Yeah, on the throne all the time.
Not
Never
on
leave.
that's
I don't need a
no,
mansion. I just let me sit on the throne, buddy. Like, oh Lord, like respectfully,
no.
be like, hey Lord, let me sit right here. Why will I need a mansion? Why will I need pearly gates? I mean, why do you need flashy stuff in heaven?
No, you don't need it at all. I think if there was an eternity where it was just simply just Jesus, I mean, I would totally be okay with that too. It's just what he promised. It's not
Do
like
you
I
do,
only
do
go.
you think that maybe the reason why the promise of pearly gates, golden streets, is because pearly gates and golden streets are part of the greed of man. That's what every poor person desires, anyways. So to sell them a dream, you should
The thing
sell
is,
them
it's all material that God created in the first place. So why wouldn't he create it again?
Okay, so why is it bad to have it here, but in heaven
It's
it's
not
not
bad to
bad?
have it here. No. It's not bad to have it here. He said, do not idolize it. Do not make it your God. To focus on your heart and your soul.
How can you make it your God?
If you worship something and you idolize it, like money, for example, that becomes your God. That becomes what you chase and worship all the time. That becomes your biggest.
How
Your
can
biggest.
money all of a sudden just become your God? Like,
Yeah, no. It's more of a metaphor, as in like you're chasing it all the time. You want more and more and more. You worship it, in a sense.
how do you worship money?
You worship money by making it your life goal to get more and more and more and more and more.
I mean, isn't money a good thing?
Absolutely, it helps us survive.
Can't
But
you
when
do
you
good things?
idolize it,
Why,
when
why
you
can't
idolize
you?
it, it's a problem. You can idolize a lot of things. If you
What if I
you
want?
can be good and not become idolized and become bad.
What if I want to keep making money, a lot of money, so I can keep doing good things? Is that bad?
You said you want to keep making money so you can
Yeah, like I chase
like in
money,
what
like
sense?
I chase money like a dog chases a bone, so I can use the money to take care of all my African people.
If you're using it to help other people, that's what God asks.
So it doesn't matter how much I'm chasing or how much
No,
attention I
but
give it, as long as
but
I
if
want it for good things, right?
well, then you're not idolizing it. If you're idolizing it, you're doing it for yourself. You're worshiping it yourself. You're wanting to go grab it for yourself. You're being selfish with it. When
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
worshiping something, it becomes a relationship.
when
It
I
becomes like
get it, it's gonna be mine first. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna enjoy knowing that I have it. Then I'll give it away because I'm awesome.
right. Well, that's exactly what God calls us to do is to help other people. So that'd be a good thing. Absolutely.
So
That's
there's
not
nothing.
idolizing
So there's
money.
nothing wrong with idolizing money.
No, that's not true.
What if I'm idolizing money for a good reason?
You're not idolizing it then, though, if you're giving it all away. You're idolizing it if you're keeping it all to yourself and you're being selfish and you're just getting more and more and more. It becomes a problem. It becomes,
What?
it's not just money. It can become anything. If you idolize anything out of, our God, then it becomes automatically a problem.
Have
If
you
you're
realized that Christians idolize the Bible?
because it's the word of God. It says the
But you
word
don't
was
know
God.
that. You don't know that too. Like
It
if
says that
you're a
in Genesis.
person, if you're really, yeah,
It
the
says
person
that in
who the
Genesis.
person who wrote the Bible could have just lied
Very much, maybe, but I have faith that it wasn't.
because they're human.
Right, sure. But also, I don't believe
So
that.
so when you, it's okay if you don't believe that, because you and I can both agree that belief is not what establishes truth, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Neither is faith.
Now that is faith. No, that's no. Well, faith to the one person, it can become true to them, but it doesn't mean it's true for everyone else.
Do I need to have
There's a
faith that this
difference
is a
between
bottle with a clear liquid in it for it to be a bottle with a clear liquid in it?
with a clear no.
Okay, this bottle has clear liquid in it, even if I choose to believe it or not believe it, whether I have faith or not, right? Now, what if I told you that this bottle is made up of stones and
You'd
I
be
believe it
lying.
by faith and I believe it
You'd
by
be
faith?
deceived. That's completely different because there's obviously evidence right then and there that it's not true. If you
That's
can
what I'm
sit here and
saying.
if you can sit here and prove to me that God's not real, I'll absolutely change my mind.
What is reality?
What is reality?
Yes.
The thing that's the truth.
Define reality like in depth. Don't just make it generic, right? Because then we have to go and define truth. So like break down reality as it's defined. If you know. If not, I
Of
can tell
reality.
you.
Of reality. I
Yeah.
can't pull up an exact definition, but I can give you my definition of it.
Okay. You want me to give you the exact definition?
Sure, you can.
So we can work with it, right? Because like you said, prove to me that God is not real. You and I will have to agree on a definition for reality so I can prove to you that God is not that.
Well, that's not true. I think that's a difference because like right now science cannot prove that God is not real. And it also cannot prove that he is real. So you can't prove it.
You know what that means? That means it's not real.
That's not true because it also cannot prove that it's not real. So it's just you don't know.
So if you can't prove that something is real and you cannot prove that it is not real, that means it doesn't exist, because those are the only
That's
things
not
that you cannot prove.
that's
If
not
it
true.
exists, that's precisely what it is, you know.
That's not what it is at all. If you can't prove that it is real or it's not real, you just simply do not know.
And why don't you know?
Because God hasn't appeared to me right in my room and told me that he is very
So
much
that
real.
means that everything that everybody imagines in their heads, there's no, if we can't prove that it's not real and they can't prove that it's not real, that just means we don't know.
You said what?
That means that anything that somebody imagines in their head, if you can't prove them wrong and they can't prove themselves right, it doesn't mean that they're wrong.
I'm confused. Like, what are you
Okay,
saying?
check this out.
If simply something cannot be proved, or if it cannot be not proved, if you can't prove whether or not it's true or false, then you just do not know.
Okay, check this out, Lisa. As you grow, as you're in college, you might learn about philosophy and you understand what burden of proof is.
I'm
You
taking
cannot
philosophy.
assume that something exists if the people who claim that it exists, upon whom the burden of proof is on, have not proven that it exists, because this
That's
thing will not
faith.
even be a subject
That's
if those
faith.
people never
That's
brought it
faith.
up.
You can have faith in something.
That's
Faith,
very much
that's,
true.
yes, I understand that. That's what faith is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have faith that my God is
Faith is a
real.
personal assumption based on one's own
Absolutely.
feelings. Yes,
Absolutely. And I have
yes.
faith that my God is real. I don't have evidence.
Listen. You have faith that your God is real,
Absolutely.
but your God cannot be real.
That's not true.
If your God was real, you wouldn't need faith.
That's not true at all. I
You
already told
don't,
you. If you
you,
can't prove something false or true, then you automatically don't know.
if
But I
that
can
thing
have faith
exists or
that
not, then you don't know if that thing exists or not. So if you have faith that your God is real and I have faith that your God is not real, who's right and who's wrong?
neither. We don't know.
Okay. Okay. So it's okay for me to say there is no God.
Correct, yeah.
Of course. Now, check
Yeah.
this out. Check this out.
So you just agreed with me though. You just agreed
Check
with
this
me
out.
that we
Check
don't
this
know.
out. Check this out. Of course. Okay. I have a way that I know, but I'm just playing on your court because I do know that God is a fictional idea, right? God is like Superman, Santa Claus,
You
Romeo and
know.
Juliet. Of course I
All
know
right.
that.
So prove to me that he is not real. 1000% like evidence based.
Okay. Has anyone ever seen God?
There are stories of it. People have seen Jesus and we know that Jesus is God. So essentially,
What
yeah.
do you know any of those people?
I don't know them, but there's historical evidence of stuff that they wrote down saying like multiple men who didn't really know each other who wrote stuff down saying that they heard him
And
say he was
who
God.
wrote this historical evidence?
The disciples, the people within the Bible who saw the crucifixion.
And you know that they were real?
Yeah, there's historical evidence of that.
Of what?
Of the fact that they existed 2,000 years ago. If you go to Jerusalem, there are things there that
Were they
it was
black
there
or white?
that they
Were they black or white?
I don't know. I didn't see them.
If there's historical evidence of that they
They
existed, how
they
come
definitely. What I do know for a fact is that they weren't white, but I don't know their ethnicity or anything
if they weren't white, why are all their names white?
because they were translated into a modernized like American version, I guess.
You understand that you cannot translate names. You can only translate the meaning of the name, but you cannot translate the name itself.
Sure. Then they translated the meaning of the name, I guess, but
No, they changed the names. Either they changed the names, and then maybe there were some real characters, but they changed the names, or they just made it up. Because names don't need to be translated. Like Alyssa
sure.
is Alyssa in whatever language you say it.
The point is though the names aren't really they don't matter, but all I know is that they weren't white. So
Well, it should matter.
well, it does say that Jesus is. I think they said that his skin was the color of bronze or something like that.
Hold on, I'm gonna put up the definition of reality on the screen so we can go back to where this
Okay, cool.
point started.
Cool.
All right. So
Have a desire to visit. Wait, this is a want. This is a want.
oh shoot. It's one? Oh
Yeah, it says want. You're good.
I gotta work on my putting on the screen skills.
No, you're good. I do have to get off somewhat soon, though, because I do have class. in the
Like I
morning.
said, you're free to go anywhere. Oh man, students.
You're good.
Don't worry, one day you're gonna be free from the institution.
Hopefully, reality, the world, or the state.
You
of things
better
is
learn
very
something. You better learn
As-
something in school.
as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. He refuses to face reality. The state or quality of having existence. Yeah, absolutely. Like what we know to be true. The world or
Faith-
state of things as they actually exist. We know that they exist because we've seen them. We know it.
So faith is idealistic and notional.
Sure, yeah.
So God cannot be real.
That's not true.
God is idealistic and notional because reality is as
not
opposed
true.
to
That's
idealistic or
humans'
notional idea of them.
But that's humans' reality, though. We know that God is.
But there's no other reality but human reality. We've never confirmed
That's
the
not
reality
true.
which is not human reality. Think
We
about the
already
word.
learned that.
Check the definition, right? It says the world or the state of things as they actually exist as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. Let me give you an example. So I look around the world and I don't see God. So the state of the world as it is means there's no God. But I have faith within my idea that there is a God,
Yeah.
that God exists, right? That's idealistic because it's not obvious. That's the
Right,
difference
but
between reality.
The thing is, though, some of the things that we have in reality, like the things that we know that we cannot see right now,
we have learned through historical evidence. And right now, with how advanced we are, science can only go back so far. Like, we're learning things within science all the time that we didn't know previously.
You know
So
what?
those
You know
things that we
you
have reality now weren't a reality years ago.
you know what the big problem about God is, right?
Sure, what is it?
It is younger than gods. So polytheism is historically older than monotheism.
Sure.
Hinduism is the oldest religion in the world. So when you're talking about the state of things as they actually exist, you cannot ignore that. You cannot
I
ignore
didn't understand that.
the fact that God is an idea because it's younger than a similar idea that predates it. So
That's okay.
we should really be arguing polytheism before we even get to monotheism
That's not true.
because
Once
it is
again,
not
faith
evident.
faith doesn't, like, you don't have to dictate it on anything. Like I said, because there were tons of people that witnessed Jesus Christ, and that we saw historical evidence of these scrolls being written down by different people who saw this. And that's the only historical evidence we really can have. Same with older presidents and stuff that we brought up
Do
earlier.
you
That's the
trust
only reason why we
history?
know they existed.
You trust the people who wrote history?
So I do think it could be biased, but I try to take it with a grain of salt, just like how
Okay,
I did
good.
with
Not
Jesus
only
Christ.
do you not only do you think it could be biased, I'm pretty sure you know that it is biased based on what we say about history. It's written by the winners of wars. So the people who got defeated, we never got their side of the story. The books that got removed of the Bible, we never got to read it for ourselves and determine why they were removed.
You
So
can
you're
read a
not,
good amount, actually.
huh?
You can read a good amount of them, actually.
The
Um,
library of Alexander was burned down. There was tens of thousands of books that were
but you do
canonized in
agree,
the
though.
ancient
You
world.
do agree, though. They did exist, though. That's the thing. They did exist, and they all
They did exist if you are born within a Eurocentric dominated society. So that's what I call European propaganda, because the Europeans are the ones who popularized Christianity and the documentations that back up Christianity, and they're the ones that establish these historical stories as historical
Well, the
facts,
thing is,
right?
there's a lot of European soldiers and stuff that hated them as well. Like a lot, like there were so many people within that time
Of
that
course,
murdered Jesus.
you're
Like,
correct. The Europeans were fighting themselves. That's true.
yeah,
But the empires that were built on these doctrines, on these teachings, on this religion, it's like Islam and Saudi Arabia, right? The Arabs and Islam. It's like the Asians and Buddhism, right? Now, can you find corroboration for these stories outside of cultures that are dependent on these cultures? For example, can you go to indigenous Native American stories and find evidence of historical events claimed by the Bible that would have happened globally? The answer is no. For example, in
wait,
the
that's not
Bible,
true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. There
I,
are a
I, I,
few things. There are a few things within, especially the Old Testament stuff that like they even scientists said that they could have been historically accurate during the timeline and stuff like that.
give me an example of a few that you know.
Yeah, for sure. So let's go back to some of these real quick. So I think the stories within like the Pharisees and stuff like that, even like we knew they took place, right? We know that the fights that were going on between them and everything, the crucifixions that were happening at the time, that we have cross evidence and stuff like that, that they did very well happen for those exact reasons that the Bible wrote. So I mean, at least we know from that evidence that this was written at that place and time. Can we agree on that?
No.
We can agree that these have the things that were written within it have been historically proven that there were crucifixions, that there were the fights going on between these people, that they were being
No.
treated poorly.
No.
You don't agree.
I
What
don't
about the
agree in the
man?
same way
What about the
as
man? What about the man that Jesus healed, where he had that skin disease? What's it called? It's
leprosy.
thank you, leprosy. Yes. So because that was a skin disease at the time, he healed him and stuff. It showed, like it talked about everything that was on his skin and everything. It was a skin disease.
No, you cannot heal leprosy like that without
Correct.
using
No, 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 no. Correct. With God's power, that's outside of it, though. I'm not talking about the fact that he healed them. I'm talking
that's
about the fact that it existed.
that's hyperbole though. Doing something that is not naturally possible is hyperbole. So someone is exaggerating something. That's literally what
That is not.
miracles
No,
are.
no, 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 no. But that's not what the Christians believe, though. It's that
That
Jesus
I
healed him through the
understand.
power of
I
God.
understand what you mean. So what the Christians have done is that they've redefined poetry. They literally take poetic figures of speech and build their
Because
religion out of
Jesus,
it.
because Jesus uses a lot of metaphors.
And a lot of things about Jesus's character is exaggerations and personifications. You know what
Absolutely.
personification is, right? When you take human characteristics and give to a non-human thing. So it's very much possible that God is a non-human thing, but you give God human characteristics like love, peace,
Because
mercy,
yeah, because
favor,
Jesus showed us
kindness.
so. Because Jesus showed us so
What did Jesus show us?
that he was a loving person, that he wanted a relationship with us,
With who?
with his children.
That's not true though.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely true.
If Jesus wanted a relationship, if God wanted a relationship with humanity, he just needs to pull up in the sky.
He needs to pull up in his car.
You know, in the sky. You know how what is the most important thing in any relationship? Communication, right?
Yeah, we can communicate with him through
Okay.
prayer.
If the person whom you're trying to be in a relationship with you wears a mask and hides their true nature, what kind of relationship is that?
So do you need to
If
see someone
if
to love them?
That's what I'm saying. I need to interact with you. We need to be close. If God really wanted to have a relationship with humanity, I'm telling you, I'm a human being. There's no way I'm this smart and God is not. God just needs to pull up in the sky like the sun.
And he did. He
Listen,
came.
if
He came
if
through
every
Jesus.
human being on earth right now
He
lift up
came
their head,
through Jesus. He came through Jesus
that
in
would
human flesh.
require that we believe you and you're a human being. You're not God. You could be lying. That's why I
I'm
said
not
if
lying.
God,
It's in the Bible. All
listen,
these
think
people.
about it. If you
There's
love,
500 eyewitnesses who said like they saw Jesus get crucified. There were so many people.
I don't know those 500 witnesses. Those are just claims. Like I said, if I was trying to have a relationship with you, Alyssa, would you rather I send my homeboys, 72 of them, to come and tell you that I love you, or would you rather I come by myself?
He did. He came to people.
No, he didn't. He didn't come. Jesus is a
Yes, he
messenger.
did. Yes, he did. Jesus came to people.
Is Jesus the Father?
Jesus is God, yeah.
No, is Jesus the Father?
No,
Okay. Who are you having a relationship with, Jesus or the Father?
both equally. They're both one God.
Okay, so they both died on the cross,
The Son died on the cross, but
but
it
the
was
Father
God,
didn't
yeah.
die.
God died on the cross, yeah. Jesus died on the cross.
At least I got you to say that. God died on the cross. You know, a God that can be killed once can be
Because
killed.
Jesus is God. Because
You know,
Jesus is God.
yeah. I listen. No, I won't argue with you about
You
that
have
because,
to
like,
understand. No, you have to understand the Trinity and how it works.
I
Do
understand
you
that.
understand?
I understand that. So my question is, if a God that can be killed once can be killed twice, and
That's not true at all.
last time he came, we didn't
The
have
flesh
nuclear.
can't. No,
Check
no.
this out,
The
Alyssa.
flesh can't. Wait, listen
It,
for a second. The
oh, go
flesh
ahead. Go
died,
ahead.
not the soul. The flesh was killed. He resurrected. That's what it was. Is the flesh died so we wouldn't have to. So he wouldn't have to suffer that punishment. It's not like God died. Like his spirit never died. He was
I
still
understand.
very much.
I understand that context. I promise. My question is, when you said that God died, I am of the thought that any God that can be killed once can be killed twice.
No,
And
absolutely
last
not.
time, check this out. Last time he came, right? We had swords and bows and arrows, but now we got machine guns, AK-47, M16s, and we literally got intercontinental ballistic missiles. If we fought a war against Jesus and he came on a horse, riding on a horse with a bunch of angels, you think he'll be able to survive a nuclear blast?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're optimistic. You're optimistic, you're optimistic. I'm not.
Listen, is that
I
God
don't
is
really
very.
know anyone that is trying to fight
Here's
tanks
the
with horses.
The thing is, though, is he overpowers all of humanity. With the Trinity, what I was trying to explain to you, like you were Christian, you understand it, that there's God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They are all one God. It's just that the Son was sent to earth. That was the flesh. He created flesh for himself to come and die on the cross. But there is God, the eternal Father, which is still omnipresent, but he came in the flesh. So it's still one God. He was still very much alive.
One God, as in the same title, but two different people, right?
No, not two different people. Very much one God.
So
They served
Jesus is not his own person,
No, he's God. He's the Son.
right? So the Son and the Father.
There's the Son.
I've seen that Baptist depiction of a triangle that says the Son is God, the Spirit is God, the Father
Yeah.
is God, but the Son is not the Father and the Spirit is not the
Exactly.
Father, right?
Exactly.
So that's what I
Exactly.
mean. That's what I mean. Like they have something in common, which is a title, God. And you can even say nature, whatever you want to say. You can say authority, you can say knowledge, but there's still three persons, right?
No. So it's one God, but they serve three different purposes. That's what it is.
So that's
Like the
that's
Holy
what
Spirit,
that's
the
that's
Holy
called
Spirit we can
oneness.
have. No,
That's
This
called that's
Holy
called
Spirit,
oneness.
the Holy Spirit we can have. No, oneness is not that at all. So what it is the Holy Spirit we can have with us, right? But it's a part of God. And then with the Son, he was fully God, fully man. So he was full. That's why he's the Son. He was God, but in the flesh, he died on the cross for our sins, right? He claimed to be God. All the eyewitnesses that saw him, he claimed to be God. Died on the cross, resurrected on the third day, which other people said they found the tomb empty. They saw him. He ascended back into heaven, right? So he is God. It's just that the Son is different from the eternal Father.
You know who else is like that too?
Hmm.
Zeus, Osiris, Hercules, Thor, Odin,
Hear me out. Hear me out real
Loki.
quick.
All
Wait.
those
Let me
gods were killed and they resurrected. Horus, Seth.
Sure. But listen real quick. So I have my body. This is the best way I try to understand this. This is my body, right? My heart, my intestines, and my stomach. They all serve three completely different purposes, but they are all my body. They are all my organs.
And yet there are three different organs.
They are all in my body. They are all
I get
one
it.
body
I get it. You're one body, but three organs, right?
that serve different purposes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can do heart surgery on you. I can remove the heart and replace it with a different one.
Correct.
Okay. So is it possible to replace one of the members of the Trinity?
No.
Based on your
They're
example, I was assuming
but
that.
those are two different metaphors, though. They're two different metaphors. What I'm saying is I'm trying to give you an example of just that simply alone is that they
Watch,
all work.
watch what your Christian brothers are doing in the comment section. They say you're describing heresy. They're already condemning you. I'm not even condemning you. They're doing it.
Well, that's
Damn,
fine.
Christian. Damn, Christians. She's done a good job defending y'all's religion. Why can't you guys show her kindness? Does it matter if you guys disagree on one doctrine or not? That's the problem that I have with Christianity. Christians can't even endure being on the same team for 1 minute before you want to start fighting each other. She's explaining it to the best of her abilities. To the best of her understanding with her experience, she's doing a decent job. Now I understand it better than she does, but I'm not saying I don't necessarily have to fight with her because I don't even share that belief. And that's not the core of our conversation. It's okay for her to explain herself though. But I'm surprised that other Christians are here calling her a heretic. Didn't you guys just hear what she's saying? She's promoting Jesus. Damn.
Thank you.
I find it so strange. Listen, I was on the internet the other day. There's this kid, his name is Q-Top. Okay, I don't know. You know about Q-Top?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you probably shouldn't because you might not like him. A lot of Christians don't like him, right? Q-Top is a Christian, and he has this very hostile way of promoting his message. I don't have a problem with it because I think it's okay for anyone to think what they want to think. Me and Q-Top, we just disagree. Q-Top obviously doesn't always practice what he preaches, or at least in his head, he thinks he is. But I will never want to cancel Q-Top. I will never want to report Q-Top and stop him from being able. He does Christian rap, so he's clearly trying to hustle. He clearly needs the money. So, and if Christians are gonna buy his music because they like his music, because it says things that is in line with their beliefs, why should I want to stop Q-Top? Then I saw this live session where this girl, who's a Christian, she's actually a nice lady, to be honest, she was nice. She made her life precisely telling other Christians to unfollow Q-Top and to report him. Because Q-Top was in a debate with a bunch of atheists, and those atheists accused Q-Top of supporting PD3, whatever, type of stuff. And I was like, why are you guys fighting each other? Doesn't your Bible says the world will know you by your love for each other? And yet when the world look, we see y'all fighting each other. Like, something ain't right with y'all. Something ain't right with your team, Alyssa. Your team is messing up. You're going to lose this game.
No, listen, that's what I told you earlier, though, about like different denominations. I told you a lot of people focus on the church and they believe that they are all righteous because they think that they have the right idea when Christ did not come to start a church, that he came to start a relationship. So
Christ did not come to start a church. He came to start a relationship.
yeah, he did not come to like start a religion, but he came to start a relationship with us so he can become closer to us through the flesh. And that's what I mean is like there's so many Christians that I struggle with talking to because it is like that, and it really is sad, and I really wish that it wasn't like that. But they really do. Christians do fight a lot within their own community, which is really sad.
You should try not being a Christian. I think you might be safer there. Because if you stay over there, somebody might get you with a slingshot like that of David.
I'm all right.
No,
Honestly, I don't.
I'm
I don't.
convinced that you're gonna deconstruct. That's
Oh,
listen.
absolutely not.
Any
Absolutely.
Christian that can hang with me peacefully, even if they don't change their mind, is a human being that is on the path to deconstruction. You're just too real. Look,
Right.
listen.
You know,
You're really
I appreciate
you're
that.
actually really a realist. You're just breaking it down at your own pace. Okay,
Yeah,
you're
no,
not
no, no.
really.
Listen, I do appreciate that, and it really does make me sad that you can't sit with people who are super firm in their beliefs because that really shows a lot to my Christian community, and that's really sad, and I do apologize for that. And that really, really, really is sad. But also, those people are not acting like Christ, are not doing what Christ told us to do.
I mean,
So
I'm yet to find one that can act like Christ. Because even you, in the best of your knowledge, in the best of
yeah,
your
no, no, no.
efforts,
Because
you
we all fall short of the glory of God, like I said.
well, your Bible says in the book of Matthew chapter 7, verse 1, judge not, lest ye be judged. For with the same measure that you judge, ye shall be judged. How can you say to your brother, there is a speck in your eye, when all the while there is a plank in your own eye? Jesus says
Amen.
specifically, he says, you hypocrite, first take out this plank out of your eye, then you will see clear enough to take out the speck out of your brother's eye. Listen, if there is one verse in the Bible that applies to me,
Amen.
that's
That's
the
a really good.
verse. I
Yeah,
had a
that's a really
big
good
plank in
verse.
my eye. That plank was called believing in God and believing in Jesus. Then I took it out. Now I can see clearly. That's why I'm trying to take out the speck out of y'all's eyes.
Well,
You
see
know,
what it is though. What it is, what he's implying there is that we tend to sit in front of our brothers and sisters and judge the sins that they're committing over and over and over. But then we're committing so many sins ourselves, yet we don't take a step back and reflect on ourselves and think, "Whoa, why am I sitting here saying this person isn't living up to the glory of God when I constantly sin and when I'm constantly doing this and that and this?" Like it's equally as bad, and that's what that verse is talking about.
do you know that I'm not a sinner?
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that question.
No, honestly.
I
No,
believe
I
that.
mean, you could say no. I'm not telling you not to believe what you want to believe, but I was just letting you know that I'm not a sinner.
That's crazy. I mean, you're the first
Well,
person I've ever met that's ever claimed to be perfect.
I
So,
will show you. I will show you. I'm perfectly me. I am exactly what I need to be.
have you
The
ever
stand,
lied?
the standard. Oh, I've never lied.
Ever?
No,
Have you ever stolen anything?
no.
Have you ever disobeyed God? Have you ever flipped off God and said you didn't believe in God?
I've never seen a God that told me something that I disobeyed. So no God ever gave me instructions.
Have you so I mean, listen, I gotta be completely honest with you. Every single person on this earth, it has done at least one thing that's
I think that that is the internalization and externalization of projection of one's own incapability, right? The moment I begin to say every single person has done something based on the standard that I have set for myself, I become disingenuous. If the standard is not already absolute, set by something that is above us and presented independent of our opinion and our influence to us, then we can say that, okay, we've all made a mistake here. But the people who are telling us what sin is a bunch of human beings. You think I ought to go and you think I ought to define sin by what a bunch of Europeans wrote in a book?
But seeing what sin is, like basically to like break it down, is that sin is simply just not always being good. So if you've ever raised your voice at someone, treated someone disrespectfully, if you've ever lied to someone, if you've ever been selfish, if you ever have been cruel, which I know for a fact I'm absolutely a sinner. I always do bad things when I shouldn't, and I try to be better every
Man,
single
you always, jeez. If you say always
No,
that much,
everybody does.
if you say always one more time, Lucifer might come hang out with you. You're like,
No,
Alyssa,
no, no,
my
no, no.
daughter.
Everybody falls short to the glory of God. I think everybody messes up. But there's sometimes I'll get frustrated. Sometimes I'll have a thought in my mind where I get jealous, or sometimes I lust. I mean, sometimes I do things that I know I shouldn't do, and then I have to take a step back and I have to try to be better. And I constantly do that all the time. But nobody on this earth, no one who has ever lived except for Jesus Christ himself, no one who will ever live will ever just simply not do anything bad, because everybody does.
Let me teach you something. Other than the fact that I don't believe in God, even if God existed, I still wouldn't be a sinner. You want me to tell you why?
What?
Do you think that God, as you describe God, could make mistakes?
Could God make you steaks?
No, make mistakes.
Make you what?
Can God make a mistake?
Oh, a mistake. No, God's perfect.
Then there's no way I am not exactly the way God wants me to be right now, right here. Because how can an almighty being who doesn't make
If you were
mistakes?
perfect, if God is real though, if God is real, right? If God is real, then you absolutely have, because you denied that he was even real to begin with.
Well, but it not if I denied him because he designed me to deny him.
That's
It's
not
by
true.
because he doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't make mistakes, right? If God wanted me to not deny him, there's no way right now I'll be denying him.
That would be the same argument saying though that God created a lot of diseases and cancer. It's a cursed world. Things
Think
happen.
about it. Think about it. I know. That's what I'm saying. If you project your sense of morality on your God, that means that you're the one that's creating that God. Because that God doesn't need your permission to do what he wants to do, even if you don't like what he did.
Absolutely, but
So when you consider the fact that God doesn't make mistakes, that means he's the one for sure that's making sure this kid's born with cancer. Like he's not blinking. God did not get up from sleep one day, drank some coffee, and realized that damn, there's a bunch of cancer in the world. No, it's him.
he didn't create it at all. So basically,
Doesn't God teach us accountability, Elisa? Doesn't your God teach us accountability?
yeah.
Okay, do you think that your God would teach us accountability and he would not take account for the fact that he is the creator and ultimately the pot cannot tell the potter how to make it? He's the one who says it. He says in the book of Jeremiah, the potter makes the pot. He makes some to be thrown away and he makes some to be put in the house. So if God is making cancer, that's because he wants
God's not
to.
making cancer. God's not making cancer. So what I'm gonna explain to you, right? What I'm trying to
Okay.
tell you
Go ahead.
is that with the fallen angel, which everyone knows, the whole story of how sin even came to be, right? It was all humans making it, or Lucifer, if you want to use that analogy. It's Lucifer having a grab on the world, right? And it's us turning away from God. And once that started, the world became cursed. That's why poison ivy, why things are poisonous, why things kill us, why we have a painful death, why we have painful birth, stuff like that. Like the world is a cursed place. God didn't create the curses. It happened that way because we turned away from him. That's what that is.
Hold up. But how can God be the creator of all things, but he did not create the curses? That means he's not the creator of all things, right?
That's not true. What I'm saying is because we decided, so God is good, right? And we decide when human nature, because we have a brain of our own and because we can think for ourselves, because you can sit here and say that there is no God, because we have that free will, we turned away from good, which we know this God is all good, and because he created everything good. It says he created.
I'm slightly disappointed in you.
Hold on. He said it was good, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said the word was good. He said the earth was good. He said we were good. And then humans, with our consciousness, because we had the free will, we decided to turn away from God. And then everything around us became cursed. And with that, with curses, things are disgusting and despicable, like people murdering, stealing, robbing, like we were talking about earlier, diseases, curses, depression, anxiety, things like that happen because we completely turned away from God in the beginning. That's not our fault, right? That's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's just the way that human nature has went down. So now we
But God is
constantly.
the one but God is the one that declares the beginning from the end, right?
You said declared he created it, right? He created the beginning. He will end the earth.
Now check this out. Do you know that God explicitly says that he's the one who creates good and evil?
Where does he say he creates evil?
Okay, I'll show you. I like you because you're fair, I like you because you're fair. You some Christians who just straight up fight with me, they wouldn't even ask me where it says that. But let me look it up for you shortly. You can keep saying what you're saying. Why?
Yeah, for sure. But I just want to know where he specifically says that he created evil. But yeah, no. So things like that with a cursed world, it all became cursed. So we all. Oh wait. Someone pulled this up. Isaiah 45:7. Let me check it.
Oh, somebody already beat me to it. That's why I love this comment section.
Absolutely. Let me pull it up real fast.
Isaiah 45:7.
Yep, that's what it says. One sec. I gotta pull my scripture up.
You better not hit me with context. Better not hit me with context now.
No. If you want to read something, you have to read it into context, or else we can't get an
Isaiah
actual.
45:7.
Or else we can't get an answer.
I already know what your weapon of deflection is gonna be.
What? No. I'm just saying we have to read things in the context if we want to prove whether or not it was bad or good. We have to know what's going on. We have to understand what he's talking about. We have
Okay,
to.
sure.
You can.
Go
You can
ahead.
read anything. You
Let's
can read
read it.
anything in the Bible.
Let's
Wait, one
read it.
second.
Ladies and
Well, I'm
gentlemen, do
I'm
me a
still
favor.
pulling.
We've been, yeah, go ahead, go ahead. I'm talking to the audience. We've been online for 3 hours. We're not even at 100,000 likes. Please, while she's looking up this verse, let's get to 100,000 likes and above. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. I got so caught up in the conversation, I forgot the algorithm. I'm surprised there's even 500 people here right now. Thank you to everyone who's tapping the screen, right? If you're religious and you don't want to tap the screen because you don't like me, I'm disappointed in you. The least you can do is practice the Christian love, kindness. Tap the screen. Tap the screen, y'all. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Oh, man. She wants a gun to go Google it. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. And I want her to read it. Isaiah 45 from verse 7. Oh, man. In fact, Isaiah 47 is so awesome. 45 is so awesome. She ought to start reading from verse 1. Oh, man. Hurry up back, Alyssa. In fact, I can start reading it while she's... Where did she go? Shere Baba Shekere Lama Santa Lama Kinkiri. Where did she go? No way. Alyssa, I didn't think you as a runner. I don't think she ran. Nah. I don't think she ran. Alyssa's not a runner, right? Her phone must have died. Oh man, she just came back. It's okay. She's a better example of a Christian than most of you Christians. Where did you go, Alyssa? If not, it will be about time to go bring somebody else. Yeah? Let me bring somebody else while Alyssa is warming up, looking for that Bible verse. Mr. Victor, I'm going to block you, okay? You clearly have nothing important to say. You can go. No way, I don't think she ran. You think she read Isaiah? Y'all think she read Isaiah 45 verse 7, where God says, I form the light and I create evil. I bring prosperity and I create disaster. I, the Lord, do all these things. I mean, it's straightforward. God out here saying, oh, look at Alyssa. Alyssa's coming back. She had to go get the anointing. Alyssa had to go get the anointing.
Dude, I'm so sorry. My sister called me because of my nephew. Okay, anyway, you said what was it? Isaiah what?
45 from verse
Okay.
7. But I think you should read from verse 1. And let's take it one
Okay.
verse at a time. Not too much explanation, just take it one verse at a time. And
Yeah. Sure.
this chapter actually proves all the points I've been saying. Honestly, this is funny that I didn't even think about this. But yeah, you
Sure.
want to read. You got a King James version, right? So you got that old English that's hard to read.
I do, yeah, I do.
All right.
Honestly, I just ordered a different version, so.
Can you get the NIV?
The
Get the
NIV,
NIV,
I believe that's what I just ordered,
the
actually.
New International Version. Now,
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
you read from verse 1 and read it slowly.
Oh my God.
Isaiah
Okay, yeah.
45.
45, got it. Okay. Thus saith the Lord to his anointed to Cyrus,
Hold
whose
on,
right
Alyssa, slowly now. Some of us can't keep up. You're
Sorry,
not
my
in
bad.
university. Yeah, read it like we're in elementary school.
Okay, if you really want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him, and I will loose the lions of kings to open before him,
the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee
Can
and
you
make.
tell us what the verses are as you go? So when you go to verse 2, you say verse 2 so people can keep up.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Verse 2. I will go before thee and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron. Verse 3. And I will give thee the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places.
Hold up, the
That
treasures of what?
treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places.
Treasures of darkness. That's weird. Keep reading. My bad.
That thou mayest know that I, the Lord, which call thee by thy name, am the God of Israel. For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel's mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name, I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me. 5. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me. I girded thee, though thou hast not known me.
Hold up 1
6.
second. This is what I was saying earlier, right? That verse that I was quoting to you. This is what I was saying when God said he was only him, and he wasn't talking in plural. He didn't say that I am God and there is none but us. He talks as a singular. So this
Correct,
is like
because
one
it's
person.
one. I did tell you though that it's one God. I did say that as well though.
You said one person, not
One
two,
God.
not three persons. But let's
Right.
not dwell on that too
One
much.
God.
Keep reading.
I am
Keep
the
reading.
Lord.
We can come back to
There
that.
is no God beside me. There is no other
Yeah,
God. There's just one God.
me.
It's just one God. Right. Just one God. And
One
we believe that
person.
Jesus is that God.
Is it talking about three persons or one person?
And once again, it's one God, but there is three different purposes of that God. It's just one simple God. There's nothing else. There's not three.
Okay,
There's
keep
no
reading.
there's
Keep
no three gods.
keep reading.
Okay, 6. That they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none beside me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. 7. This is the one that you're talking about. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Hold up. So what?
Yeah.
Alisa?
So
He
so
make
let's read
what?
down a couple more.
He makes what?
Yep, evil. Let's read down a couple more
Read it
verses.
again, since that was the sweet spot. That was the
Yep.
spot of
Sure.
argument. Read it again.
Sure, yep. 5. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me. I girded the. Oh, wait, no, wrong. 6. Oh, wait, 7. My bad.
7. You're in 7.
Yeah, 7. My bad. It's late. I'm sorry. 7. I form the light and create darkness. Accurate. I make peace and create evil.
Ooh,
I, the Lord, do
evil.
all these things. Now let's read down a couple more verses. 7. I form the light. Oh, wait, oh my gosh, dude, I'm running on no sleep, bruh.
It's okay. It's okay.
Dude,
The
I'm
Holy
so
Spirit will be
sorry.
your strength. The Holy Spirit will be
bruh.
your strength.
I don't even know. I'm sleep deprived.
It's okay. The Holy Spirit will strengthen you. Just read on, sister in Christ.
Absolutely, brother. 8. Drop down, ye heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, the Lord, have created it. We can probably stop there, actually. That's probably good.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
So,
So
from
within
a,
this context, it's very clear that God creates evil.
right, not like moral evil, like not like, listen, wait, hear me out.
I'm
So
hearing you
throughout
out.
these verses, real quick, throughout these verses, he's saying that he created everything, right? He's saying that he created, let me go back a little bit, sorry. He says that he created light and darkness. He created
Okay.
peace and created evil. So back when, obviously throughout, especially the Old Testament, God did present wrath upon the earth, no?
He said he creates all of it. He's taking credit.
Wait, no, I'm asking you though, didn't he release wrath upon the earth?
He does. Yeah, he did. In the book, he did.
He did, absolutely he did. So back then, when he flooded the earth, when he killed people, stuff like that, right? There were a lot of stuff going on, and he brought wrath upon his earth. In that context, he absolutely did bring wrath upon the earth, which, sure, evil. But it's not like a
But
God.
he did not specify here that it's the evil he's talking about is a wrath. He simply said evil. I'm pretty sure if God wanted to specify, God is smart enough to specify. He simply said it. I bring peace and I bring evil. I create
Yeah.
light and I create darkness. He's not playing around. He's talking to Cyrus. He's trying to flex. He's telling him
But
how
it
great I
also
am.
says
He's saying
he
that
also
I'm
said
so
wait,
great.
wait, wait.
I
He
create good and
also
evil,
said
and you can't do nothing about it.
he also said that he regretted creating man because they were evil.
Hold up. God has
Yeah.
regret. God can regret.
Yeah, I guess so. It's in the gospel.
You do understand that you cannot regret unless you made a mistake.
That's not, because we made the mistake because
Oh
we
no! Oh no!
sinned.
No! 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 The mistake is of the person who makes the regret.
Sure, yeah, but let's say if I have a
So
freaking
if God if God was the one who was planning what human beings did, he would not be surprised to the point where he would have to regret it. He'll just be like, yeah, it's going like a planned. Now this is time to now take man out of the earth. I'm gonna flood it and I'm gonna clean it just like I planned. They sinned just like I planned. Now I'm gonna clean them just like I planned. But no, his heart was
no, no,
deeply
no, no,
troubled
no.
and he
Listen,
regretted.
yeah. Yeah, because we were awful. We did cruel and vicious things. That's not what he intended. We were supposed to be good, but we turned away from God.
Check this out. If we did something that God did not intend, that means that God is not all powerful. God cannot control what we do.
That's not, no,
That's not true. That's not true. He absolutely can. He absolutely could destroy us. He says that he can destroy the earth.
He can, but it's only in hearsay. Because why would he be so powerful and eager to destroy the world, but he can't just use his almighty power, boom, to transform the hearts of men? What kind of father would rather like get rid of his kids?
Because listen. Exactly. No, exactly. Which is why he doesn't. He chooses not to. But if he were to simply take all of the evil out of our, out of our spirits, out of our soul, and we completely turned good again, that's taking away our free will, which we were granted.
No, we don't have
Because
free will though.
we absolutely.
If the
have
Bible
free
is
will.
true, what we just read here proves that only God has free will. Do you know what free will
It's
is?
not true. Yeah, absolutely. We do have free will because we can sin. What I'm telling you is if you
No,
took that
that's
free will
no.
away,
We have
we
limited
wouldn't be able to
choice.
commit evil.
We have limited choice, and even the Bible says it. God has only given us two choices. We don't have free will. We can only freely choose within the limitation of the two choices that God has given us. So at best, we have a
Not
limited
true.
will. No, it
That's
is
not
true.
true.
Per the Bible,
No,
we don't have free will.
because no. I can obviously I could come up to you right now, right? And I could say, you know what, you're a great man, you're very intelligent, you're very smart, right? But then I can also say, you know what, you're really stupid and you're really dumb, you know what I mean? And God wants me to come at you in a respectful manner. God wants me to be
It's
nice to you, but I have the free will to be angry, to be mean, to be cruel, to say
can
awful
you
things.
can you come up to me right now and say I'm your father?
Mm-mm.
So you don't have the free will to do that.
No, it's just not true. I can. I
There you
absolutely.
go. There you go. Yeah.
You're just
So
not my
so
father.
so you exactly. You don't have the free will to do whatever you want.
No, I still
Because
could. I still could
you
call
can
you my
only
father. It's gonna be accurate.
you can only do what you can do.
No.
So
I could call you my
our will
father.
is limited to what we can do.
No. Because we can do that. I'm choosing not to because it's not accurate. I could call you my father if I really wanted to. I call people my mom who aren't my mom
Well, you can
because they
call
raised me.
you can call me daddy, no problem.
No, I'm good. But the thing is that I could call you that, but it's not accurate. So I wouldn't do it anyway.
You can do it by faith.
I know that you're not my that's scientifically proven that you're not my father.
You can do it by faith. Even though the
No, it's
evidence
not.
suggests
No,
otherwise.
no. We already distinguished the differences between those. I can have faith in something if it's not true or false because science hasn't proved it. Science can prove that you are not my father.
Alyssa, I find it so strange that you're running to science now. You're not running to faith or peace or
I'm not.
spirit.
No, I'm using your argument.
Right.
I'm
All of a
using
sudden now science is important to you.
No. Fine.
She
No, what I'm
she
telling
is
you,
smart. She is smart.
what I'm
Terry. She is smart. That's why
what
she's
I'm
running to
telling you,
science.
what no. 1 second. Let me speak for a moment. What I'm telling you is that we already talked about this earlier. There is no scientific proof whether or not God is real or God is fake. If it was just an imagination thing. There is scientific proof that you are not my father. Therefore, I wouldn't call you my father. So that's not by faith.
Just to digress for 1 second and just answer this real quick and then we'll continue. How do you know if something is real or not?
We already talked about that.
No, we didn't actually speak about it from this specific question I'm asking you. So I'm asking you, just you
How do
tell
we know
me.
it's real?
How do you know something is real?
If I've seen something, if there's scientific evidence of it, if there's
So
historical evidence of like people who said it was true. But
so you haven't
also,
seen God.
I already told you I can't tell you that he is true. I said I had faith that he was true.
Yeah, I get it. So you're saying to me that the way you tell that something is real is if you've seen it, if there's scientific evidence and if there's historical evidence, right?
Correct. Sure.
Now, what if there is no scientific evidence, there is no historical evidence, and you haven't seen it? Isn't that a definition of it not being real?
No, but listen, if science says that it's not real, and if there's historical evidence saying it's not real, if it says like specifically that it's not real, which science cannot do, then
No, science
absolutely
does. Science already proven that God is not real with one law, with one
that's not true.
scientific law.
Not true at all.
There's one scientific law that proves that God doesn't exist.
No. That it's based off of faith because nobody knows what happens after life. Nobody knows
Yeah,
how.
we do know what happens after life, death. That's why it's called death.
Correct. We know that there's death. We don't know what's after that. It's all
Yeah,
every single
but
religion.
yeah, we,
No,
we know what
every
happens after
single
someone's
religion.
died.
Every single religion is faith-based because there isn't
Yeah, but
scientific proof that there was a
you
God
are
that created
correct.
the world.
You are correct. But reality is not
Perfect.
faith-based.
Perfect.
Reality is based on
Correct.
observation.
Absolutely.
So
I agree.
when someone dies, what really happens is that we get rid of the dead body. That's it.
Right. No, what I'm telling you though is that it also like there once again I told you earlier like there's the Big Bang Theory or whatever, and we already discussed that and everything. But like I said, oh my gosh, these comments are so outlandish. Science
If you
can't
pay attention
science
to the comments, you're gonna be depressed.
science cannot sit here and tell me that they know 1000% for a fact that God is not real because it's not true. And science can also not sit there and tell you that there is 1000% evidence that God is real because it's not
And
true.
you cannot 100% say that science hasn't said that God is not real.
That's what?
You
Repeat
cannot
that one more time.
100%. You cannot also 100% say that God is real. That's not true.
You said I can't say that or science cannot say that?
You can't.
Correct. I already said that. I told you I can't sit here and tell you
So
personally, but it's a
check this
faith-based
out.
thing for me.
Check this out. That's why I say that God is imaginary, and that's why I don't have a problem with
Sure,
your
for
faith.
you. For you, exactly.
No,
And
no,
I don't have a
listen.
problem
Even for
with
you,
your
even
faith.
for you, you imagine that God exists because no one has proven that God exists, and no one has proven that God does not exist. So you choose to imagine that God exists, and then you have faith in that imagination, in that thought, in that mind,
I
right?
have faith.
Good for
I
you.
have faith. Wait. It's not just though. It's not like I created the perception of God within my head. I go off of a gospel that has existed for thousands of years and
That's
eyewitnesses
fine.
of Jesus
That's
Christ. It's not
fine.
like I created it.
You go based off something that somebody else created in their own imagination that people have been borrowing for a long time. Imagination is imagination. Some people imagine brand new shit in their head, and some people borrow imaginations, right? It's fine. It's still okay. Listen, I don't have a problem with you imagining a God in your head and making rules and regulations, whether you use the Quran or the Bible. I don't actually have a problem. I don't think that's a problem because once you know that that's what you're doing, you won't have to force me to do the same thing in order for us to get along. You won't have to force a Muslim to be like you because you know that your shit is personal to you. You know, it's your
Exactly.
it's your personal imagination, it's your
And
personal perception.
at the end of the day, whatever helps you get through your life, whatever helps you find peace, whatever helps you just simply live, then there's nothing bad with that unless you're hurting people around you, and I'm not doing that. I'm not hurting
What if the
someone.
hurt is indirect and it's mental? What if
For me,
what if the hurt? Yeah, think about it, right? If you
how
promote a
so? How could
lie,
I hurt somebody?
let me explain. If a rumor comes out about someone and you become convinced that it's true and you spread the rumor and then turns out that you're wrong, did you hurt that person?
I'm not spreading a rumor.
No, I know. I'm just giving an example. Let's say a rumor comes out
It depends on
and
how serious it was. If I'm
okay,
telling,
good.
if it's like me saying like I heard that this person, slept with someone, or I'm saying I heard that you slept with someone, that's obviously gonna freaking hurt somebody if, they want to let it hurt them. But it's not that. It's simply me reading my gospel, praying on my own time, and
So
believing in something that has
you
nothing
don't
to do with
promote the
anyone else
gospel?
around me.
You don't preach the gospel?
I don't preach anything, but I announce my beliefs. I say if someone asks me, what's your belief system? I say I believe in the Christian God.
What if someone doesn't ask you, you don't say?
You said what?
If someone doesn't ask you your belief, you don't tell them?
I don't go around saying follow God, follow Christ. I don't do that.
But doesn't Jesus give you all the Great Commission? Go ye therefore into the world and preach the
He
gospel to
says
every living creature.
he says to share the good news, but like I told you earlier, he also says if someone doesn't want to hear it, to leave, because it's not our duty to.
So what you're saying that you do is that when you go and you share it, and then if they don't accept it, then you leave them.
Right, and I'm obviously not going to sit here and preach to you because you've already made it very clear that you don't believe in God. So
No. I did not say
so
it's
there's
a
no
matter of
reason.
belief.
So there's no
I
reason.
never said I don't believe in God. I said I know that God doesn't exist, because I'm not
Sure.
talking to you from a position of belief. I'm talking from a realistic perspective. I know how to separate the things that I make up in my
Sure.
mind
My
and
point
from the
is,
world as it is.
my point is it's very obvious that you don't want me to preach at you, so I'm not going to do that. So no, I don't go out of my way to shove Christ down everyone's throats.
I never said you shouldn't preach to me as long as you're okay with me preaching to you.
Yeah,
You
we've
can
been
do
doing
it-
that this whole
as
time.
far as I'm
That's really
concerned,
good.
you can do whatever you want.
Sure. No, I'm just telling you.
You can do whatever you want.
Right. But what I'm telling you is I'm not going to shove Christ down people's throats. Therefore, I'm not hurting anybody because I'm doing it on my own time. I'm doing it at my own will. I'm
Right,
doing whatever I want in my own belief
right.
system. That's not
So-
bad.
So what time are you going to sleep in the morning?
Honestly, I should have been in bed like hours ago, but it's fine.
Okay. So check this out, okay? To be fair, you can come back and talk to me anytime.
Yeah, for sure.
But check this out. I want to talk to you about one thing. So when Christ comes back, what is he coming back to do?
To save all of humanity, to take us home.
So you guarantee he's gonna save everybody?
That's a universalist opinion. I don't know. I think that
Because this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, look, if your Christ is coming to save everybody, I ain't got no problem with him. But last time I read the book of Revelation, he's gonna
that's
murder
not
the
true though. That
majority.
takes away your free will though, because obviously if you don't want to spend your life serving God in this, like for this life, why would you want to spend eternity?
Nobody said they don't want to spend their life serving God. We're saying that we don't want to spend our life serving what you say God is, what the Europeans say God is, what the Bible say that God is.
So
If God came to us himself,
if God were to come up to you and presented himself to you and said, "Hey, I'm real. I love you. I want a relationship with you," would you go to him? Would you spend eternity with him?
I will find, of course, I will find it very strange. Check this
right.
out. No, check this out. I'll find it very strange, first of all, that God is talking about love. Like, that's weird as hell, right? It's like I go to court and the judge in the court tells me that they love me. That's weird.
It's a different type of judgment. It's a different type of judgment.
Yeah, hold on. But
that's a random stranger.
What we do know about love is that 100% love is always biased. Love is always biased. You love someone for a reason.
How is love biased?
I will show you. Because you need a reason to love. You cannot love for no reason.
I love you. I absolutely love you because I do believe that you're another human being.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure
I
you
do.
love me, Lisa? You sure? Because I'm going to ask you for money, and you're not going to give me money, Lisa.
If you really needed it, of course I would.
Oh, I always really need money. You don't always really need money.
Well, what I'm telling you is that because I know in my personal belief system that you are a child of God that he created perfectly. He created you to be exactly how you were. And because he loves you, I love you as a brother in Christ. I don't need a reason other than that.
You can love me as a brother in humanity. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. I love you in that way.
So not in Christ necessarily, because I'm not in
For
Christ.
me specifically, it's for you in Christ.
Yeah. So check this out. Like I said, if free will had anything to do with it, then God cannot punish us because we did not freely choose to be born into this world.
You said what?
And the world, if free will is what determines what God does, then God cannot punish us because we did not freely, willingly choose to be born into this world. But by the time we were born into this world, it's like we fell into a trap. It was already fucked up. It was already effed up.
Once again, you have to realize, though, we don't have a perfect description of hell. There's multiple things that Jesus compared it to. He used a lot of metaphors. Like I said, there was also outer darkness, which completely could just be annihilation. Because it's just separation from God. We don't know what that looks like. We don't know what that is. So if you spend your whole life...
Why are we speculating, though? Why are we speculating? Doesn't God know how to communicate? Why does God always leave us with communication that requires that we speculate? Okay, so either Adam and Eve are the only people God should blame because they messed up the world, or if God is going to blame us, God is not just because he's blaming us.
Well, we still continue to sin, though. We still continue to turn
because
away from God.
because the game was rigged from the beginning. We were born into a sinful world. We don't have a choice.
Right, and that's why we choose to try to be better every single day.
And even when we try to be better, we're not
Mormon, y'all. I'm not Mormon at all.
Alyssa,
Let me put that out there.
she's not
What?
Mormon. She says she's non-denominational. Even when you, as a Christian, try to be sinless, you still can't be sinless. It's almost like Jesus doesn't.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So what was
Absolutely.
the point of sending Jesus? It doesn't solve the problem. We're still sinful.
No. Yeah, no, he didn't die so we could not be sinful. He died so the Lord God can forgive us for the bad things that we do.
Okay, so that
Because
means that
people because they were doing
so
they
so
were doing
so
animal
so
sacrifices
check
before
this
God.
out. Check this out, Elisa. If you were God and a bunch of human beings are born into a world that Adam and Eve messed up without being asked to, and because of that, they have a sinful nature and they keep sinning. So you send a solution. Why do they now need to choose a solution? Why isn't the solution as automatic as the problem was? Why isn't the solution
Listen,
automatic?
listen. First off, I'm not God, right? First off, I'm not God.
Mhm.
Secondly, we know no matter how much Christians try to put God in this box to where he's a cruel, evil man that can't wait to send you to hell, we don't know how he's going to judge. We
I
really don't
do.
know.
I do.
Sure, sure. But what
Do,
I'm
you- do, do,
saying,
do you know how I do? Go
real
ahead.
quick,
Go ahead.
real quick. What I'm trying to say to you though is we know that God is a just God, right? We know that he judges us off of what we were given. But the thing is you've been presented God, right? Obviously, and you've chosen
Nope, nope. I've never
to
been
believe
presented
that there
God.
is no
I
God.
have never been presented God.
You said you were Christian. You knew the
Yes,
gospel.
but what I
That's
have
being
learned,
presented God. That's
no,
being
no, no,
presented
no,
God.
no, 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 no. I've been presented what Europeans and people over there think that God is. That's what I've been presented. I haven't been presented God. The Muslim also came with his God. He presented what he said was God. The Buddhist came, the Hindu came. I
Sure,
know
sure,
that
sure.
I have been presented with what a
Well, what I'm
bunch of
saying,
human beings think, but I'm pretty sure God is not a lazy person and God doesn't need to send people, especially if God is trying to let me know something that I
listen,
need to know for sure.
listen, what I'm telling you is that
Mhm.
what the Bible makes very, very clear is that heaven, is with God, relationship with God. Hell is no relationship with God. Because without that, and once again, we don't have a perfect description of hell. It could literally just be nothing. Like, we have no idea. He compares it to a couple different of things because he used
It
a
could be
lot of
independence. It could be
he
independence,
said, and there's a
right?
lot of denominations that think differently about hell, anyways. He says, a few different things about hell. I mean, he even with metaphors, he says, I am the door. He's not claiming to be wood. He says, I am the light. He's not claiming to be a light bulb. These are all metaphors that he's using, and he used a lot of metaphors when he was describing hell. There's some denominations
So
that
is
think
it
that if you try to be a
possible?
good person, some denominations think that if you're a good person and you did the best with what you could, but you just simply were not religious, that you're not going to be sent to eternal damnation. And I personally, within my religion, I do not believe in eternal damnation. So that's completely different from other
So check
people.
this out. Check this out. Okay, you said that when God said His light, that's a metaphor, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And a metaphor is a tool of poetry, right? A figure of speech.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, good. Is there only one figure of speech? No. Hyperbole is also a figure of speech. So if God says, I am light, and He's really not meaning that He's light, like a metaphor, is it possible that when God said He's almighty, that's just hyperbole? He's just exaggerating it
No,
just
no,
so
no,
that
no,
we
no,
can.
no. What I'm saying is we clearly knew what he meant by that. When he says, I am the light, he is claiming to be a positive, radiant source. When he
Okay,
says, I
so
am the
if
door,
when He
he
said
is
I'm
claiming to be
almighty,
the way. He's claiming to be
so
the way when he says, I am the
so
door.
so when He said He's almighty, is it possible that He's just exaggerating it and what He's just trying to say is that I can take all of y'all on because there's nobody else that can defeat me?
No, because he
Maybe
performed miracles. Because he performed miracles, he claimed to
well,
be the
sure.
eternal God.
Elon Musk is performing miracles too. He
I'm
can't
talking
suddenly
about
claim to be
he
almighty.
turned water into wine. He healed a blind woman. Healed a
Hey, I
paralyzed
can
man.
turn
He
water
healed a
into
blind woman.
wine. I just
No,
add a
you
little bit
can.
of lemonade into it and ferment it and vinegar and ferment it, Get
Listen, what
some.
the point is though, what the point is that we don't have a perfect exact description of hell. So it's all we know for a fact is that it's a not relationship with God. So if you take your life and you just simply don't want to have a relationship with God, you don't have to spend eternity with him because that is your free will. Who
Yeah,
would want to live their
but
lives?
that's the
Listen, who would want to live
opinion
their
of some
but
people.
listen. But what if there's an atheist that goes, there's absolutely no God, and if there is a God, I wouldn't want to serve him, right? Because I know tons of people like that, and that's totally
Oh, I
good.
say that
So
too. I
because
say that. I
right,
say
so
that too.
right. So because of that free will, because you don't want to like have a relationship with him, why would he force you to spend eternity with him? That's unjust. That's not
Listen.
right.
I'm not asking him to force me to spend eternity with him. I'm just telling him he should just leave the earth and don't come back. Leave my
He
home. Don't come
created
back.
it's his
He needs
home.
to give
He
me proof.
created it.
He needs to give me proof that he's the one that created it.
But okay. He will give you proof. He will show
Good,
you.
good. If he gives me proof that he's the one that created it, I'll ask him how much he wants for it, and I'll pay for it. If
It's
not,
not.
I'll work and pay for it, right? Because he's a reasonable person. Listen, if someone comes to your house and say, "I'm the
You're not
landlord of this
getting.
property,"
But see, you're being ungenuine though. You're being disingenuous right now
how
because
am
it's
I being
obviously not.
disingenuous?
It's you know for a fact that if God is very much real, you know that you know this for a fact. It's not like a priceful thing. It's obviously just he created it because he loves us and he wants a relationship with
I
us.
cannot believe that because that is too good to be
Sure,
true.
and you don't
Listen,
have to
listen,
believe that.
listen.
You
Check
don't
this
have
out.
to
Check
believe
this
that.
out. Check this out. What is greater than love? This is actually a
Nothing,
test, okay?
nothing, nothing,
No,
nothing,
okay.
nothing
There you
greater than
go.
love.
No, listen. I want you to think very carefully because I know you're just saying what you've learned, but you're about to learn
No. I
something
know
today,
this for
okay?
a fact. I know this
No,
absolutely.
hold up. I will show you something. I'll show you something. There is two things for sure that is greater than love.
What is it?
And I'm telling you that love cannot be greater than these two things.
Sure.
And you can actually figure it out if you actually think about your religion carefully.
Nothing.
Think about it, right? If God was already there from the beginning and he's one God, there's no one else. He doesn't really need to love anyone or hate anyone. So there's no need for love, there's no need for hate. But what is the one thing that
God
God
does
needs
not
to
hate anybody.
relax? The Bible says God hates unrighteousness and he hates the sinner, right? So check this out.
He hates the sin, not the sin.
Check this out. Okay. What is the one quality that God would have even if there was no one else but him?
Love.
No, there's no one else to love. Love is interactive.
So then, what are you talking about?
Justice.
Just
Yes, if you go into a city where no one loves each other and the people are just, you realize that the city will still function. That's why we don't build our justice system, right? We don't get along because of love. We get along because of justice. Justice
but
is
God
greater than
says
love.
God says himself. God says
Justice.
himself that out of all of these, out of all the commandments that he's given us, whether it's faith, whether it's, repentance, whether it's, anything, he says that love is greater than absolutely all of those. He says that love overcomes
God did
sin
not say
every
that.
single time. Yes, he did.
God did not say that.
Yes, he did.
Show me where God said that.
Yeah, absolutely. I literally wrote this down in my notes. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Justice is far greater than love. It's better to be just than to love because when you love, you'll be biased. You'll be inclined to take the side of those whom you love. You will not be able to.
He says love does not boast. This is not the scripture I'm talking about, but he says love does not boast. Love is not jealous.
If love does not boast, why does God like to boast and tell us how great he is?
Because he is great. Because he's
Okay, but that's boasting.
No, completely accurate.
That's boasting. God likes to talk about how awesome he is. How does no one else
He
like
says,
him?
okay,
Like,
in chapter 4, no, 1 Peter chapter 4, in verse 8, he says, and above all things, have, oh my gosh, this is the freaking King James ones, fervent charity among yourselves, for charity shall, okay, let me read the actual,
hold up. What does he say about charity? Charity says what? Read it. Say it. Oh man, where'd you go? Alyssa, what were you saying about charity?
Yeah, no, this is the freaking, that was the King James version.
Yeah, please read it. Please read it. Read the charity part of it. I want to hear that though. That was interesting to me.
But
What
what
did he say?
I'm trying to show you the other version, but I can't like leave the
It's
app.
okay.
and
Read the King James. Read that First Peter.
It's not the same one I was telling you though, is what I'm
I
telling
get
you.
it. But we can go back to that other one though. Just read the charity. Of course she cursed. She's a human being. It's okay for her to curse. She never said she was perfect.
It says, okay, and above all, okay, so let me go up to. This is 6. For this cause was the gospel preached also to them that are dead, that they might be judged according to men in the flesh, but live according to God in the spirit. But all the end of all things is at hand. Be ye therefore sober and watch unto prayer. And above all things have fervent charity among yourselves, for charity shall cover the multitude of sins. That's not what I'm trying to read. The one
Hold up. But he said charity, not love.
That's what it is. Let me read the other translation. What I'm trying to
Hold up. Are you telling me that you jump from translation to translation based on what words you like and which words you don't like?
No,
'Cause
that's not what I'm talking about
You've been
at all.
reading the King James this whole time, though.
Yeah, correct. What I'm telling you is the one that I wrote down was in a different one that I was trying to explain to you.
Oh, but at least the King James says that
Oh,
charity, above all, charity.
sit up. Wait, one second.
Charity is kindness. Kindness is greater than love. I told you.
No, that's not.
Yes. Yes, it is, Alyssa.
You're being so like.
Let me tell
you're-
you why charity.
Let's
Charity
see,
is
wait,
charity
right now.
is charity is is unconditional by its very nature. It doesn't require bias. Like charity, like you cannot be charity unless it's unconditional. But love can always be conditional,
Can you
right?
give me like 2 seconds so I can try to pull up what I'm talking about though, really fast?
Go ahead. Pull up what you're
Thank
talking about. Alyssa, though, I'm disappointed you had to run to another version. No, love can be the product of charity, but charity itself is the mother. Love can be born out of charity, yes, not the other way around. Charity is not charity if it's biased. Charity has to be non-biased. Charity has to be non-biased. And justice also has to be non-biased to be just, right? Justice, there can be no conditions to justice. So if a Christian and a Muslim come to court, you don't favor the Christian over the Muslim. You don't discriminate. You don't. If you are just, you don't pick God's side and you don't pick the devil's side. You stay on your own side. That's what justice is. That's why religious people have a hard time with justice, because justice will mean you cannot pick the side of good or evil. That's what justice is. If you pick the side of good, you will hate evil. And good and evil is subjective.
Good and evil is not subjective.
It is subjective. It depends on whose perspective. It depends on whose perspective you're looking at.
No one's gonna say murder is good. Murder is good. Like no, that's not subjective. It's obvious. What's
Check this
good and
out.
what's
Let me
bad.
show you. Let me show you. America says that murder is bad, right?
Everybody says murder is bad.
I get it. America says that murder is bad, right?
Yeah.
Why doesn't America prosecute the president that was in charge when they went to Iraq and murdered more than 100 people, 100 million people, a million people?
Obviously,
Who's
people are
accountable
bad.
for that?
People are bad. That's what we talked about.
Okay. So why did God order the Israelites to go into the land of Canaan and murder all those people?
This is a whole thing. We're talking about the Old Testament right now. It's
Yeah,
once
but
again,
it was God's own command though, and the same God is the one that
yeah.
just said in Isaiah that He doesn't
So
change.
we could keep going on throughout the verses though, but when that specific thing, like I said, he brought wrath upon the earth because people were murdering people were killing people were like doing the most
So God
awful
just
things.
figured, since they're murdering each other, I just murder all of them. God just figured that.
His creation became evil, became seriously evil.
But how can a God that's always in control have His creation suddenly become evil to the point where He's got to
Because
destroy
we
it?
turned away from him. Because if not, we would all be like his servants and worshiping him. That's not free will. That's not a relationship. That's
Like I said to you, the only person that has free will is God. Free will, according to your dictionary,
And
is
the one I was talking about, the one it says, above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. And there's one more that I was trying to bring
what
up.
version is that? What version is that?
That's the freaking the one I just ordered. It's the one
The
that you talked
NIV,
about.
the New International Version. Oh, you now see how I say the Bible changes?
It does not. That's not.
Yes,
how.
it does. Alyssa, with all due respect, as kindly as humanly possible, right? You wanted to communicate a message to me, so you went to the Bible, and the Bible that you had did not have the word that was in line. If charity meant love, you would never have needed to go to another version. But it's two different words. There's a reason why.
You said what?
Listen, I am paying attention to the details. There's a confusion here. It's either charity or it's love.
Confusion. It's just different translations for the different freaking like modern things that we're in. Like language changes, the way we speak.
So how do you even know what the original scroll said? What if the original scroll actually meant charity?
They get translated. Like this gospel, this one has been made hundreds of years. Like it's different. We don't speak this way.
but the King James version came before the NIV. The NIV is a modern.
Correct.
It's a modern translation,
Correct.
but
Absolutely correct.
the King James version is much earlier. So who is more likely to be right?
It's not that one's right, it's that things change throughout different languages and translations. That they can be interpreted in different ways. That's why there's different, like, they're like, we don't know whether this meant this or this. Stuff like that happens.
That's called confusion. And God said
That's
He's not the author of confusion.
Yeah, but
So
humans do get confused.
So
We're not
I want to know who decided that it will be charity and who decided that it will be love in the two different
I didn't
versions.
create, I'm not a part of it. I don't know. I didn't make any of these. I didn't make the gospel.
That's why I'm saying that if you're a true person that is just and you have integrity, you will not ignore that little slight inconvenience. You will
That's
pay
not true.
attention to detail. That's why in
There's
in
different,
any
listen, in
high
different languages
discipline,
though, in different languages, the way I say something, like, there's different things for different things. Like, I can't even explain to you. Like, in different languages, things get changed all the time. Like different
like the
words.
word need and the word want.
We're not getting back to that. Listen,
Hey, it's the same thing because either you can tell me that love and charity are synonyms, or they're two different words. Are they synonyms?
what'd you say?
Is love and charity synonyms?
Is love and charity synonyms? I think that through charity, there's obviously love. I think that love brings charity. Yeah.
Of course, like I said, your needs and your wants come together. Needs bring wants and wants bring needs. That's what I was
Okay,
also saying
listen.
earlier. So
So
now, so it took us
listen,
2 hours. It took us two
listen,
hours, but we finally understood each other, right?
listen. Yeah. So Matthew 5, 44, it says, "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despite and fully use you and persecute you." And then like 48, so like you can glorify like your Father in heaven, right? And I just feel like right now, I am getting a bit angry. I am getting very frustrated, and I think it is probably best that I step off the live so I don't like
Alyssa, you didn't get angry.
But I feel angry and I don't want to be all mean or angry. So I
So
think it's
tell me,
best.
okay, hold up. Take a deep breath. I want you to take a powerful deep breath. Take a very powerful deep breath.
I just don't want to disrespect you. I don't
No,
want to
it's
be
okay.
disrespectful.
I could not be
No,
offended by you. I told
no, no,
you.
no. But it's not just for you though as well. It's also for me because I don't want to
That's
disrupt
so.
my
Check this out.
spirit
Check
as
this
well.
out. Let us help each other, right? Iron sharpens iron. Take a deep breath. I promise you. Take a deep breath. All right. You know, Bob Marley once said, Alyssa, that everything is going to be all right. And he said not to worry. I do not see your behavior as inappropriate at all. And your behavior is consistent with the flesh. It's okay to get frustrated. It's okay to get angry. It just, your Bible doesn't even say don't get angry. It says don't let your anger make you sin. So that's fine. And you didn't get angry
I know.
excessively.
No. I
So
know.
it's purely natural.
No, I know that being angry is natural and everybody gets angry. I don't want
Some
to.
Christians would not have made it 1 minute with me before they got frustrated and angry. You made it the whole last 3 hours before you even got angry, just a little bit. You're awesome.
Anger is not my true color. That's insane. Everyone gets frustrated.
Like I said, the comment section will judge and condemn you before you even say a word. So when you read it, don't let it get to you. It's okay, Alyssa. I think that your anger is justified. I think you've literally been telling us for the last 2 hours you need to go to sleep. You're tired. It's understandable. Your character, you've demonstrated a solid foundation upon your character to where it shouldn't be a problem if you get frustrated and tired. So perhaps it is a good time for you to get off the life. You are correct. But that doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Because I'm a realist. I understand the situation. I understand where you're coming from. There's no offense, not to yourself, not to anyone else. Maybe your anger was like a clock telling you that, okay, Alyssa, bedtime. You've reached your limit. Your body's telling you that, okay, you've reached your limit.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. And we need to be able to listen to our bodies when our bodies tell us that it's tired. You probably got class in like what, 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours? Go rest. You had a great conversation here tonight, and feel free to come back anytime. You're following me, right? I'm following you. So,
Yeah, I follow
like I
you.
said,
Thank
that's
you.
good. When you come
Yeah,
back, if I'm on the same topic, we can talk again. If I'm on a different topic, we can talk again. You've done a good job. And keep
thank you.
learning hard. Keep learning hard. If a gentleman in your school comes up to you and he's a realist or an atheist, don't shun him away just because of your religion now.
No. Once again, it's not like that. Like,
Okay.
I'm friends with tons of people that are not Christian or don't believe in God. It's just
when it comes to a relationship aspect,
Let
I
me
think
ask you a question. This is gonna be funny, and you don't have to answer. You can run away. I'm giving you permission to run away. You smoke weed?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, good. That was a pure answer. Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. Are you sure, Lisa, you don't smoke weed?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Okay, okay. Because most
Like,
Christians that hang out with people who are not Christians are usually hanging out with them because that's the plug.
no, yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, it's okay. You should try sometime. If you work, if you're in a job where you don't get
Good.
where you don't
Yeah,
get drug
see, it's
tested.
just for me, like the only reason why I don't specifically is just because like my anxiety gets really high whenever I
I've
drink
heard
or
a lot
anything.
of people say that. I've heard a lot of people say that.
Yeah,
That's true.
like my anxiety gets super high and I can't do anything like that.
Well, that's fair. Your Bible does say to be sober minded, so that's good.
Hmm.
At least you're practicing one thing that it says.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think that vaping. I don't think vaping is as extreme as smoking weed.
no,
Vaping is
I
mostly just
quit.
smoke.
No, I quit vaping for 6 months and I recently started like 2 weeks ago again, and it's so bad. I'm trying to quit right now. I'm leveling down on my nicotine intake, and then I'm gonna quit again, cold turkey,
Yeah,
hopefully.
it's just cold turkey. I started vaping in December, and honestly, I'm giving myself to June, and I just throw it away. I've never really been like a
Yeah, that's what
vapor.
I did. That's
Yeah,
exactly what I did. I just threw mine away because I was like, I can't like level down on it. But so what I'm doing right now is I'm just like, I went from 5% to 2.5. And I'm just like trying to work my way down, and I'm just gonna like throw it away and just hope that that works. Because like I said, I quit for 6 months. It's just I was around so many people that were doing it that's like I was constantly craving it, and it became a problem.
well, bad character corrupts good. Bad company corrupts good character.
I don't know. I mean, like I don't mind that like my friends do it. It was just like it was a constant thing, and then I like whenever I would hang out with my friends, I'd be like, I guess I'll just do it like one time. It won't hurt anything. And then like when I did it, I just like it started like I got involved again, and it was really bad.
Go to sleep, Alyssa. It's about time.
Yep,
Go to
for sure.
sleep, Alyssa. It's about time. Don't forget to
Okay.
pray before
Um,
you sleep. You better pray. You know what? There was
absolutely.
something I was going to talk about. I didn't get a chance, but next time we're going to talk about prayer because I think that prayer is just you talking to yourself. But we'll talk about that next time. Thank you so much, Alyssa. I appreciate you. This was an awesome conversation. I'm sure everyone in the
Yeah,
comment
thank
section
you.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. I hope you
You're
have a good night.
welcome. You too. You too.
Bye.
Bye. Ah, man, I just spent like what? Oh, I do have time today, y'all. I'm not working. So I got time. I'll probably be online for another 3 hours for sure, at minimum. So it's time for me to go back to my normal routine. So if you're coming up, bruh, what's going on here? I sang a lullaby and TikTok sent me a notification. What the heck? Come on, TikTok. You can't send me a notification because I sang a lullaby. Like, dang. Like, dang. All right, let's go back. Marathon, go straight to your point. Ladies and gentlemen, go straight to your point. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we not yet at 200,000 likes? Please tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. That's 200,000. Hello, Michaeline. All right, next guest. Michaeline, go straight to your point, yo. I'm going to give everyone like,
Hey, yo, brother.
yes, sir, go straight to your point. What you got?
Well, we can continue yesterday's conversation. It's the guy
Uh,
that works in XR, extended reality. Remember?
Oh, bro, you see the way I just spent like 3 hours with Lisa? That was like you yesterday, bro.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
think
man, that was a lot. I
we're not
watched
gonna
it.
get another chance today, bro,
No,
but
no,
another
no,
day for
no,
sure.
no. A little bit. Maybe. I don't know if you've got something in mind. Yesterday we went really nuts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like today, Alyssa already took the big chunk of the time. Yesterday was you, so you gotta
I
come early next time. You know what I'm saying? Like
All right, no
honestly.
problem,
So, but
no
today,
problem.
bro,
Got you, no problem.
in good harmony.
For sure,
Thank you so much, bro.
for
It's
sure,
always
for
great to
sure,
have you around,
for sure.
man.
Much love,
I
bro.
appreciate you. Yeah, that's right. You in
But
Cali, right?
no problem. Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Irvine,
I'm
baby.
I'm in Dublin, man.
Oh, I'm in Irvine. Wait, in Dublin? You're in Dublin?
Yeah, south of Auckland.
Oh, how's that? Is it a ghetto? I've
Nah,
never
hell
been.
no, bro. I wish it was ghetto. The tax bracket here is so high.
Oh,
Bro,
really?
gas is like $4 and something
Come on, bro. I live
in
in
Auckland.
OC, bro. I live in
Bro,
OC,
gas is
bro.
like $4 and something over there in Auckland, but over here it's like $5.50. And it's
But is it
literally
like
like it's only like 30 miles apart.
from Auckland?
Yeah,
But Auckland is ghetto as fuck though, bro. I was
it
there like
is. In Auckland it is, but outside of Auckland it's not.
oh, and I literally went to Auckland. I had a friend. I went to visit, and I was like, "What the heck?" Like, I literally
Bro,
went from Irvine,
Auckland is
bro.
a third world country, bro. It's a third world country.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you so much,
Anyway,
my brother.
yeah, for
Appreciate
sure,
you,
bro.
man.
Much love,
Yeah,
bro.
for sure.
Bye.
That brother wanted to keep up with the AI. All right, go straight to your point, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen. Thank you, Alyssa. Much appreciation. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Bamboozle the screen. I lost my words. Flabbergast the screen. There is no God. There never has been and there never would be. That's what Bakanga says. All right, this guest is not coming up. Next guest. Go straight to your point. What's
Hello?
up, man? Yes, sir. Go straight to your point. What you got?
Hi, Bakanga. First, let me appreciate your good work. But today, I'm going to try to make my point clear. So,
You only have less
you
than
say
2
there is
minutes,
no
so you
God.
better go straight to your point. Yes, sir.
Okay? I say there is a God. That's my point.
Okay.
So, and the proof is me.
Okay.
I am a God.
Congratulations.
So, what do you say about it? I want to hear your own view.
You have
Why
a
do you say there is no God?
No. I have nothing to say to you other than that you have a fantastic imagination, and I'm proud of you.
It's not an imagination because it's objective.
Congratulations.
So, why are you now telling people there is no God?
Because it's
Or
imaginary.
why do you feel,
you-
why is it imaginary when I can prove I am a God?
Prove that you're a God.
I exist,
And that's proof that you're a God.
yes,
Not
and
only, not
I possess
only,
the characteristics.
not only is your
I possess
imagination
the characteristics of God.
good.
It's not
only,
an imagination
Listen,
because
not
as
only
a human
not,
being, bro, let's take a deep breath. This time around,
hold up,
it's gonna
relax,
be hard for you.
relax. You're God, right?
Yeah,
You can do anything, right?
I have the potential of doing anything
No, I did
where
not
I
ask
place
you.
my
I did
mind
not
on.
ask you. I did not ask you if you have the potential. I said you can do anything, right?
Yes, which
Send
I
me
set my
10,000.
mind on.
Send me $10,000 right now. If not, you're lying.
That is not, and that is the Christianity God.
And that's how I know you're lying. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You can believe
No,
what
no,
you believe.
bro, it's not lying.
It's okay. It's okay. Bro, it's lying.
bro,
It's a lie.
listen.
Bro, you say you can do anything you make up your mind to. I'm saying make up your mind to give me $10,000 right now. Why
Okay.
can't you do it?
Why I said I am a God, I didn't say I am the Christianity God or the
I don't.
religious God.
Did I say anything about the Christianity God or religion? I was talking to you. I never
Yes.
brought that up. I simply said, can you do
Okay.
anything? Give me 10 grand, bro.
I can't do anything
Okay.
if
That
I
means-
want to.
You say what?
I can do anything if I want to,
Okay. I want you to give me 10 grand right now.
but I don't want to. That doesn't
Because
make
you-
me not being a God.
because you know if you try to do it, I will catch you lying. That's why you don't want to do it. You're a scammer.
No, bro. That is not the definition of being a
You are
God.
a righteous scammer. Thank you
Bro,
so much
the
for your time,
God
okay,
which
brother?
listen, okay, no, no,
Brother,
bro,
brother,
just
brother, it's
calm
okay.
down. I want to
I,
learn. I want to learn
bro,
a lot from you,
brother,
and I
bro,
wish you also learn from me.
my good brother, my
Be-
good brother. I said two
yeah,
minutes now. 2 minutes has gone, and you made a good point. We had a
bro,
good
you
time.
you give somebody a chance, bro. Just give me a chance. Let me learn from
Bro,
you. I
brother,
want to
brother,
learn.
brother, there is 19 people in line. Think about it.
Yes,
So
I
when I
got
say
it.
two
I got
minutes,
just
I'm thinking of
okay.
everybody, not just you now. And
Yes,
you got a chance
bro,
to say
bro.
something.
Bro, just give me some minutes. I
Okay,
watched you
I
giving
give
this
you, I
girl.
give you. Of course, I gave her that minute, that time, and that's it. I said to every day I give one person a long amount of time.
Oh,
There's
oh,
no,
okay, okay,
there's no wrong with that. Just come back another day. This was a
okay,
good one. Okay, I appreciate you.
okay, okay. Just give me like 5 minutes, please. Let me just prove some
brother,
points.
brother, if I just
Let
give,
me learn from you. Let me learn
brother,
from you.
brother, I will give
Let me
you
learn from you, please.
20 seconds. Do with 20 seconds what you want to do.
Oh God, 20 seconds is not enough to prove anything.
Then thank you for your time. Come back next time, okay?
Okay, I want to prove to you. I want to prove to you that I'm a God, and I want you to ask me some necessary questions for me to prove to you that I am a God because I am in existence and I am objective.
If you're a god, send me $10,000.
Bro, that is not the definition of being a God.
Then
You
thank you for
know,
your time. Then thank you for your
your own
time, bro.
definition of being a God is subjective. That
It's
is why
okay.
you feel there is no God.
Brother, thank you for your time, okay, bro? Next time, I promise. Come on, y'all. Show some grace now. He said, I'm a god. Oh, God. What's up, man?
Hey, peace, brother. Like you said, let me just get straight to the topic, man. Hey,
Yeah.
and I appreciate what you're doing. Hey, listen, I think what you don't realize is that you guys, even yourself, unfortunately, my brother, have the wrong definition of what God is. God is more equalable to law. So when you say what is God, this is what I would ask to you, and then you can just look around and you can see the proof in anything. God is when a rabbit has child with another rabbit, you don't get a bear. That's God. God is when you put an apple seed in the ground, you get an apple tree, not a pear. That's God. God is, unfortunately, brother, and then a lot of people like to test good and bad. God is, if you throw a baby that don't know how to swim in the water, it's gonna drown. That's God. Trying to anthropomorphize. I even heard yourself, and maybe just in the commentary talking about her being Christian, anthropomorphizing this God as a he or a she or something like that. That's not it. It's a law that balances all things and shows balance everywhere you see it. And when I say balance, it means a total equality. So just trying to understand or trying to think that we have a grasp on what's good and bad. It's kind of like an infancy level of our understanding. We do a lot of stuff looking at the Bible. We have to understand the Bible and the Jesus Christ story is only 33 degrees of the information of light that our people know. There's 365 degrees, my brother, and we're only talking about the 33 degrees of a 300 and what is left 27 degree circle, and is at what is God. And that's why some of the conversation to me is so emphasis, because when we're dealing with like just using the Bible as like the know all say all of what God is, and not really just looking around and finding out what God is, I think it does a disservice to even what we say God is. So there is a God. I think more, just to try to explain it to you, is more correspondent to what I call a creative principle or a law, but it's not no he, she type of thing that's somewhere deciding on things like that.
So what you're saying is that God is the idea of law.
I never said love. I never spoke of love.
No, I didn't say love. I said law. All laws are ideas, are conceptual.
Well, it's the creative principle. If you can try to,
And principles are conceptual. You're correct.
Yeah, it's a creative principle though. We
That
have
is
to
why
use.
That is why I said there is no God, because principles don't need to be redefined as God. Principles already have definitions. You get it? So
No, no, no.
what you have just said to me, bro? Let me put it in another word. You said there is no God,
Okay.
but there are principles and there is order. That's what you just said.
Yeah, it's
Because
supreme order.
because God got a definition already, bro. It's defined as the supreme being, the creator of the universe, and the source of all moral authority. But principles in and of
Where's
themselves,
that from, my brother? Where's that from? I'm just asking. I'm sorry.
it's from the Oxford Dictionary.
Oh, the Oxford Dictionary. Okay.
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
what you are describing, bro, it's the state of the world as it is. You're really describing reality. You're correct. But that doesn't require an intelligent mind or an intentional mind. That's just how the world is.
Hey, my brother, and I think you're a big thinker. You quoted Bob Marley earlier, and this is what I'm gonna say to you, and this is what I think may help give you a small conceptuality of what I'm talking about. If you can really grasp what Bob Marley said, it seems like you may be an enthusiast. Bob Marley said there's a natural mystic blowing in the air. Now, when he said that, what he's talking about, if you can conceptualize, he's saying that there's something that's in the air right now that's alive, and it knows that it's alive.
That is
Now,
po-
now,
that's
now
that
listen.
is
Now
that was
listen.
poetic
Don't go
of
too far with that. I don't want you to
that
go
that
too far with that.
that was
But
that
I
was
just want you to.
that was poetic
I
of Bob
just want you
Marley.
to try to conceptualize something that's not physical, that's not of this world, but is as he spoke of, is a mystic. And as we know it right now, it's blowing in the air, or can be seen as that.
That is why it's conceptual, and conceptual things are imaginary. It's okay. Like we make
Okay,
laws for
and put it
ourselves,
like
bro.
this, my brother. You keep human off the planet. Let's go with the four basic elements of earth, which is mineral, animal, and go with spiritual. Let's leave the human dominion off.
Brother, you're breaking. We can't hear you.
The minerals. Okay. Let's go with the minerals that's here on the earth. Let's go with the plants that's here on the earth, and let's go with the animals here on earth. And I can still speak of God. I don't want to trap myself or even you in words when you're saying conceptual, because what I'm trying to show you that this God is doing and being God without you, my brother, without us.
Godfly, listen to me, brother.
If you can understand that.
Listen to me, bro. When
Yes,
you
sir.
there is something in poetry called personification. When you take the characteristics of living things and you give it to non-living things, it's called personification. And whenever
It's
you
called anthropomorphizing. Anthropomorphizing as well.
hold up. Whenever you are personifying, hyperbolizing, or metaphorizing, you are creating some sort of mystery. Because if a person doesn't understand that you're doing poetry, they won't be able to understand you, right? For example, Bob Marley is saying that there's something mystical in the air. He is literally poetizing, like it's poetry. It's a way of him telling you that there's much more around you than you can see. But he's not saying that if you saw it, it's not gonna be natural and just like water and everything else. He's just telling you that you don't yet know. Don't live as if you
Hey,
already know.
you're
Keep
right, my
searching.
brother.
Keep
You're right.
searching.
You're absolutely
Right.
right.
So
And
so
I listened to you. I listened to you and the girl for 3 hours earlier, and you're absolutely right. Going back to your just reference, you referenced and you asked her a question that I thought was sane, and I think this will further open up the door from what you're kind of conceptualize God as. Have you ever done mushroom 5 grams or more?
no, sir.
See, so sometimes it makes me like, because this is. Have you ever heard of dimethyltryptamine? That's the actual secretion of your pineal gland in your brain. If you look it up, it's dimethyltryptamine. Have you ever heard of DMT before?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so dimethyltryptamine happens when you take REM sleep, when you're going in between REM sleep. Every night between about 3 to 3:30, you're in REM sleep if you're in your your circadian rhythm. So this stuff, brother, and it's not my research.
You're breaking, brother. I think your hand is on your microphone or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. How about now?
Let me ask you something, bro.
Okay.
When you're tripping on mushrooms,
Yes, my brother.
could you fly a plane while tripping on mushrooms?
No, me and my wife, we don't trip, but we hold a sanctuary and where we bring people in and we observe and we ask them questions. If they can fly an airplane, sir, no, sir, I don't. Let's not go into crazy questions.
No,
You
no,
can't,
hold up. Check this out.
you can't,
And
for real, sir. I can't. You can't get a person who's not on mushrooms to just go in there out
no,
of
no,
blue
no.
and
That's
fly
not
a
what I'm.
plane.
That's
Let's
not what I'm
not go
talking
here
about. That's what I'm
I
talking
think we're
about.
having a great conversation.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, let's say you're already a trained pilot,
Okay.
right? You're already a trained pilot,
Okay.
so you got experience,
Yes.
and then you trip a mushroom.
Yes.
Will you still be able to fly safely?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You'll be able to fly safely. You can sustain many personas of yourself. And I'm sure you, even while you was driving, if you've done any type of intoxicative, or maybe even marijuana for sure, if you've done any type of those drugs, you've been driving and then you done drove 2 hours and you can't remember none of the trip. Actually, you're thinking about something else and you're moving through the traffic unconsciously. You've may have done
bro.
that before. But if you
Hold
ask
on,
your
bro.
audience,
If
Go
I
ahead.
knew anybody who was driving on the road and they're not in their right mind or they were absent-minded, bro, I wouldn't want to be on the road, bro.
No,
To be honest with you, bro,
no, that's
like, bro.
that's not what I said.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe in, you said absent-minded? Do you believe that, now this is a kind of crazy person, do you believe that there's another persona of yourself inside of you? Let me say this to break it down. Do you think the person that you are when you're mad and the person that you are when you're happy versus the person you are when you're angry is the same actual person? Or do you think those are different personas of the one you?
I think that I can have multiple personalities.
Okay, so the only thing I'm saying, sir, is one of those people in there is driving. And they are attentive to driving on the road. They're not unminded. That
no.
person is of sound mind, but you
Hold
could
up.
be thinking of something else, and you're
No,
not paying attention. Your attention is not there, but
no,
you.
no. Hold
Okay,
up,
go
hold
ahead.
up. It
All
is
right.
true that I could have multiple personalities, but I
Okay.
can only exhibit one personality at a time. If I exhibit more than one personality at a time, it's called multiple personality disorder. So my personality is in order because
Hold
one
on.
personality is in charge at a
Hold,
time. If you have
hold on, my brother.
multiple
Now,
personality disorders, it's a mental illness.
hold on, my brother. Now, I know you've seen the music, the movie A Beautiful Mind, and I'm gonna step into this arena only because I know a little bit about it. I'm a psychology major. I didn't do a master's in psychology or
Do me a
anything like
favor.
that. But
Do me a favor,
it,
brother. Just make a quick last statement because I already set the clock
okay.
and you already exceeded the time.
Yeah, you're right. And I thank you, my brother. God is law, not a person, my brother. And if you want to see any proof of God, anything that you do, mark it down. You will bring back that same feeling and or thing that you did.
I would agree
Is a
with
point
you.
of,
I would agree with you except for one thing. God already has a definition and law already has a definition. If you're
well, I know you may go by Oxford.
if you are attempting to redefine the word God, then you first have to
No,
scrap the
no.
old definition officially because I like to speak proper English, bro, to be fair, because I think that language is for the purpose of standardized communication. If we're just changing the meanings of words in order to explain things away, then we'll never really be
Absolutely.
meaning the same thing, right? So if you say law, but you mean it as God, and someone says law, but they mean it like something that someone made up, then you're not on the same page. I understand what you mean.
Well, no, my brother, listen.
You are literally trying to tell me with many words that God is just a concept.
Respectfully, brother. Respectfully, you mentioned the Bible earlier. If you read the whole first part of the Bible, it says the New Testament. Testament means law, my brother. That means the Old Testament. Testament, if you look concretely in your book, it means law. Now, that's before your Oxford, all right? So I was just going through some definitions that you may not know of, but don't counsel me as trying this as being mine. That's not mine. Now, I understand you want to go by what Oxford told you, and that's fine, but I'm trying to just categorize my definitions into something that I thought you would
I understand what you're saying.
and understanding the law as the whole Old Testament.
Bro,
So I'm not looking at it as
you want to know who makes the law?
trying to redefine anything, sir. I'm trying not
you-
to redefine anything.
No. I get what you mean. But do you know who makes laws? We make laws. Human beings make laws.
No, sir. I think laws were here before the human existence. That's why I tried to mention earlier. Before humans got here, law was here.
Brother,
Things were those.
Brother, what language are you speaking to me in right now?
This is this is an English dialect, but it has no
Okay,
script.
okay. In
It
the
has no
English
script.
language, no, I'll show you. It does. In English, you must know grammar. You
English
must
language, sir. No, linguistically, as a linguist,
Godfly.
English has no script.
Godfly, hold up
That means
now.
the A.
Hold up, Godfrey,
Okay.
Godfly. English has grammar. It has punctuation. It has conjugation. Put together, it's called English comprehension, or in other words, English understanding. That is what you must first learn before you must convey any idea or any thought. If you don't learn grammar, punctuation, conjugations, and how to properly comprehend and communicate, you're not speaking English. Like, you're making your own brand new language using English as an inspiration. If you want to replace the word God with the word law and then give it all those qualities except for the human like qualities, you're just creating a new idea. And that's okay with
Sir,
me. It's
respectfully.
hold up, brother. That's okay with me, but it's still idealistic, right? That's my point. I'm not really having
Okay,
a
I
point
understand
personally
that.
with what anyone is thinking in their head. My point is that it's an idea, so there's no argument. The moment you told me that it was an idea, bro, I should have stopped talking to you. But I wanted to hear what you had to say, right?
Okay,
It's still
I understand.
idealistic, and it's okay. It's okay. Like, we can all like break down things, and that's why we all need to have ideas. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. We're on the same page. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
your time, brother. It's been 10 minutes.
Well, you have a good
Originally
one.
supposed to be 2 minutes, bro. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Please, when you make up definitions for words, know the original first. What's up, Basia?
Hello.
What you got for me, bro? Go straight to the point. You have a minute.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Today I'm going to disagree with something. I'm going to disagree with you on one thing.
Mr. Cindy. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. How are you? You're calling me Cindy today. I'm Basia now.
Okay.
Anyways, it's all right. We can't agree all the time, Today I'm going to slightly disagree. May I ask you why you were trying to distinguish between between love and justice?
Because those two words, practically, idealistically, are two different things, and they have opposite qualities. Justice is unjust unless it is purely unbiased. Love is purely biased.
Yes, well, that is exactly my point. Justice can never be absolute. And the element of bias will always be there because there is no absolute justice.
There is
Anyway,
absolute justice, but
how
it
do
is
you?
because, listen, that is why the wisest kings are the most
Yeah.
just, because they judge without bias, right? And even within their mercy, there is no bias. Think about it, right? King Solomon, when in that story, in that book, right? When the two women came to him, what do you think made him give the woman who was crying for the baby, who would rather give up on the baby than see the baby die? What do you think made him give her the baby?
A sought relative fairness.
Think about it. Would the mother of a child want to see the child die?
I mean, you will be surprised.
That's logical.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, good. Would the
Yeah.
would the mother of a child eagerly offer up her child to be split in half without an ounce of emotion or an ounce of dread and without hesitation?
Reasonably, I would say no.
That's logical.
But yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
So,
good.
but
So
yeah,
justice is always logical. Let me give an example of something which is logical, like justice, right? Computer
okay,
code. Computer
yeah,
code is completely void of emotions. If you program the computer to go right, it will go right. Unless interfered with, it will go right or it will go left. See, human beings, we
yeah,
have that capacity. We have that capacity. The problem is that our decisions, we are not taught how to be like that from a young age. So you almost have to get disciplined again as you get older, right? To learn how to separate your emotions from the reality of facts. So it makes it hard for us to be just. We're always biased. I love my mom so much that if my mom is wrong, I'll still take my mom's side. I love my country so much that if my country is wrong, I'll still support my country. All those things, they pollute our sense of justice, right? And religion teaches us to be loving to the point where if you actually prove to a religious person that their religion is wrong, most of them cannot even agree because they love their religion more than they love justice. Justice means you're completely void of bias and you follow the facts of the matter and you make decisions regardless of how you feel towards the pieces that you're deciding between. That's
I
justice.
understand that. I understand that, Bakanga. My issue, the point I have is using the word absolute. Because you see, the point is, even law itself is biased. It's difficult to find anything in human life that won't be conditional or biased. Even prayer is biased. Now, everything, it's difficult to say one thing about us will not be biased, and I can prove it. Now, for instance, even charity is biased. That's where I disagree. Charity is always for something. There is always a condition attached to it. For example, law varies. In fact, there is always a mischief that is behind every law that is enacted. That is to say, okay, we are making law now to restrict certain certain people, and or to give certain people, it won't be absolute. It will never be. Even in the court of law, anywhere, you yourself you might need to consider the difference between equity and equality, and now say, you know what, I'm not going to use equality. I'm just going to use equity. At that point, you are biased. It
Check this
doesn't
out.
matter.
Check this
Yeah.
out. Check this out, Basia.
Yeah.
I think you misunderstood my conversation with the sister earlier.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about God and God's execution of these two virtues.
Okay.
If God loves unconditionally, God cannot send the devil to hell because he created
That's-
the devil.
that's
If God is just absolutely, then God cannot judge you based on you believing in him or not believing in him when he presents himself to you through the testimony of questionable humans, right? When
Okay.
he's ultimately responsible. That's why I
Okay.
said that justice is a far greater virtue than love, because if you look at both of them in absolutes, love is more susceptible to bias than justice. If justice is not absolute, bro, it's not even called justice. You can call it,
like
but
that.
it's not justice.
I like that sentence. It's
The
more susceptible.
justice,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, practically, it's hard to find absolute justice. You're correct. And absolute justice, human beings cannot consistently execute absolute justice. But there are circumstances in which we can execute absolute justice. For example, the law says anyone who runs the red light goes to jail for 1 year. And guess what? We send everyone who runs a light to jail for 1 year. Even if it's the president, even if it's the president's child, even if it's the judge itself. That's the absolute application of that law. That's simply what it means. That means that you don't make any excuses for why somebody else is not going to be held by the consequences of breaking that law. That's simply what it means. The mercy of
Sorry,
God.
let me. Yeah, okay. Sorry, let me quickly say something. I agree with you there, but if you look at that, that is against the concept of relativism. Because if you don't care about why people are breaking the law, then you cannot be just, because there are some people who are actually breaking the law for a good cause. But
Like who?
absolutism,
Like who?
okay, for instance, if there is a law that says, look, you must not be seen outside at certain time, and your wife is in labor, you need to take your wife to hospital, right? You must break that law.
If
to
you
save
break the
your
law,
wife.
listen to me. Absolute justice does not care why you break the law. You broke the law,
That's
bro.
exactly why I'm saying
Listen,
it's not
listen. No, that is just.
But
Listen,
you see,
listen. I think you're comparing justice. No,
it's
that
not
is just.
it's not-
Listen,
it's not
listen,
relative.
Cindy. That is actually
Yeah.
just. It is unpleasant. It is unfortunate, but it's just. The law does not distinguish. The law does not
It's
say
extreme.
there's exceptions. That's why human beings write their laws and write exceptions into it. That's in fact, we write some laws and we write exceptions into it, right? for that
If
very
there is
purpose.
any,
Because if we don't write exceptions into the laws, bro, then if you break the law, you broke the law.
yeah, what I'm saying,
It
absolute
doesn't
law.
matter. It doesn't matter the reason. She better sit in that house and she better give birth in that house. She better give birth in that house. Like you better learn how to. She better learn how to give birth by herself.
But, but you do understand that if in human life we are more likely to be to work well with relativism than absolutism.
You are correct. You're correct. But
Yeah.
that was not the reference of my point. My reference of my point was the standard by which God should be held. Because God is almighty, all powerful, all knowing. God has to be held in absolute. If we're holding God in terms of relativity, that's not God anymore. Now you're talking about a human being. We are the ones that have that inability to be
The
absolute to
concept of
things.
judgment day makes God more relative than absolute.
Of course, and that's the failure of that entity, right? That's how you know that gods are man-made, because they hold God. It's like God being all good. Me and you spoke about this last time, right? God
Yes,
cannot be
I
all
know.
good. If God is
Yeah,
if God is almighty and all powerful, God has to be both all good and all evil.
that's correct.
Yeah, you and I were on the same point. I think you
Yeah, we
you
are
might
on the same point.
you,
And
you
I'm
might you might
trying
have been. Go ahead.
no, I understand. I'm trying to let like the religious people understand that God cannot just be one without the other. You understand? Because if people are thinking in the light of God is always good all the time, always good, that is a wrong presentation of God.
That is
It's
a
a
God that
wrong.
you've imagined in your head because it pleases you.
That's why you see anybody who presents God in that manner will I mean will be biased in their conversations about God.
Thank you so much, Cindy. It's been 10 minutes
Yeah,
with you as well. I
yeah,
appreciate you,
that's all
my
right.
brother. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
thank
roll
you
on,
very much.
okay? I
All right,
appreciate you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. Yeah? Nay? Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen now. Why you guys get lazy every once in a while? Tap the screen. What's up?
Hi, hon. How you
Kingston.
doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Good. You know what? You just said something absolutely freaking brilliant, hon.
What's that? You peeing?
You just said that God's law is the mercy of God.
No,
Did you?
that isn't what I said, but maybe that's what you're saying. Could you explain?
Oh, I thought you just said the law is the mercy of God.
No, I actually think that mercy is perversion of law because that means that you're not holding everybody to the same standard that you set. For example,
That's
the example he gave, right, when I said if you run the red light, you go to jail for 1 year. But the reason why you ran the red light is because you were trying to get your wife to the hospital. So you're more susceptible to mercy from a human perspective, right? Hey, let's be merciful. It's not like he broke the law on purpose. He broke it because he didn't have a choice. No. If God is God and God is the one who is judging, you're going to jail. It doesn't matter if your wife was pregnant. Nope, you're going to jail. You broke the law. You broke the law.
and I
That's
believe
it.
you're absolutely right. And you know what?
Why?
I've just in the last month actually, hon. See, I was under. I haven't gone to a church in 25 years, and I've never called myself a Christian because I always felt there's something really something really wrong. However, he just revealed to me that their doctrine was still in my brains,
Because
and so
it's
now,
not necessarily the doctrine. That's just your humanity. Because most of this religion just hijack basic human principles. They just hijack it. They make it seem like they're the ones that own it, but you can figure out
okay,
a lot
but
of these things on your own.
so were you a believer before, hon?
For
You
25 years, yes, ma'am.
Ah, yes, 25-year believer. Well, I'm in the place right now where I've been under the doctrine of the Trinity, the one what like saved by grace and faith in Christ alone and all of that. And I think I've come to realize that Christians and that belief system are more antichrist than even the unbelievers are.
It's so hard for them to understand that.
It's so hard, and I just came to understand it a month ago, and it's insane. It's insane.
Yes, it's so insane. It's so shocking. You don't even want to open your mouth and say it because you know exactly what you're gonna get. You see,
Exactly.
we talk. The Bible talks about deception, but Christians have never wondered if they could possibly be the ones.
They
You
are the
know,
ones
it's
right now,
it's
they're under
easy.
strong
It's
delusion.
it's easy to imagine that everybody else is deceived except you when you're also
Yep.
promoting a religion that is like theirs. But thank you
And
so much, sister, for your time. You have spoken truth. You have spoken truth.
all right,
I
hon.
I appreciate you.
Good night.
Good night. That must have been a faucet in the background because I thought she was peeing. I was like, damn, that's a long piece, my sister. Oh, a fish tank. Oh, that makes sense. That is a fish tank. It actually does sound like. I'll bring you up shortly. Sure, Mr. You and me. What's up?
Hi. Okay, so I got a question for you. My first
Okay.
question that say that there is no God, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to me what told you that there is no God?
So we as human beings, we have the ability to distinguish between things that are real and things which are not real. When you use that same standard to judge the idea of God, you realize that God is not real. We confirm that things are there through experimentation, observation, and consistency. And that thing has to be independent of what we imagine. For example, the sun in the sky, right? You will never see two human beings arguing if the sun exists because we all have access to it. You will never see two human beings arguing if water is water. We all have access to it. That is how we establish the existence of a thing. But the ideas of God is purely imaginary. That's why everybody has their own. It doesn't matter which religion you go to, they're never united on what they think God is. They always have different ideas in their heads because it's up to human interpretation because it's a human invention. God is like Superman. It's imaginary, but we can still build ideas around it and concepts around it and try to act out in ways around it. It still doesn't change the fact that it's not real. So if every human being in the world stopped talking today, the idea of God is going to disappear along with the speech of human beings.
Okay. So now let's say now everything has a creation to it. Like there's a house. Who built it? A builder, right?
No,
So
not a
who built
builder. Builders.
builders? Exactly, same thing. Now, who built Earth?
The earth
Who's
was
the
not
creation
built.
to Earth?
The earth was not built
Like,
the same way as the sand on the beach is not built by anyone. The water just comes and washes it away, and it takes whatever shape that the wind was blowing and causing the water. So the earth is a product of natural phenomenons. Not so. It's not an intentional product. It's an unintentional product of nature. That is why the earth is very hostile to human beings. That's why we work. That's why we build houses. That's why we make fire so we can survive. If we just stayed here naturally, we all pass away. We can't survive. We literally survive by going against the very nature of the earth. If the earth was made by someone, we wouldn't have to work for shit. We wouldn't have to go
okay,
look for food. We wouldn't even need to eat.
okay, okay. Okay, so now, now I'm a Muslim, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna tell you a story. So one day, I was a small kid. I think I was around 15 years old. My dad was at the hospital. He has a lot of sickness. He was at the hospital. He was sick. He was in a coma. He was about to die. He, as soon as he woke, like he didn't wake up. When he was like in a coma, right? He started like saying like mumbling words with his mouth that like he kept saying grave, dead, a couple of words like that. Okay. As soon as my mom went to him and prayed, okay, prayed, and she's like, God, please save the father of my children. They're not gonna have any father someday, right? Because he's
Mm-hmm.
about to die.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think around 2 hours later, he literally got up of a coma. This is what he said when he got up. He's like, am I gonna get buried? Am I gonna get buried? I saw the graveyard. They said that I'm dead. They said that I'm dead, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the person that saved my dad? God, right?
No,
Who?
your mother.
My mom, because she prayed
No,
to God.
no.
Who did she pray to?
When she was in that room, you don't think that he could
Yes.
hear her? You don't think he could hear her?
I'm not sure.
Of course he can. When you're depressed and someone comes and talks to you and cheer you up, doesn't that calm your mind down?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We human beings have that ability. When a person is near death, let me tell you something. The strange nature of death causes us to harbor extreme fears. And when our mind becomes susceptible to when our bodies become susceptible to illness or something that brings us down, we begin to hallucinate, almost like daydreaming. Everyone who's about to die experiences that. In fact, it's very similar to what happens when you sleep. It's almost like your worst nightmare. So whatever you're most afraid begins to take vivid images in your mind. And because you're almost dead or even in a coma, it can seem so real, just like dreams seem so real. But if someone was to wake you up from sleep, you just wake up. So that's what your mom did. She woke him up from sleep.
Okay.
She did. As simple as that. It's not. I'm telling you because why does God pick to save one person and not save the other person? It's random, right? And it's easy for us to just say it's God and not understand that process. If I was a scientist in that room, I would have to study the environment, the state of the coma he was in, the exact words your mom used, how emotional she was about it, the vibrations of the sound that came out of her mouth, and his perception. I would study into those things. It's healing. Like I said, you don't even have to be in a coma for someone to heal you with their words. And she could have been praying to Buddha. She could have been praying to her ancestors. It will happen the same way. People do in Africa. In Africa, people are on their deathbed and you go and you cry, you call them ancestors. Please do not let your son come home. It's not yet his time. And then sure enough, some miracle or something happens. Christians do it too in the name of Jesus. It's a human phenomenon. That's why we have spent so many years and so many resources studying the human body, advancing medicines, finding alternative ways of healing each other. Quite literally. Your mom woke him up from sleep.
Okay, this is my last question. Okay.
Okay.
So my last question is, we believe, because it said in the Quran, that once the time we die, we're gonna speak to God and all that. So I want to ask you a question. What do you think is gonna happen once you die? Because you don't believe in God.
Exactly what happens to everybody else. I don't need to imagine anything in my head. So what's the first thing that's gonna happen that will ensure that I'm dead is that my heart will stop beating. When my heart starts beating, everything that my heart does will stop working as well. For example, the blood will stop flowing through my veins. And what happens when blood sits still? It begins to clot, right? What happens when it begins to clot and my flesh is no longer receiving nutrients? It will begin to rot, and the process begins. There's no electromagnetic signals going through my bodies anymore. And if my brain was
Yeah.
alive, it probably hangs on. My brain probably stays on for a few minutes after that, and eventually I rot and I turn to dust, and they put my remains in the ground. And as long as people are alive, remember me, they remember me, but it won't be long before everyone forgets me. And that's just the nature of the world. That's why you should not take your life for granted. This is a once in an existential opportunity to experience the state of being a living thing. You are because you are present. Once a person is absent and cannot answer for themselves, they are absent. And that thought is depressing as hell. It's like you taste a really beautiful meal just so someone can let you know you will never eat it again. It's sad, right? Life is like that. When we taste it, it's so good that we don't want to let go. And the thought of having to let go is quite honestly sad. It's sad as hell, especially in those moments. And so we think it's better for us to just imagine that it continues. At least it allows us to not deal with the stress and depression that comes along with it. But the closer somebody gets to dying, the more they realize that that's it. That's what makes dead people who are close to death go cuckoo. They begin to have strange experiences. Their brain begins to create experiences to help them deal with the fact that they are nearing the end. Some have dreams. Some see the things they wish the most. Some even go to heaven, see pearly gates. Some go to hell and see their worst nightmares. There's some people who have died, apparently had near-death experiences, and they saw Michael Jackson in hell. Some saw him in heaven. Some saw him in purgatory. Somebody's lying, or they're just going based on what is in their heads. That's just how it is.
Okay.
It's called the irony of life. Life is sublime. It is sweet and it is bitter. That's why when children come into the world, the opposite of a birth is the opposite of what we experience during birth is what we experience during death. When someone is arriving, it's enjoyable. We're happy. When someone is departing, we're sad. Especially when we know we will never see them again. Quite literally. So we choose to imagine that, man, hopefully we'll see them one day.
Yeah. Okay, well, so this is my actually last question, I promise you, but this is like really weird, but who created you?
You see, I came to understand that human beings are not created. Nothing is really created. Everything is a product of transformation, raw material. I am the product of a decision that I can say began when my father made the choice to have intercourse with my mother, right? My father didn't know how many times he would stroke. He didn't know how much sperm he would release. He just released it. And then the natural phenomenon of things took place. Sperm went into my mother. One of the cells hit the egg first, and the process of fertilization began. My mother had to eat right. She had to stress herself in the right way. And she endured 9 months of carrying me in her womb, and eventually she gave birth to me. It's a transformative process, changing forms, right? And the reason why human beings evolved to have that ability is because we ourselves, once we die, that's it. So the only way to live on is to give birth. If you give birth, then your children live on. You live on through your children. You see, in a perfect world, your children will be an exact copy of you. So in the stomach, your child is an exact copy of you when the sperm hits the egg. But when they begin to have a different experience, that experience begins to make them into their own unique person. That is why you carry DNA from your father and your mother, but you don't come out like the DNA, because the conditions under which you are conceived and taken care of in your mother's stomach is not the same condition that your mother was in her own mother's stomach. That's why we're not exact copies. When the day you're born, a different doctor gives birth to you than the doctor that gave birth to your mother. You endure different pains and suffering. And we like to identify with our experiences. That's the only thing that makes us different from our parents, our experiences. Other than that, we're just clones of them. That's how humans live on. Because when the old copy is done, it's like candle wax. It just burns and goes. That's it. The candle wax that melts will never be a candle again. It's forgotten. And if you come back the next day, I will be burning a new candle. It will look just like the one. So I wasn't created. I'm a product of a transformative process. A change of state. Like water that freezes and becomes ice and then evaporates and becomes gas. The molecules of the water that evaporates is not the same thing that drops in the exact spot and become ice again. It's carried by the wind in the clouds, mixes with other molecules, and it drops in a different place. Life is ironic. Life is quite ironic, you know. It's poetic in nature. It's the best poetry. No one can write a poetry better than the one that nature presents with us. And the more intelligent we get, the more depressing it is. Sometimes it's better to just make things up in your head. That's what religious people do. It's better to just believe that, oh man, I'm going to go to this wonderful place where all my dreams will come. That's what heaven is. Heaven is a place where people's fantasies come true. So somebody wrote it in a book. They wrote it as sweetly as possible. And it's very seducing.
Well, actually, what we believe is there was a prophet. He's actually the first prophet. His name is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, he said that I don't know how to explain it because I can only explain it in Arabic. But how I can explain it is he said that he saw God and what he learned from the past life with God, he wrote it in the book. So everything he experienced, he wrote it.
I don't believe him. He was a man. He can lie like anybody else. And just because he has good intention doesn't mean I need to believe him. You realize that a lot of people who lie have good intentions, right? and they will tell you what you want to hear. They will tell you something so sweet. Liars don't always come and tell you things you don't want to hear. Most of the times, liars tell you exactly what you want to hear, and it makes sense to you, right? That's why you have to choose to believe Muhammad. I have chosen not to believe Muhammad. When I read what Muhammad wrote, I think that when I read what was written in the name of Muhammad, I think it's very beautiful poetry. I think the Quran is a very poetic book. It's one of the most magnificent books that man has ever written. But it's just that, poetry. And you know the amazing thing about poetry? You can exaggerate. You can write anything you want to, because poetry is not about truth. It's about making your mind imagine and ponder. It's like food for the mind. It's almost like a written form of a drug. For example, if I said to you, the kiss of my beloved was sweeter than honey, her gaze was brighter than the sun, and her touch was colder than ice. She made me tremble, but within her touch I found courage to work. Even when my body gave up, my mind stood still, for the thought of her gave me strength to keep going. I inspire you to find your beloved, for when you find your beloved, you will find strength, even when there is no strength. It's poetry. It's beautiful. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that through his Son, life and light may come into the world. Judge not, lest ye be judged. For with the same measure that ye judge, ye shall be judged. Here are the commandments. Behold, O Israel, here are the commandments. Thou says the Lord thy God, you shall have no other God before me. For I, your God, is a jealous God. I love you so much, I'm jealous. It's poetry. It's beautiful. It's true. It's true.
I get you, but the reason why I believe him is because there is not just one prophet, but there's Prophet Nuh, Prophet Yusuf, Prophet Ali. We have so many prophets that said the same thing, and there's prophets that have said things, and in the future they became true. That's the reason why I believe them.
If I decide today to write a book about all the scientists who came, I can write in the book that they all said the same thing. And 200 years from now, you're going to read it and think that they all said the same thing. That's the amazing thing about it, right? I could just read what they said, look for things that they had in common, and just use the same words. It's amazing what you can do when you can write. That's why writing is not literally the most honest way of communicating. Sometimes the best way of communicating is verbally. You bring 100 men into the room and you tell them a story. If the story is the same 200 years from now, then you know that those 100 men are telling the truth. But if I just write it one thing in a book and everybody can read the book, then everyone can say the same thing. And if what I wrote was a lie, everyone would think it's true. I'm not saying you should not believe. I'm not saying you shouldn't follow your religion. But you need to understand, truth is different from the opinions of men. Truth is always independently observable. Once you know the truth, you no longer need to say Muhammad said. You no longer need to say Moses said. It will now be I say. I say. When I speak truth, I speak with my own authority. I don't speak with the authority of anyone who came before me, because they were men and women. They saw the truth, right? Now, I have also seen the truth, and I'm not talking to you based on the testimony of Muhammad or the testimony of Musa or of Isa or of Dabi. I'm speaking to you based on my testimony. Anyone that knows the truth has the authority to speak that truth. You do not need to cite anybody else. But the fact that religious people like to go back to those books, it's almost as though they see themselves as beneath those people who wrote the books. Even if I was a Muslim, I would not see Muhammad as better than me or above me. In fact, I won't even read what Muhammad wrote. If I know that Allah is real, I'm just going to sit in my house until Allah comes. If Allah doesn't send Jibril to my house, I don't have a need to believe. In fact, now, if Allah sends Jibril to my house, and Jibril comes to my house and tell me the same thing that Muhammad wrote in the book, I'm going to go to everybody and tell them that, hey, y'all, you should better tell Allah that he should send Jibril to you, because Allah has time and Allah has many ways, right? And then Allah will send Jibril to everybody, then everybody will know. So people don't have to trust human beings, because human beings have the tendency to lie. So I'm sitting here right now and I'm telling you, I will never have a problem with being a Muslim if Allah sends Jibril to my house tomorrow. I will never have a problem being a Christian if Jesus knocked on my door tomorrow. I will put him to the test. If he passed the test, then I'll be like, look, guys, Jesus came to my house. But don't believe me. Please don't believe me. Jesus is going to come to your house too. Period. That's how it works.
Exactly. Okay, well, thank you for letting me come and explain everything and all the questions. And
My sister,
see you later.
you and me. Thank you so much, okay? I appreciate your gentleness. You have also set a good example of a Muslim, like the other Christian sister that came up here. You see, just because we disagree, don't mean we have to shout at each other. You talk to me
Exactly.
about your religion, and you did it very kindly. But I know you're doing Ramadan right now. That's why you're in a good habit, huh?
No,
I
actually,
hope you're
even
not different when it's not Ramadan.
no, I promise you, even if there is no Ramadan, we believe that even if people don't believe in God or are Christians, we will still be friends with them. We will still talk to them the
Good,
normal way because they're still human beings.
good. If you hold that, then to me you're not a Muslim. You're just a good person, and I can respect that.
Well, we've also I don't really believe this, but they told me in the Quran it says that Jesus is a prophet, but I do not believe that, even though I'm Muslim. I don't know
Really?
if that's true. Yeah, it's we say that he's actually not the son of God.
So what do you believe then about Jesus?
I believe I guess I believe he's a prophet. I'm not really sure because there's Christians that say different stories of what they read in the Bible, and we say different stories that what we read in the Quran.
Do you now understand why I cannot take your side or take the side of the Christian, right? Because you guys can't even
Yeah,
agree. You guys both believe in God, you both believe in Jesus, but you guys are telling me two different things about Jesus. I don't want to be confused.
exactly.
I don't want to be confused. So when the Muslims and Christians can figure out who Jesus really is, then the rest of us will be like, okay, they got your story right. Let's look into it. But as long as you guys are not on the same page, I'm not going to participate in the argument. No, that's an Abrahamic problem. That's an internal problem.
Of course.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much, you and me.
Thank you.
What's your name? What's your actual name?
My real name, I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to pronounce it correctly, but my name is Rainin.
Rainin?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Rainin. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. I hope to see you later.
How do you Muslims say it? Alhamdulillah. How do you say goodbye? What does it say?
Goodbye. مع السلامة.
Ma'asama. There you go.
مع السلامة. Yeah.
Ma'asalama. Okay.
Yeah.
You take care.
Okay.
Whatever she is, she was more behaved than some of the adults that come up here. Isn't it strange? Now, even the young ones have more self-control than the adults. Something ain't right over here, y'all. Something ain't right. Something's going on. There's a disturbance in the force. This is way too many respectful people and reasonable people in one day. There's no way I got this many reasonable people in one day. This must be a special day. Something's going on, y'all. For real. And y'all shout the sun is still in the sky. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. All right. I love women. Women are magnificent when they're gentle. Even their voices sweeter than sugar. What's up? Hello? Magan. Nah, bro, I'm telling you. The gentleness of a woman is more dangerous than the rage of a man. The gentleness of a woman can stop an entire army. The rage of a man may stop an entire army. What's up, man?
I'm good, bro. What's up?
I can hear you eating with the ancestors.
Okay, yeah.
Like you're eating like
My
you're
God,
eating for 1,000 people.
this platform is so sensitive, man.
How is that?
Yeah, at least you can get every drop of an act someone is doing. You can guess it right.
Who, me?
Even, I mean, the platform TikTok
Uh-huh.
is sensitive to sound. Yeah, I mean, it's sensitive to sound.
Okay, no problem now. What you got for me?
Okay, you said there is no God.
Did I say it?
I think that's a lie because there is a. You wrote it. That's your subject here.
Oh, okay, I wrote it. Okay, good. Go ahead. What's up?
You said question Q&A. Ask me anything. There is no God.
Uh-huh.
That's a lie. How can you say there is no God and I say there is God? What's that difference between us?
Because I'm real, and you like to live in your imagination.
This is beyond imagination.
Bro, how can you know it's beyond imagination? How did you know it was beyond imagination? If you cannot
Because
imagine it,
imagination itself has an origin, and someone must have designed and made it possible to imagine. So
what
imagination itself
what does it mean to
was
design?
create. You can use the word create.
What does it mean to create?
You can use the word bring out of nothing, caused into existence.
So you think that somebody brought your imagination out of nothing?
The person who created me, the spirit, the being who
So your father,
created
your
me
mother,
out of nothing.
so your father, your mother brought your existence out of nothing.
They gave birth to me. There is a
They
reproductive system
conceived
designed
you.
to
They
continue the
conceived.
cycle.
They conceived you. Do you know
Good.
what it means to conceive something?
I
That
think
means
I
there
would
was
like to
that means
hear.
there was no you, and your father, your mother made you. Literally, that's what it means to conceive you.
Well,
And
I
my
wouldn't
brother, let
want
me
to
tell you
argue
something.
that.
I know you have good intentions when you say there is a God. I know you have some good desires. I know you have some good motivations.
Yeah.
But your good intentions do not justify you lying and taking away credit that belongs to your mother and your father and giving it to somebody else. Don't you know that even if there's a God, God can create somebody who also has the ability to create somebody, who also have the ability to create somebody? Don't you know God can do that? If your God is real?
Of
Did
course,
God
that
tell
is
you?
what he did.
Okay, so if you're going to talk about who created you, it was not God. It was your father and your mother. God did not make you with his
Who
hands.
created my father?
Your father's father.
Then, when you
Your
pull out
father's
this,
father's father. And your father's 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 father.
continue,
Father.
continue, continue. Then you get to the spirit you call God.
Father. And who created God?
Ha, that
Yeah.
is
Look. You're going to give me an
beyond
imaginary answer. You're going to give me
you.
an imaginary answer. Watch.
That is beyond you. There's no answer to that.
You have imagined in your head that is beyond you, just because you don't want to accept the fact that every human being has a father and a mother. Do you know anybody? Have you ever seen anybody who doesn't have father and mother?
Okay, who is the father and mother of the mountains?
The mountain is neither male nor female. They're not binary beings or binary entities.
How do they come to existence?
Magma turns into molten magma. It comes out of the ground where it's hot. When it meets oxygen, it cools down, and then it becomes solid stone.
And that continues until now.
No be so.
A mountain still coming out of magma till now.
Bro, mountains are erupting all the time now. Of course. Go to Yellowstone Park here. Go to Mount Kilimanjaro. Go to Mount Cameroon. Go to Mount Everest. Go to Australia. You see the mountains, they are still erupting. And this process, based on how we have been examining it with our science, we are estimating that it has been going on for billions of years. And that's just estimate, that's approximate.
Well,
I know.
I guess that The only difference now is the information that we are exposed to. You and I were exposed to different information, and that's how our opinions are formed.
Tell,
You
tell me
have
tell,
you
tell me
have
what
consumed
information.
informations.
Tell me what information you are exposed to that I am not exposed to.
The information I'm exposed to nature itself, the design, everything about nature,
Do
the
you know what?
precision,
Do you
the
know what a design is?
mathematics,
There's no
everything
precision.
about nature.
There's no precision in nature. What is the precision that makes it to where a child is born with
There
cancer?
is.
Tell me the precision of cancer.
There are biological mishaps
Mishap. So your God,
into that.
your God is a very incompetent designer.
No, biological. No,
Biological,
no.
bro. If your God created you in your mother's stomach, how couldn't he have created cancer in your mother's stomach? So you're willing to give
Look
God
at what
credit.
happened.
Hold up. You're willing to give God credit for putting the baby in your mother's stomach, but you don't want to give God credit for putting the cancer inside the baby. Look at you. Now you're calling it biological mishap. Listen, you might as well call your birth. The birth of a baby is a biological phenomenon, a biological situation that began with pleasure. Your father got horny. Your papa, if you want to do it, now when your mama come, then they go knock. Yeah. When your papa be don't knock your
Well,
mama,
no,
now you way put her inside. And then your mama belly don't begin to grow. Now there where you come born. Since the day you don't born, you don't they grow. Now you have become a man yourself. You can knock. Go and find a woman and knock, and you will make a baby. If you have any doubts,
that is a
listen,
cycle of
bro.
life.
If you have any doubts that human beings make humans, go and find a woman. When your body begins to feel that tingle and that guy between your leg wants to do some activity, the woman will offer herself to you. She'll offer you a gift, a flower. You can enjoy the flower, but let me tell you, after you enjoy that flower, you have to pay bills for 18 years. You have to pay bills. You have to spend money continuously because you have another human being to feed. But until then, my brother, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Okay.
All right.
It's like, hey, if you have any doubts that humans make humans, if you're a woman, come please. I like to teach women how we came into the world. Anytime a woman asks me who made us, I say, come, let us go. I will demonstrate. I don't like to use words to describe the situation.
Yes, hello.
What's up, man?
No, I'm cool. I have just few questions. All right. You said human made human. I want to ask, who gave human this capability to impregnate others?
It's nature.
So how is it nature?
The same way as one magnet. When you combine the electrical power, electrical capability, along with the genetic capability and the need for survival, and when you look at the magnitude of time that it's been over billions of years, yes. Look at now we have artificial intelligence, right? Now we're evolving.
Yes.
We're evolving. We're literally evolving. We're adjusting ourselves, learning new skills. What we call our medicine, our medical system. If you take medicine and you gain immunity to a disease, and your wife also take medicine and gain immunity to disease, your baby will be born with a natural immunity against that disease. And if it's not, you can also give your baby that medicine. Meanwhile, your great-grandparents did not have it. It's evolution. That's what evolution is. It's adaptive.
So what you're trying to make me understand is there's nothing spirituality in this world.
When people say spirituality, they're referring to the mind. So things that we think in our head, like imagination. You can imagine things in your head. It's okay. It's okay to imagine things. Just don't confuse the things you have imagined in your head for the things which are real. Know how to tell the difference. Daniel.
Okay.
Thank you so much, bro.
All right.
C'est comment, maman Daniel? Toi, tu fais comment? There is no God. There's never been a God. There will never be a God. If you don't like it, cry about it. Wow. Walacia Will, you've been online for a long time. Maman Daniel, toi tu viens et tu pars. C'est quoi ça? Toi tu vis quel genre de vie? Si tu viens chez Bakanga, il faut quand même rester, il faut boire le thé. Le thé de la vérité. La vie n'est pas facile. Toi tu fais quoi avec ta vie? La vie doit être facile, non? Si ta vie n'est pas facile, ça veut dire que tu te stresses beaucoup. Pourquoi est-ce que tu te stresses? Prends le déjeuner, assois-toi et comprends. Écoute à Bakanga. Les mots de Bakanga peuvent guérir ton cœur. The words of Bakanga can heal your heart.
What's up, Bakanga?
I'm doing good, bro. Daniel, c'est pour ça qu'on dit Amen. Lekete. What you got for me, bro?
All right. So I do have like a few like questions to you, but I also want to show you my point of view, right? Because I understand what you mean when you say like there's no God, and of course like how people observe the books and stuff. Because I heard you talking to the girl about the Quran and how poetry it is.
Right.
But I don't believe as in God in the sky and all like the misconceptions of the God. But okay, I have this question to you based on God. Then I'll get to the self and you and the awareness and the knowledge. But how is matter created? And I know
Matter,
you're aware of that.
matter is not created. Matter is not something that is created. Matter is a
So you
consequence.
don't believe in physics?
Does physics never said matter was created?
Yeah, it does.
Where does it say that?
Um, the Big Bang Theory, it's so
Does it
it's
say
light
does,
that
does it
is
say
heat,
does it
and
say
when it
the big
becomes cooler.
does it say the Big Bang law? No, it says the Big Bang theory.
So, but you have that on the thermodynamic first law, all right? So heat transfers from one state to another, and when it becomes cooler, it creates matter. That's how
That's
matter is
that's
created.
not
And
a creation. That's a transformation, like temperature, right? It's circumstantial.
but when it's very hot, there's no matter. It's moving at a high speed where it does not form matter. I actually want
You cannot have heat. You cannot have heat without matter, bro.
No, you can't. It's light. Heat is just light. You can have.
No, heat is
Would
not
you say
light.
light is matter? Would you
Heat
say
is
light
not
is
light.
matter?
Heat is not light.
So what is the sun?
The sun radiates, but the sun itself is not light. Light is rays, right?
I'm,
The heat of the sun is
but
produced through radiation. But radiation is not the only way that heat is produced. Like you can have something that's hot that's not light.
how?
Listen,
It would have glow. It would have glow. Okay.
when particles are moving fast, they generate heat through friction. So when the molecular structures of something is moving fast, it generates heat through friction.
Uh-huh.
That's it. That's how heat is generated.
And because of the rapid movement,
Say that again.
the speed.
That's right.
That's because of the rapid movement.
So the universe is fundamentally chaotic.
All right, but
The universe is fundamentally chaotic, or what we call the universe.
The universe is fundamentally chaotic.
Bro, you're echoing. You're echoing.
Bro, you're echoing. You're echoing.
Jeez. Sorry, bro.
Jeez. Sorry, bro.
Heat is generated through friction.
Heat is generated through friction.
Bro, that boy done jacked up my live show. Fix your sound.
Of my live show.
Fix your sound. I rebuke that microphone in the mighty name of Donald Trump. And may the power of Elon Musk touch that microphone. Let it be electrified and magnetized. May the Archangel Isaac Newton bring gravity upon that phone. Oh, man. I don't know what village some of you guys are from, but I haven't made too many jokes today because there aren't too many people who have been worthy of jokes. All right, I haven't insulted anybody today.
He's also gonna be coming to my shop.
That is not a bridge.
Yeah. Hello.
What you got for me, man? Go straight to your point.
Yes, good day, brother. You see, I want to make a point here. Back in the days in 1976, so I called my my father, so who happens to be a pastor in a church. So I asked him, Dad, can you please explain to me how do I came in existence? So he said he met my mother and I just came. So I asked him, how did you come in existence? He said his father.
Your
So
father
when he
said,
told me his father,
hold up. Your father said he met your mother and then he just came.
no, I'm just trying to make it to make it small, in a summary way.
Oh, okay,
In a summary way. So, John, that
okay.
is what he told me. So he said that I came in existence through the ability of him and my mother. So I
Uh-huh.
now asked him,
Your father is a hard
how
worker.
did you
First of all,
come?
look. Congratulations to your father. He's a very hard worker. He's a waist bender,
Okay.
a waist twister.
Okay.
He did a good job.
Oh, but take a busy that. Take a busy.
Your father is a knacking machine.
Oh boy, don't be lie, yo. Don't be lie. So, like I said, I asked him, how did you come then? So he said to me that he don't know who the father was, but he knows the mother. And the mother, I can see his own mother. So the mother was my grandmother, which she died in 2005. So I now asked my father, where is your father? He said the father is dead. He died during the Biafra-Nigerian war. I guess you know that story.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, so when I said, okay, can I see the grave of my grandfather, which I don't know? So he took me to the grave. So I now asked my father, this your father that is lying down here, who was the father? Do you know who was the father? He said to me, no. I said, so how do you think that this God you're talking about is in existence? My father is a pastor. The only thing I remember he told me that day, he said, son, you ask me a lot of questions, and I can see you are too wise to ask me this question. I must be honest to tell you, I'm a pastor, but this God of a thing, I don't know how he came to existence. I don't know who created him. So now, I'm listening to the story of you and the other girl, when you're a Muslim girl, we are talking about Muslim. She said, near death. So to me, I had a near-death experience in 2013. So I was totally down. I don't know where I was. So people around me when I wake up, the first statement my father said to me that I was asking, I said to people, why you don't buy food to the people who are hungry? That was what they told me that I said, my first statement when I wake up from near death, when they told me. So when I wake up, even as I'm talking to you right now, I'm just a pure version of you. I don't lie. I don't hate people. I don't believe in religion. I don't even believe in getting married. I once told my girlfriend, because I have a baby boy right now, I told her that I regret bringing these children into this world. She asked me why. I said, because I brought them into this world because I love them. If I was kind enough, I wouldn't bring them to suffer the same mess I'm seeing myself into in this world, because this is a place of you don't even know if it's reality or in a dream. So that question brought me back right now to you. If you say there is no God, yes, I'm not disputing that. It might be true, it might be lie. So what was that feelings I had when I had the experience of near death, that I started regretting giving birth to my children. So what was that experience? That experience is what is making me mighty today, because whenever I am 37 years old right now, whenever I remember that incident, that time, everything in this life, I feel like going back to that place, asking God a question. So now, to make me more calm down, I want you to know, brother, can you just explain to me how do we explain those experience that I had that time in 2013, if there was no God? Because that thing makes me to believe there was a God. As I'm talking to you, I'm not a religious type. I don't go to church. I don't even see anybody who doesn't go to church as anything. I have Muslim friends, whatsoever. Even as it stands now, I don't even have friends. Because whenever I'm alone, I think too much. I think exactly like you, that people see me as somebody who is a narcissist, somebody who is mental, because I think differently from what other people think, just like you.
Why
So
were you in the hospital?
I don't really know. The only thing I remember, my parents told me I was fighting with my elder sister. Because we are 5 in the family, my elder sister was elderly. So he pushed me. I fell from a staircase. I fell on the floor. I hit my head on the floor. So that is it. That's the only thing I can remember.
So you suffered a blunt force trauma to the head.
I don't really, that's the English word. I'm not that educated, but I know. I can understand
Blunt force
myself.
trauma means you hit your head. Yes, it's typical
Yes.
to have a concussion. And concussions are quite literally related to hallucinations. But a hallucination cannot be the only cause of what is happening. Listen, do you know why people dream when they go to sleep at night?
No.
Okay. This is your brain that you have like this in your head. It's just like your heart. It's always working, even when you're asleep. You know how your heart has never stopped beating since the day you were born? Your heart is doing tutup,
Yeah.
tutup. Your brain is
Yes.
always firing electrical signals to the rest of your body. Your brain is the digital place that is storing all the information that tells your body has to work. All the experiences, all the
Okay.
skills you have learned, that's what your brain is doing. But when you are
Okay.
sick and you go to the hospital, what's happening is that all your other bodily functions, they're beginning to cease to work, right? They're not really working
Yes.
at their full capacity. So your heart and your brain have to do most of the work. And your body has a natural defense mechanism. When your body is threatened, your heart will naturally want to slow itself down. So it's doing less
Okay.
work. So it's not
All
overstressing
right.
the body.
I
Hold
have
on, hold
another
on.
question right now.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Let me go somewhere.
Okay.
Don't forget your question though.
Yes.
Whatever happened to you, your body was in danger. So your body went into emergency mode. Just kind of like emergency mode that your body goes into when you go to sleep. It needs to repair itself. While your body is repairing
Okay.
itself, your brain is still working. You're still thinking. And that thinking process is what we call dreaming, because it becomes so vivid, we can even see images. But have you noticed that sometimes you have dreams that you cannot remember?
Yes. Yes. Certainly. Yes.
So when you were in that
Yeah.
bed, you had a dreamlike experience that was so vivid. But because of how traumatized your body was, when you woke up, you could not remember. That's what happened. You could not remember all the details at the
Okay.
very least. That is a natural
All right. Okay.
process.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that it's a natural process. Okay. Bakamba. Another one is this, ne? I have I want to digress a little bit. I think in 2015, I went to a church and the pastor wants to pray with me. He want to touch my face to pray with me. I told him, no, don't touch me. So he asked me why. I said to him, because what you're talking here, you're talking rubbish. There's no God who tell you anything. So in that auditorium, there was about 200 people. I was the only one that makes such drama, and I left in 2015. So till now, I don't even know what gave me the courage to say that in the public, in an open mic. That is, by the way, one. And another thing also, even as I'm talking to you now, there's a place I will travel to. I will see myself. My brain will tell me that I was here before, but I don't even know when I came there. So what was that feelings all about? As I'm talking to you right now, it happens to me. I'm talking to you from South Africa.
Let me
But
ask you a question.
if I go to any place, I find myself, I begin to recall that I was somewhere here before. I begin to see pictures of maybe I was here before. What was
Let
that
me,
feeling?
I'll tell you, I promise, I'll tell you. But let me start with the pastor. Let me tell you something, bro. If a madman that you know is a madman, if he goes and put on clean clothes, then he comes and wants to put his hand on your face, you will let him do it. Eh? Just because that pastor was wearing nice clothes and all the other people in the congregation were mad doesn't mean that you were mad. You're already a thinking person. You understand the theatrics. You see it. And instead of
Yeah.
pretending like everybody else, right? Instead like pretending.
Yes.
Because everyone in church is really pretending, okay, bro? They're just pretending. Nothing is really
I'm
happening to
telling you,
them.
yes, it's true. It's
You
true,
did
yeah.
not you did not feel the need to pretend, and you had the courage to act upon it. That's the only thing that happened there, right? Because if the pastor has power, why does he need to put his hand on you? Why can he not stand from a distance and launch the power? If you could launch the power,
Okay.
then you yourself will know that it's real. Some of us have the courage, like I have the courage to say there's no God. Some people would not. They don't want to lose the relationships in their lives. You see,
Yes.
you have to understand the price that I had to pay in order to say the things I'm saying today. You know what I'm saying? Now,
And it's not easy. I must recommend you for that.
as for that familiarity, my brother, sometimes our brains malfunction, and we can lose perception of time. That also
Yes,
happens to
exactly.
me. That also happens to me, okay? Where I'll be doing something and my brain will process it so fast that by the time I come to it, I will think I've done it before, but it just happened like right now. It's just a brain.
Yeah.
It's a brain malfunction. It's like an electrical system, a transformer. When there is a short in the system, it's a common malfunction. It's not deadly. It's not threatening. But what is that? Your brain like temporarily it's like there's a huge burst of electricity that goes through your brain, and you temporarily lose track of time, and you cannot put your thoughts together, and a present experience you're having begins to feel familiar, right? It's like familiarity. But it might have been that you had an experience one time in a complete different place and you had that sensation. So what you're experiencing is the same sensation, but what is really happening is not the same thing. Think about it. It's like hunger now. It's like hunger. Every time you get hungry, your body feels it the same way. It might be too much sometimes, a little bit sometimes, but every once in a while it's the same. When you get thirsty, your body feels it the same way. So there are some experiences that it doesn't matter where you are. When you have those experiences, you get the same sensation. That's what happens to you. It happens to all of us. Some people call it deja vu. Already seen in French. That's what that means. Deja vu, right? Yeah, deja vu.
Oh,
It's
already seen. Okay.
Yes, it's not mystical. It's just biological. Unfortunately, our brains is like your heart, right? Some people's heart. Some people have heart issue. Some people also have brain issue.
Yeah.
People who have heart issue, it doesn't mean that they cannot function. They function well, but every once in a while their heart begins to beat slowly, too slow. Sometimes it beats too fast. They say they have high blood pressure. Sometimes some people have low blood pressure. It's also possible to have high brain pressure and low brain pressure.
Okay. Okay. And another question I want to ask you: how does it feel when you have an entirely different opinion from what multitude are saying? Because in those experiences, also sometimes I was asking my parents, "Who am I? Who am I really are?" Because sometimes you have a entirely different from other people.
Brother, this question that you're asking me, are you sure it did not begin when you hit your head?
No. I don't think so.
Are you sure this question did not start that day when you fell down the steps and hit your head like this?
No. Why I say so? Because I recommended somebody for you, somebody who is having the same experience with me. I was saying to that guy, since I started listening to your page, I'm beginning to have a sense that I have people who think like me. Because my owner, I was asking, who am I? Am I really a human being? Sometimes I pinch myself to see if I can see a pain, but I still see the pain. Because when I think
listen carefully. Is everybody in the world like Bill Gates?
Say it again.
Is everybody in the world like Bill Gates?
No.
You can maybe even count in your hand how many people are like Bill Gates, right? There's maybe 5, 10, 20 billionaires. 30, maybe
Exactly.
even 100, even
Yes.
1,000 billionaires.
Yes. Yeah.
Everybody in this world has a condition that they are only part of a few group of humans that have it. Most people in this world just want to survive. So they are willing to believe anything that allows them to survive and gives them a semblance of peace of mind. They don't like to investigate things that would take away their peace of mind. There's something they just don't want to know. If they already think that there's a God, they have a routine. Every Sunday they go to church, they sing glory, glory to the Lord. They come back home, they eat with their family, they get up. Some people like their routine. People like me and you who like to ask questions, we are going to suffer from a problem that we are going to find answers.
Exactly.
We're going to find answers that we don't like. We're going to find answers that we cannot go and share with anybody because they will think we're crazy. So your experience is unique because you are an honest person. And when you ask questions and you find the answers, you don't try to change the answers. You let the answers be.
Yes.
Most people, when they ask those questions that you ask, and they see the answers, and the answers does not match what they already think, they will blame the devil. They'll say that was temptation.
Yes, you are right. You know why I said you are right. I also want to make a comment on the part you talk about love. My father once told me. My father's
make a comment real quick so I can go to the next guest. Go ahead.
okay. I'm trying to talk about the love. When you talk about love, my father once told me that he married my mother for many years, but he knows that my mother doesn't love him, and he also doesn't love my mother. So I asked them, what unite you guys together? He said because they agree he was marrying my mother as a mother that can bear a children for him, which is how am I gonna put it in English? He was marrying a mother for us, not a wife for himself.
My brother.
So now,
my brother,
I now to understand when you said that love is conditioned. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I like it that's your last statement. Listen, my African people, that is the oldest wisdom.
I'm telling you.
That's the oldest wisdom in the book of the black man. When you are looking for a wife, you are not looking for a wife to please your emotions and your feelings. You are looking for a suitable partner that can produce healthy children.
Yes. And that is what my father told me.
If you marry an unsuitable woman, she may love you like nobody else in this world can love you, but when she gives you children, they will have bent legs. Some will carry cancer, some will carry brain issues. And it will not be worth that love. So in the old African ways, marriage used to be arranged. That's why marriage used to be arranged.
Definitely.
They used to call it they used to call it a suitable partner. Right?
Exactly, my brother.
And because we had understood genetics, you don't want to marry in your family. If you marry in your family too close, the children come out very funny.
Yes.
So
yes, exactly.
And you don't want to marry too far. If you marry too far, the strangers will come and they will take your wealth. So you want to go to distant family. The more distant the family is, the better. So you have some people, they marry their third cousin, their fourth cousin, among us Africans, okay? And it's okay because you are cousins 4 or 5 times removed, 6 times removed, right? That family that moved up the hill 200 years ago, you go up there and you get a wife, right? Imagine 2 brothers. Me and you are brothers. You go to Yoruba land, I go to Igbo land. 500 years later, you have 50,000 descendants. I have 100,000 descendants. Our children can marry.
Exactly.
Like that, suitable partners. But the Europeans, they don't do it though. Sometimes they used to marry brother and sister to maintain genetics. Maybe that's just how they work. Maybe that's how it works for them. Yeah,
Exactly.
Maybe that's just how it works for them.
Like I was telling my friends that this misconception of religion is all about European culture. I was telling this is nothing like a Bible. It's European culture to me. It's European culture. Because when I realized that it's European culture, is that I was telling my father, okay, if you know all these things, why then are you still a pastor? He said it's just for us to find a food in my table to train me in school.
It's business. Your father is a wise man. That your father like this.
Yeah, that's what
he's not only a knacking machine. Your father is not just a human reproductive machine. He's not just a human fertilizer. Your father is a thinker.
Yeah.
Your father is a thinker.
Yeah, that's what he told me. Even he also told me, like I'm 37 years right now, he was telling me that even if you want to get married, never you marry a lady that you love. Come back to East and look for a lady for your children, not for yourself. So all
Listen,
those words, like brother, is killing me. Like as I'm
love,
talking to you now,
love,
I don't have a
love.
friend because they think they
Go
don't think
ahead.
in the same direction with me. I don't have a friend.
Of
Not even
course,
I don't have a friend because all of them think negatively.
it's okay. It's okay. But you're still surviving, right? Let me tell you something
I'm
about
surviving,
love.
my darling.
Let me tell you
Yeah.
something about love. The current idea of love that most people have is romantic. Romanticism. It was popularized by the age of the Romans and their poetry. You
Yes,
understand?
exactly.
It was
Exactly.
romantic, and that the problem with that type of love is that that's the love that promoted monogamy. Because once you fall in love with one woman, you become conflicted if you fall in love with two women. Meanwhile, human beings
Yes.
in most culture, they used to be polygamous naturally.
Yeah.
A man's feeling towards a woman was mostly sexual in nature, but he will pick a partner to have him children. And as he gets older,
Yes.
he will keep going to pick suitable partners. That's why it doesn't matter where you go, Europe, Norway, Russia, China. Men used to go and get. The older you get, the younger you want the woman to be. She'll bear you strong children. So men will have like, this is the son of my old. This is my first son. He's the son of my young age, and this is my last son. He's the son of my old age. It's just
Yes.
like that. Human beings used to be very pressed on survival, but these days everyone is emotional. Emotional. Men don't even go to
I'm
war
telling you,
anymore.
my dear.
Men don't go to war anymore. So now men are beginning to feel emotion like women. Now let me tell you something. If a man can marry a woman whom he does not love, and that relationship will be
Yes.
okay. But the woman must love the man.
Exactly.
The woman must love a man. Let me
Yeah.
tell you something.
Yes. Yes.
Love is a skill of a woman. Okay, it's a skill. Love complements this love thing that we talk. That is something that comes to women because they have that natural ability to carry children inside of them, and it generates something inside of them that we call love, but it's not really love. Honestly, it's something feminine. You understand? So
Yes.
if you're a man, you find yourself loving women the way women love. You have been feminized. Men,
As
we are naturally thinkers, right? So a man excels
yes.
in logical thinking, and then that allows him to build strength so he can protect. A woman excels in gentleness, in being almost cunning in her way of thinking. A woman is not straightforward in her thinking. She has to strategize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steps ahead. She's the one
That's
that
so. Yeah.
her strength comes by looking weak, and then she makes you
Yes.
underestimate her. Once you underestimate her, she proves herself. We as men, we don't even
Exactly.
want you to underestimate us at all. We want you to see us as strong, and we try to prevail through intimidation. Meanwhile,
Exactly.
women they intimidate by being, they don't really intimidate. They succeed by being very cunning. So if you think that she was not paying attention, she's already thinking 10 steps ahead of you. And the only way for a man to compete is to keep his brain right. If you're a man and you're on your feelings, you
Exactly.
cannot compete with the woman you're with. She will play you like a toy. Naturally, she doesn't even have to try. She doesn't even have to try. She will always outsmart you. If you're not disciplined,
Exactly.
if you're not responsible, and if you're not able to protect, you understand? So
Yeah.
women can love.
Yeah.
Men can comfort. A man can comfort. Do you know why
Can
a man can
comfort.
comfort? Because when things
Yes. Yeah.
go wrong, let me give you an example. You know how we do funerals in Africa, right?
Yeah.
When everybody's crying, what is the man supposed to do? You're supposed to be strong, right?
Yes. You must be strong. Yes.
You're not allowed to cry. Do you know why?
Even though you are pretending, sometimes you might be pretending. Yes.
No matter how much it pains you, you should not shed a tear
Yeah.
as a
You
man.
must not shed tears. Yes.
You allow the
Yes.
women to cry.
You cry. Yes.
How are you supposed to process your emotions as a man? You get work done. You work.
Yes.
You
Yes.
find
Get
something
yourself
to
busy.
do.
Yeah.
Yes, you get busy as
Yes.
a man. But a woman, it's
Yeah.
okay for her to sit in the house and she cries because that's how she processes her emotions, through her tears. We men, we process our emotion by being productive, by being disciplined. Maybe it's even time to go to war, you know? But unfortunately,
Yeah.
technology has feminized many of us men. Now anything that happens,
I'm
man, they
telling you, my
cry.
dear.
Man,
And
they
thank
cry.
God
Now,
I'm not such a person.
I'm not telling you not to cry. I'm not telling you that it's not okay for men to cry at all, okay? As a man,
No,
you
I
need to
know. I know.
you need to
Some
you
cases.
need to you need to cry on schedule. You need to schedule a time to
Yes.
cry. Eh? As a
Exactly.
man,
Exactly.
when you're crying, there don't need to be any human being there. You need to go and hide yourself
I'm
somewhere.
telling you, that is what my father told me. And it do happen to me, my dear.
Yeah. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
brother, for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad. I'm
Yes.
glad. I'm glad. I'll keep following you, my dear. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Sure.
When a man cries, everybody's gonna give up. When a man cries in public, whoever that man was responsible for protecting, whoever was depending on that man for protection, they have no hope. You understand? When a man begins to cry, you are finished. Abi, you are finished. That's why in the olden times, you could beat, you could kick them, you could punch them, you could break their teeth. They will not shed a single tear. When we were growing up, young African boys, old African boys, when we were growing up, our parents used to beat us, right? But when you grew to a certain age, no matter how much they beat you, you could not even cry anymore. No matter how much they beat you, you could not even cry anymore. You just got to the point where beating was just beating. The tears just went away. Meanwhile, girls, you don't even have to beat them. If you talk to a girl, she will shed more tears than 100 boys can shed tears if you kick them, punch them. That's her nature. That's the feminine nature. Her emotions come out with her tears. I remember as I was growing up, my father used to discipline me until one day I caught the belt. When I caught the belt and I held that belt tight, and my father tried to put the belt and he could not, and I realized he could not, I stood up and I looked at him. When my father saw the looks in my eyes, my father no longer whooped me he did not whoop me up close anymore. He would try to whoop me from a distance and I'll be dodging. Before we realized, my father now has to sit down and try to talk with me. Beating doesn't work anymore now. Even my mother, she should give me there was a time when my mother gives me 2, 3, 4, 5 lashes. I was 9 years old, 10 years old. I will be crying. But one day my mother gave me 20 lashes and I just looked at her. At first she got angry. He gave me 20 more lashes. I still looked at her. After that, my mother realized that beating does not work. This was really my uncle and my auntie, because my uncle and auntie raised me during that time, but I called them father and mother. It does not work on men. If you want to punish a man, you make him work. If you beat a man, you're only making him strong. Yeah? You're only making him strong. If you beat a man, you're only making him strong. Men can endure pain, physical pain, because we are physical. Women, look at them, emotionally. How dare you hurt her feelings? It's okay if you're a woman. It's okay for you to cry. It's okay for you to shed tears. A woman can communicate just by crying. She can tell you a whole story. She can tell you what's wrong just by crying. Especially African women. African women are professional criers. They have mastered the art of crying. When a woman is fighting her nature to cry, she has become masculinized. Listen, if you're a woman and you're trying to act tough and not cry, you're not acting masculine. You're going against your own nature. Before you know, you're competing with your husband who can wear pants. You know African women. You know an African woman has been masculinized when she takes that wrapper, that loin, and she ties it. On va voir aujourd'hui. We will see today. Before you realize that the female elephant has more power than the male elephant. Before you realize that the female buffalo has more strength than the male buffalo. You're like, chai, where did this woman get this strength from? all those curves, that's just cushion. That's weight and balance. She's more balanced than you, Abi. Don't let her hit you. Just because she cry all the time, don't mean she cannot hit you. That weight. That weight. Oh, man.
Hi, Bakanga.
What's up, bro? What you got? You got too much noise in your background, bro.
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I just left there. Well done. I've been enjoying your program as regards to the way women pretend. You know, they feel innocent and, you feel as if you can't, they are the one that are guilty, but at long run, their cry and emotions make the man feels guilty, and at
It
long
makes
run,
you soft. Yes.
it
Yes.
gives up.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, well done, bro.
That's why you must be
So I'd like to
strong-minded
talk
now.
about. Yeah, sure. Sure, you have to be strong-minded to be able to handle them. If not, they'll throw you. They'll throw men. Many men have gone to their early graves because of their cry, fake cries.
It's not fake. A woman cannot fake cry. She's crying, but yes, it's a tool. It's a tool. It's a tool. She just has mastery over it. She lets her emotions out like that. She lets you see her feelings. And then you as a man,
But
what's your nature?
sometimes,
Your nature is to be violent, right? So you come and your daughter is crying. If your son is crying, you tell him to shut up and go and stand there. What happens when your
yes, I'll
daughter is
knock his
crying?
head.
Yes, you knock his
No,
head.
I'll pamper her.
But
You
but
pamper her.
when your daughter is crying, you're like, who made you cry? You want to destroy anybody. Your daughter knows
You're
that
right.
if she cries, she's gonna arouse them. Listen, bro, it's complementary to our nature. Men, it doesn't matter which race, what country. We don't like seeing our women cry. Men go to war for that.
That's true.
Men go to war,
Yeah,
and that gives them strength, like animals. You understand?
Yeah, you're right. I believe you. I believe you on that.
That's our listen.
It's
I understand
good.
I understand the thing that's going on in the world today, okay? But we must not abandon our masculinity just because some people are telling us that some men feel like women. If you're a man and you feel, that's your problem. That's you. Okay? But being strong and controlling our emotion through discipline, we don't have to be vulnerable. We don't have to be vulnerable. Our vulnerability is not something we need to advertise as men. It's okay for women to do it.
Yeah.
You understand? We men, we're always in dangerous situations, and when we're not, we go looking for it. It's in our
You're right.
nature.
You're right.
Bro,
But actually,
I was in Hawaii sometimes.
yeah.
I was in Hawaii sometimes, and there was this girl on the beach, right? We're having a conversation, and we're talking about like men and women. And I was like, I absolutely detest the idea that men ought to be weak and vulnerable. And she's like completely liberal. And she was trying to explain to me how, oh, it's okay for men to show emotions. I said, no. You're trying to feminize us. When I'm in the presence of women, I stand strong. It's like in the military. A man has duty. A man has a responsibility to duty. That is the most effective way that we've always been. It doesn't mean that vulnerability is a bad thing. It's okay if our daughters and our wives are vulnerable, if they need to be. But we need to teach our sons how to be strong. Because the work that we have to do, our duty, our responsibilities requires strength. And if we cannot tame our emotions, we become irresponsible. If my first instinct is to cry when I have a problem, I'm messed up already.
You're right.
No, if I'm crying and my wife is crying, who's gonna come and help us? Who's gonna have a level head?
You're
Who's
right.
gonna be thinking with a level head? Somebody needs to be alert. Somebody needs to be alert. As a man, you need to teach yourself how to be like that. And Broken Joe, you're correct. I've noticed that in America, there's not a lot of men to teach children that. Do you know what happens when a man is feminized and he loses control of his emotion? He becomes violent. That's what leads to crime. And when he becomes violent, he becomes illogical. That's what makes them violent. That's what makes them extremely violent in America. Uncontrollable. He cannot consider the consequences of his actions before he acts. Because his whole life he was used to just crying and getting whatever he wanted. And then when it comes to the point where he has to work and do it carefully and thoughtfully, and he cannot just get what he wants to go and get it through violence. You need to teach your young boys how to control their emotions from a young age and how to be strong and how to be level-minded. That's how you keep them out of prison. If somebody spits on you, you don't always have to go and get a gun. You can be patient until one day you are the boss and that person walks through your door to be the employee. Then you can show him what's up. You can remind him of that one time he spat on your face. Listen, when I was in Africa, okay, I have so many people that used to come at me a certain way. Because of how my head works, I used to hang out with kids that were always like 5 years, 10 years older than me. I was like an 11-year-old, but you see me with a 20 years old. Arguing with them, getting into fights, getting my ass whooped. Until I thought one day, my father is in London. One day I'll go to London. And all of you people, all of you, you'll be asking me for money. Well, it wasn't quite London, but it's America. And today they see me and they're like, oh man, it is a little Tezok. Look at you now, all those muscles. I say, come and try to beat me again. Come now. Sometimes being level-minded and patient allows you to achieve a long-term goal. Our young boys, it doesn't matter which race in America, our young boys have been feminized. So they cannot think long-term. They don't think in terms of duty and legacy. They want instant gratification. Even in Africa right now, all these young boys going to money ritual, decapitating one another. They want instant gratification because they don't want to think long-term anymore. They have been feminized. When they grow up, they will cry and they will get whatever they want to. Then when life becomes real.
But actually, there's nothing wrong for a man to cry in a hidden corner, not in an open place, because
not at all.
It's part of That's
It's
why you see
therapeutic.
women live longer, because they cry up their stress,
They remove
cry
their
up
emotions. Yes.
away. Yes, but we men, we don't do that. That's why we don't last long. We don't live longer. So if we can create time, not crying in the public, you can also go somewhere. You can weep, not for so long, and you cry out the stress, and you come out as a man. It's still part of it. You can be
Bro,
emotional at once in a while.
when I was 21 years old, if I was still a Christian back then, I used to live in Austin, Texas, and I was working there. And I had so many goals. Every time I didn't accomplish a goal, I would act tough in front of everybody. But when I got home and shut my door, the tears could not stop flowing. Why couldn't I not just do that right? Why couldn't I not just do that right? I'll be so angry. I'll go and put water in the bathtub and slap the water. And then when I'm done and I'm tired, I'll be so exhausted, I'll just lay down on the floor, sleep, get up. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try again. And then I come out as if I've conquered a lion. Everybody sees me walking with my chest up. Like, look at this guy. They don't know that I just cried. I just cried for 3
You
hours.
cried inside. Yeah.
Yes. But nobody saw me crying. Nobody saw me
You
crying. They
don't
cannot
cry
use,
outside.
you cannot use. Bro, now as an adult, I don't pray anymore, but I cry on schedule. I sit down and I consider everything that I have planned to do. Anytime I realize that my goals did not reach the appointed place, I weep. I weep. So it's on schedule. So I can even cry on command. And you cannot make me cry if I don't want to cry. That's what I'm saying. Like you can roast me in the fire, I won't shed a tear. But when I
You'll be able
think
to
in my head,
control where to cry or when to
yes,
cry. Yeah.
self-control. It comes down to self-control.
Yes.
Those emotions need to be processed, especially when it comes to offense. Because we men, we are very dangerous when we're offended. If somebody offends you, go home and process. Cry as a man. Lock yourself in a room and cry so that you don't go and do something stupid.
Stupid, yeah. Or you harm someone. All right, Tezok, it's nice conversing with you. But I
Strategical.
actually even came to talk about your topic. that there's no God. I think
Talk about it. Say what you want to say, unless you have to go.
okay. I want to say that there are evidences that shows that there is God. Uh, Man can reason within 5 sense organs, but science have proven that there are things that are beyond senses of smell, sight, touch, and the other ear, hearing, and feeling. You know,
Brother,
and before now, we
go
only
ahead.
knew that
Go ahead.
there's Earth. Like we have Mercury, we have Jupiter, we have Mars. If not of the invention of scientific methods and instruments that enable us to know that, we will just stay and say, oh, there's no Jupiter, there's no moon. But we can go beyond, you know. If God were to come out for us to see him or see how he looks like, we might not exist. Let's take, for example,
That's
the
not true.
dog has eyes.
I have a
All
reason
right.
why that's not true.
Can I conclude? Can I go conclude?
Yeah, go ahead.
This way the dog, the human being, and the fish sees an object differs. You know, you can't say, okay, you must see God or you must see his facial look. It's beyond our comprehension, our human reasoning. So
My
that's
brother,
my few points. All right.
human technology and progress began to drastically increase when we began to conceive the thought that there is nothing that we cannot do. The moment we set a limitation to our imagination, to our potential and our capability here, we become vulnerable. Let me give you an example. We were just talking about men and women. If you come and attack my village, when me and my brothers are coming to you, we're not coming to you considering the possibility that we're going to lose. So we're not going to lose until we have lost. We're coming there knowing that we're going to defeat you. When you face any situation, you don't go into there thinking that you cannot do it, especially if you have the resources and you have mastery over the resources that you have. All these things that we previously did not know, when we actually know them, they are just natural. It is more likely that we're going to discover another form of life, which is not common to what is in the earth, before we can discover that there is a God. This idea that God must be this almighty being that we see will perish, that's just the exaggeration of our brains, because we are running faster than our shadow. We need to go step by step. You cannot stand at the bottom of the step and jump. You say, hey, look, the light is very bright up in those steps. But the closer you get to the light, the more you realize your eyes can see it. When you are far from something and it's bright, you would think it's just bright, right? But the closer our eyes even have the ability to adjust to darkness. That is one of our biggest capability. We have the ability to adjust to our environment, to adjust to our obstacle. And we have a unique capability, which is called multiplication. We are very difficult to exterminate. I am very confident that this world that we see, even if it was facilitated through natural and unnatural means or like artificially made, whoever made this world is somehow intimidated by human beings when I look at human capability. And human beings have a natural resistance to anything which is not like us. If God pull up in the sky today, we want to put him in a cage. We're not going to bow and worship, bro. I'm telling you, it's not in our nature. He will have to come. He will have to use violence. If I'm telling you, I don't care if that God is the best person in the world. We don't feel safe among strangers unless we have warmed up to them. And if God, I'm telling you, and whoever that is, that might be responsible, those of you who believe that there is a God or something, they know that. And they don't have the capability to destroy us completely. They don't have look at our world. Yes, there is a sense of order, but there's much disorder. There's much more disorder. That's why we have to fight to survive. We have to struggle to survive. You don't just get up and there's a mango tree with a mango waiting for you every morning, 360 days a year, or 365 or 4, depending. You have to go, you have to struggle because we are contending. Bro, if we have been contending against nature and we are winning that battle, which intelligent being do you know that will come and hang out with us for 2-3 days and will not figure it out? I think that in what religion has done is that religion has made human beings underestimate themselves. I'm not saying we should overestimate ourselves, but we have grossly and greatly underestimated human capability. We are much more capable than what, in fact, we haven't even reached our full potential. Bro, we have never seen what it is like when 8 billion human beings are working together to solve the same problem. Imagine 100,000 bees, what they can do, working together. 100,000 ants, working together, the same mindset, the same goal. What will happen if all of a sudden 8 billion human beings realize that my enemy is now somebody walking on 2 legs with something hanging between their leg, or something walking on 2 legs with a hole between his legs with breast, and that has face and hair like mine? My enemy is that thing that's hanging in the sky. What type of weapons do you think we can build overnight, my bro? I mean, do you know what human beings can do? There are humans in this world that can sit in the water for 20 minutes. Just by practicing it their whole life. There's human beings in this world that have built rockets, building bombs that can destroy entire cities. We adapt. We adapt. So whatever is there watching us is threatened by our very nature. Just like we are threatened by lions, bro. When we see lions, bro, like if we don't tame them, if we don't tame those lions, we're not going to hang out with them because their nature is very wild. We are more wild than lions. So whoever is observing human beings has to tame us. And religion is literally the doctrine of domesticating human beings. It's literally taming human beings. We have to be tamed. If we are allowed to be wild, even the government, bro, the government has to control and regulate technology. If not, some mad people out there will invent some mad technology, bro. You hear the word mad scientist all the time, right? Human curiosity is dangerous, bro. It's dangerous. There's a human being out there who does not mind to decapitate as many human bodies as possible to learn how to artificially make a heart. If the government was not regulating all these things,
Yeah. It's well, but from my own, I can just see it as personal opinion. I still,
of course, now it's our
still
personal
strongly
opinion.
believe.
Even
Yeah,
what
it's
I
personal
just
opinion.
said, though I think that what I've said is backed by facts. You can observe the world and you can see it, because nothing that I've said is not observable. We grossly underestimate ourselves, and that makes us imagine everything to be greater than ourselves.
It's all right. It's nice having a conversation with you. I'm glad.
Indeed,
I'm
my brother.
happy.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you. Okay,
Yeah.
strategical,
Thank you very much. Have a great
my
day.
brother. Where you
Yeah,
from?
brotherly.
Where you from?
Brotherly. Yeah. Yeah, Nigeria.
Naija.
Nigeria. Yes.
These knacking machines,
Nigeria for life.
the Ebukas and the makers of the world.
Hey, all right, brother. Take care.
Okay, okay, Mr. Adamu. The sun shines and it doesn't ask us to pay for its light, and yet we have to pay bills. Have you ever wondered why? The wind blows and it doesn't ask us to pay for cooling our skin. Have you ever wondered why you have to pay to live on earth? Water flows. It doesn't ask you to pay to drink. Have you ever wondered why you have to go to the store to buy water? Use your brain. Malaysia,
Hi, good morning.
good morning. What you got for me?
I just have a couple questions.
Sure.
So,
Uh,
since you don't believe in God, what do you believe in, like Buddha?
no,
Do you believe in like Allah?
no.
Okay. Um, what do you believe? Like, what do you believe?
I believe nothing. Nothing is worth believing, but much is worth knowing. So if I don't know as a matter of a fact, I am never satisfied. My belief cannot settle my mind because of its very fluid nature and its inconsistency with truth. Most of the time, what you believe is probably not true. Lies are more believable, and also because I don't want to take the risk, because lies are more believable than truth. The truth, every time you hear a situation and someone tells you the truth, your first reaction is like, man, this is unbelievable. Yeah, because that's the nature of truth. Truth is always so crazy. It's crazier than fiction. The natural reaction is that it's unbelievable.
What do you believe happens when you die? Like when you die, what happens to you?
As far as the person who dies, all happenings cease. Their body decomposes and turns to dust. They cease to exist. Just like you would, just like there was no you before you were born or conceived in your mother's womb, there's no you after you die. That's it.
Okay, how do you think the world came to be?
There are many speculations as to the origins of the world. It's best for me to say I don't know. But if I must speculate, you can always go back to zero, right? You can always track your way back to zero, to nothing.
Okay. I heard you mention you had a wife, right?
I was just saying hypothetically,
Would you get married or no?
not contractually.
Okay.
I'm not signing a contract because I will probably break it.
You gonna cheat? Is that what you mean?
That's not cheating. How is it
Oh,
cheating if I tell you what I will do before I do it?
okay. I guess.
If I make a commitment with a woman,
Mhm.
it's going to be based on what we need to achieve together. And if I choose not to partake with any other females, it's because I chose not to. But I'm not compelled not to. So yeah, if I'm with a woman and I don't cheat on her per se based on how we say cheating, it's not because I think it's a bad thing for me to do it. It's because I don't want to. If I get up tomorrow and I want to, I'll go do it. My mind will never be bound by a contract set by someone. Now, if I make a deal with an employer, right,
Uh-huh.
I'll uphold that deal because I can just walk out of there any day. I can break it. I can break the contract I make with any employer, right? I'm not making a contract that tells me I cannot break it. What if circumstances change and it begins to work against my odds?
You don't believe in love?
Not necessarily. I think that human beings have used that word so much they don't even know what it means. That's why none of them can practice it. But
You love your
I
mother?
do know that kindness is possible. No,
No, you don't love your mother?
no. What the
What
feelings I
about
have towards my mother is my utmost possible gratitude. I have an immense gratitude towards my mother, not because of who she is, but because of what she has done. And that gratitude, in my opinion, is the highest possible gratitude that I am capable of giving anyone. If my mother was a regular woman that I didn't know, then not loving her or loving her won't make a difference. But she's done for me what no other woman could do. What is the natural response? Love? No. Love is just words. Gratitude.
you have
Gratitude.
children?
Thankful. No, I ain't got no kids. Not yet. But I will have many. Many. Like many women.
Okay. Will you love them or no?
No. But I will respect them. So my male child to me, is not a 1-year-old. It's not a 2-year-old. It's a man who is not yet able to take care of himself. So the respect I will give him when he's 60 years old, I will give him that respect when he's 6 months old. Like a man. My daughter,
But you don't.
she's a woman. I
Mhm.
will show her the kindness that I will show her when she's 60 years old. I will show her that same kindness when she is 5 years old. As soon as she begins thinking for herself, I will facilitate her ability to make her own decision without imposing my will upon her.
But you don't believe in like staying there and raising them, right? Because you said you want to have many children by many women. So, how are you gonna do that and be in all their lives?
Raising children is not my specialty, but I will not have children with any woman who cannot raise the children, even in my absence. Because even if I was to stay there, what's the guarantee that I won't die? If I was to die, does that mean that my children cannot be raised? No. That's why my partner has to be a suitable nurturer. Nurturing is a gift, talent that is most provided by women. My job is to set an example in terms of reputation so that my children will understand what a man is. If it's a male child, I'll set an example. So even if he hears of me or hears from me, he will still learn from my example. So yeah,
But
it's not necessarily I intend not to be there or to be there. I'm going to do what I want. If I can be there, I will be there. If I will not be there, so be it. But my children will be all right because I will build a relationship with their mothers that allows them to raise the children.
okay, and okay, so you may be there, but you may not be there if you don't want to. Are you gonna send money for
What
the
do you
children,
mean?
like
What
financially?
kind of man?
Like,
What kind of man will have kids without providing financially? Of course.
well, okay, but I'm just saying you had many. You said many children and many women.
Do you know?
And
Do you know I don't have any right now?
right, yeah,
Because I ain't willing to spend the money I got yet.
yeah, okay,
Soon as I'm ready to spend the money, then I'm gonna have kids. Some men they think with the guy in between their legs, but they don't think with the bank account. So
right.
it has to be intentional, right?
So, what do you believe that you are here for? Like, what's your purpose?
No particular reason specifically from the day I was born. But since I've been born, I've had many experiences that have given me multiple choices on what I can or what I cannot do. I have found many things that I can do, and I have set myself up to do those things. So the reasons why I do the things I do is not something I was born with. It's something that I discovered and conceived while I was living my life. You know, understand? You understand? And observing the men around me, I've learned that all real men have something in common: duty. Duty towards leaving a legacy. You leave the world a better place than you found it in one form or another.
Do you believe in Satan?
Why would I believe in Satan if I don't believe in God? Of course, there ain't no Satan.
Okay.
Of course, there's no Satan, Walekia. How could there be a Satan? It's no
Okay.
such thing.
So can I just give an overview just so I can make sure I got it all clear?
Sure, you literally just interrogated me, so go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure.
Okay, so you said that you don't believe the world came from anywhere, right?
hmm
Or you don't? Okay.
I don't
And
believe specifically, but that's what I know. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. So you don't believe the world came from anywhere, and you don't believe that there's anywhere that you're going to go when you die. You just die. And you don't believe what else? You don't believe that there is you don't love anyone, and you won't love your children, but you will respect them. And you don't love your mother, but you do appreciate and have gratitude for her. And there's no real purpose for your life. And you're just here.
No, there's no predetermined purpose for my life, but the real purpose of my life is that which I've established for myself.
Okay. And you don't know exactly what that is yet, but you are figuring it out.
I know what that is.
Oh, what I missed that part. So what do you feel like?
I was born and raised in Africa, so I was exposed to a culture, very old culture. Raised a Christian, deconstructed. Now I live in America, perhaps the wealthiest place in the world, or the most fluid place economically. So what's the best thing I can do? My father worked hard, and it was through his hard work and his legacy that my brothers and I could come to the Western world. It's only natural that I take whatever wisdom, knowledge, and understanding I gain from here and establish it back home to set other people up, and the legacy continues. So if at the very least I can establish companies, businesses, perhaps the offsprings I have, they will make decisions of what they would do with it. And if I should live an exemplary life, they would want to build upon that legacy.
So you want to come here to be able to build businesses, to create the legacy, to be able to pass on to your children after you leave, right?
We live through our ancestors and our predecessors. That is the way.
Okay. And you said that even though you don't believe that they have necessarily a purpose, because you don't necessarily have a purpose, you
You
want to
you
leave.
can only have a purpose when you understand what you have. You cannot have a purpose if you don't understand what you have. Purpose cannot be born before an understanding of the resources available. If your purpose is something you cannot accomplish, you might as well be wasting your life. So you must first understand life before you can even generate a purpose. That's why most people are lost in the world. They think that their purpose was predetermined. No. If I live a better place, if I leave the world a better place before I leave, after my kids come after me, they will have resources much more than what I had. And then they will determine what they will purpose what they want to do with it. If I had $100,000 when I was born, then my purpose would be whatever I could do with $100,000. But I didn't have $100,000. So the first thing is to make $100,000, right? There's no other way. You have to follow a step of execution, prioritize. Now I have $100,000, but I die the next day. Now my child inherits $100,000. Now he's 5 years old. What is he going to do with the $100,000? Well, whatever his purpose is will be in tandem to the resources he has available. Look at the Donald Trump. Look at the Trumps. Look at the Bushes. Look at the Rothschilds. Look at the English throne. Look at the papacy. They are building upon legacies left behind by other people. Some people are living, following fictional purposes that no one can pick up after them when they're dead. Now, there is a wisdom that comes along with life is strategic, very strategic.
Quick question before we ask this part. So, with all of the legacy that you're building up, right? What if, let's say, an earthquake came and it ruined all of your businesses that you build? Would you no longer have purpose? Was
Not
your purpose?
necessarily. Not necessarily. If my car breaks down, I fix it, right? If rain comes and my house collapses, I rebuild it, right? So let's say I leave all these businesses and there's a war, it gets destroyed. My children will gather the remnants of it and rebuild, if that's the example I set for them. Setbacks, absolutely fine. It's okay to have setbacks. Sometimes setbacks help you reconsider, re-strategize.
Okay.
It's quite practical and it's achievable with a very, very dedicated sense of self-discipline. There's a lot of compromise necessary because sometimes what you need to do is not going to be necessarily what you can do.
But what if you're older? Let's just hypothetically, what if you're older and then the earthquake happens and it ruins the businesses and your kids are not interested in doing what you were doing? Let's say they want to follow a different path and they don't want to take up your businesses, and then those businesses get destroyed and you're too old to rebuild them and that money is gone. And
That
there's
is
no
why I don't do love. That's why I show respect to my kids, because you can respect and inspire much more than just those that came through your own flesh. Somebody will pick it up,
but
and my legacy doesn't die with it.
what are
You
we
see,
what are we inspiring them to do, because you don't feel like you have any reason to be here, and after everything is over you just die
I
and
don't.
there's nowhere you
Why
go.
do you keep saying that? I keep telling you that the reason doesn't come before me. I first have to be born. I first have to learn the world, understand the world. Then I will make a reason for myself. So you don't really begin to know your reason to be in the world or form a reason to be in the world until you're about 10. There you have a solid fundamental understanding of the world. You don't even know what reason is before you're 10. How can you have a reason to be in this world before you even know what reason is? You first of all have to understand. You have to understand the word purpose before you know what purpose is, right?
But I feel like when I was 10 I wanted to do one thing, and then when I got older, it was something completely different.
That's you. Do you know what I wanted to do when I was 10?
Yeah, no, I don't. I'd love to know.
I wanted to be an astronaut.
hmm
You know what
Are
I am
you?
today?
What are you?
I'm an aircraft engineer.
hmm
Do you know why I'm not an astronaut?
Why?
I don't like heights. And I'm colorblind.
hmm
And I'm not really cut out for the military. I don't like when people tell me what to do.
Right.
So there was necessity for compromise. but it's still the same path, right? Because what I really loved was to fix the machines, understand how they work.
Now, quick question. What if you were able to become an astronaut and then you found out that everything you thought you knew about the world was a complete lie the whole time? Would you feel like your purpose wasn't complete?
Not necessarily. I understand that. I'm working against natural forces. So I need the ability to adapt, readjust, and re-execute. That's why in certain times, from certain perspective, I call myself a king. I'm dealing with the kingdom of my life. I'm responsible for the judiciary, executive, and legislative aspects of my life. I have to be a governor, govern myself, govern all those whom I'm responsible for.
Would you say that you have I'm sorry. I have a dog. Stop, Dior, please.
That dog can sense an alpha.
It's my baby. Okay, stop it, baby. Thank you. Okay. Would you say I lost my train of thought now? I'm sorry. Okay. Can you go back and talk about say the last thing you were saying? Because my dog just completely scrambled my brain.
I said from a certain perspective, I have to think of myself as a king. Now, you have to understand what a king is. A king is a sole ruler whose absolute word governs the lives of thousands and millions, and his every action could mean life or death.
Oh, okay. I remember.
So he cannot think about it or approach it carelessly. There's a need for cautiousness, almost surgical type decision making.
Would you feel it's safe to say that you have faith in yourself?
No.
As far Okay, what would you call it?
Confidence. I'm quite confident that I can do what I want to do in any given moment.
But why are you confident if you haven't done it?
Because I have evidence and I have the tools necessary to do it.
But how are you sure that it's going to work out the way that you think?
Because my confidence is not built of it working out the way I should. My confidence is based on the fact that I can do it, and if I should meet any obstacles, I can overcome it, and I will overcome it. I have the ability to adjust, adapt mentally and physically.
How?
By simply re-strategizing, following the path of least resistance, troubleshooting, finding the root cause of the problems that derail my path, finding alternative routes, alternative ways of doing things.
No, I get all that we have alternative routes and there's many other ways to try to get something done. But if we've never done something, right, and we're going to try to do it and we've never done it, how do we do it if we've never done it without faith? Like, don't you have to have
that's why you experiment and you examine and you execute. Let me tell you something. You remember the famous saying by Thomas Edison?
Okay.
It took him 10,000 trials to learn how to make a light bulb. So when people ask him, why did it take you 10,000 times? He said, well, I learned 10,000 ways not to make a light bulb. Sometimes learning is not about getting it right. It's about learning how to do it wrong.
Do you think that Thomas Edison had faith that if he continued to try, he would get it right?
No, he didn't have faith. Having faith and keep trying without a specific strategy is called insanity. You're doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. If you change your strategy, that means you didn't have faith in the previous strategy. That's why you had to change your other strategy. It didn't work. So you change your strategy. Confidence is not based on external powers. It's internal. When you have confidence, it's based on what you can do. It's not based on what somebody else can do for you.
No,
It's what you can do.
What do you, well, what I'm saying is, okay, what do you think faith is? Like, what do you think?
Faith is wishing and hoping that things will happen the way you want them to happen, though you have no control over the circumstances. Confidence is, I hope that things would happen because I know what I'm about to do. And if I do it the way I think I want to do, I am more likely to get my results. because I have put my trust in myself. So confidence is within one's own ability to do what they can do. And confidence goes line in line with self-discipline. If I've jumped over a rope 1,000 times and no one ever saw me, on the day when everyone is there, you think I can't do it? I walk up there with confidence. I don't walk up there with faith that I can jump the rope that I know I've jumped 1,000 times. I walk up there with absolute
If you
pride
haven't-
and arrogance.
the very first time, that you jumped the rope, never done it before, you think you can do it, but you're not sure.
No, it's not that I'm not sure. If I'm not sure, I won't do it. Anything that I'm not sure of, I won't even try it.
So the very first time that you got on TikTok, you knew exactly what to do.
The very first time I got on TikTok, people have been telling me for the last 10 years to get on YouTube and talk. And I kept telling them that YouTube ain't for me. Then TikTok came. When I first got on TikTok, I wasn't doing live shows. I was making 2-minute videos, 1-minute videos. Because I like to talk, right? But I don't like to take an hour to talk about what I want to talk. I don't like to draw my ideas for like 1 hour before people get what I'm saying. I like to just say a few words and leave it. Hence, when people come on my show, you notice how I cut people off? It's always been strange to me because I thought everyone could do it, that everyone could just go straight to their point and convey their ideas. But people like to think as they speak. Why don't you think before you speak? Think about what you're going to say. Then when it comes time to say it, you can just say it.
Yeah. Well, you've been nice to me, and I appreciate that.
I mean, you've been nice. I had no reason not to be nice to you.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, so I want to go backwards, right? You said you are a deconstructed Christian. What does that mean and why?
That means that the foundations of my mind was built upon principles that were not innate to me as far as where I'm from, right? It was not independent. I was not independent of that foundation, right? It's not dependent on me. It was dependent upon a system that I did not make, neither did people who is my king making, right? And when I examined it, I realized that this was a prison. That this place I have called a house the whole time. I'm not free to come in and out whenever I want to. Someone built an ideological prison and told me and used ideological locks and keys to lock me in there. So much that it generated so much fear to the point where when I thought that if I step out of that house, I'm going to burn up in flames. And the only time I'm going to step out of that house is when I'm dead. So I re-examined everything I was told when I became a man. It was then that I found the courage to break through that door and step out. Many who grew up with me are still in there, looking from outside. They are scared. They think the sun will burn their skin because they've lived in the cave their entire life. They can clearly see the sun is not burning my skin. God's not punishing me. My life is moving on, better than some of them. Not as better as some of them, but that's how it would have been anyways. Point is, I haven't crumbled, neither have I fallen. Rather, I've even found the courage to pick my head back in the cave and tell them to get out of there. Those shadows and those reflections they see on the wall, that's not the sun. Those are reflections of the sun. If you step out of the cave, the sun will hit your skin directly. It's a sensation. You cannot buy with money. You cannot buy with faith. And when I also discovered the true nature of life, life is like gold. It's only valuable because it's rare. If you told a man that he had a second chance to get it done, he might take the first chance for granted. If you told a man that he only had one chance to get it done, he might just give it his undivided attention. This life, I'm giving it my own divided attention. And no matter when it ends, I'll be satisfied. I don't need anything more. I don't need a heaven. I don't need an eternity. If eternity is possible, I want it here. I don't want to be anywhere else that I haven't always been. Certainly, I'm not seduced by pearly gates and streets of gold. And there's too much gold in heaven. Gold has no worth. If you're going to heaven because you're going to have your own man, there's no problems in heaven. It's going to be boring. Life is ecstatic when you have problems to solve.
Just really quick question.
Yes.
So, right now, are you single? You said, right?
Yes,
Or no?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, You're single. You don't have any kids, right? You work, sure. But like, to me, that sounds lonely. I mean, to me, it sounds like I know it's glorified to you, but from the outside looking in, it just sounds lonely. And like, I hear you talk about your own way, but you didn't tell me what happened to make you feel like you no longer like what happened to make you feel like
Do you think I was lonely when I was 11 years old when I chose not to hang out with my peers and rather hang out with a bunch of 20-year-olds and 22-year-olds? My mind has always worked sharper than my mates. You think I'm lonely right now talking to you? Am I not talking to you? What world do you think we live in? We live in 2024. You don't need to have somebody in your personal space to interact and socialize. I'm on TikTok every day. Then I'm at work. Then I go and hang out with my friends. Then I go lift some weights. But I give them minimum time. Majority of my time I spend by myself. You can see I have a piano. You think I have that for decoration? I sit down and I practice my songs. You see my painting and my art? You think I waste my time? I sit there and paint. I'm pretty sure I'm living my life. I'm not living another person's life. You think that I'm independent of God, but I need to depend on human beings? Strange.
no, I'm just saying you do all of that just to die and go into the dirt.
That is why life is gratifying. My life is mine. I discovered it. It's an amazing feeling. There's no loneliness. The mind of a wise man is never lonely. He ponders and finds problems and he solves them. It's gratifying. Why I'd rather hang out by myself and solve 100 problems than be in a room with 100 fools, drink, get drunk, and solve no problems. Because you see those people who are not lonely, why are they so miserable? Why are they sin? What? Think about it. Right? Let me give you an example of religious people who go to church every Sunday. Why are they always praying and ask God to help them? Like people who always have problems that they can't solve. Why are they always calling on God? You realize that praying is the mentality of a beggar, right?
I think that most people who pray do it for a relationship. You know, like I think a lot of people want to have a relationship with God, and so that's why they pray.
And when they realize that they can't have a relationship with an imaginary being, they become stuck because they've invested so much time into it that when they leave, they're too scared to start over. I was fortunate that I broke loose those chains in my 20s. Some of you have been in this mess so long. Have you ever started a business and it wasn't working, but you didn't want to give up because you just had invested too much time in it? And then you just kept trying, you kept failing year after year. Before you knew, you're 20 years in failure. You could have quit 5 years in and started a new idea, but you didn't. How can a Christian be in church for 20 years, but they ain't never read the whole Bible? Nobody said something about women. I'm single, right? For the same reason that I told you that I won't sign a contract. I never said I was lacking female attention. I ain't trying to put my business on the internet. But let me tell you something. The black man bar works. The pipe of authority be working. And he does the job worthy of his ancestors. You can ask any of them. And if you doubt me, you know where I'm at. And you know how to DM. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Listen, Jesus used to send his disciples would go and say, come and see. I'm saying to you, come and see. Listen, most successful men don't go around seeking petty relationships. To a successful person, if you're not giving them value that upgrades their mind, you're not worthy of relationship.
But what is value if you say that at the end of the day,
Think about it. Think about it.
What
Think
is
about
value?
it.
Everything that
I'll
you're
tell you what is values. My
Mhm.
values are anything that progress my plans. I told you I have the ability to adapt, right? My adaptation is based on the resources I have, Let me tell you what the resources they have. The human beings in whom I have seen that they have the best ability to practice what they preach. What determines how close I get to someone is their ability to practice what they preach. I don't care who you are. You could be a homeless guy in the street. If everything you say is what you do, that's the type of people I like hanging out with. You know why? Because I don't need to trust you. I just need to know that you trust yourself and you got integrity. So I can count the people that I hang out with in a year in my hands in real time, except maybe like 4 females that are consistent, and they just be like that for that good stuff. But in terms of like young men my age who are hustling, right? My friends, they buy condos, they sell condos, growing financially, re-educating themselves. I just recently started school again. I want to get a degree in law, right? Good thing about getting a degree in law is that you don't necessarily only have to be a lawyer. You can do business. You learn how the system works. I'm already in. I've been working in aircraft maintenance for the last 12 years. Now, my goals are not unrealistic. My goals are very realistic, so I can execute them.
Good question.
Go ahead.
As a person who used to be a Christian,
Mm-hmm.
how would you feel if you wake up and you see all of the things of the rapture and Revelation play out? You
Oh,
see,
I won't be stressed at all.
no, I'm just saying, like if you see like people missing, and you notice like they're the Christian people that you maybe talked to or you knew, or like, you know, and what would you feel if you could start to see some of these things?
Let me tell you something.
Hmm.
I have absolute confidence that when I study that book they call the Bible and I study religion, independent of religious people's opinion, I am certain that God is not a fool. If Jesus exists, he ain't no fool. Let me put it for you this way. If I really want to say something to Joe Biden, personally, I won't write a letter. I won't send somebody. I'm going to follow the path necessary to have a face-to-face conversation with Joe Biden. If Joe Biden wanted to tell me something that was urgent and important that I must know, he has the authority to seek me out and bring me before his presence face-to-face. If Jesus spent his whole time while I was alive chilling on the throne in heaven, just to pull up one day and threaten me with hell, well, so be it, I'll go to hell. But since Jesus and God is not a fool, I can reason with him. I'll have a conversation, we'll talk. And he ain't like these gullible human beings. I say, Lord, you God, right? So you know that all these people lie. You see how confused all these people are. One person claiming this is true, one person saying there's a rapture, one says pre-trib. You expected a person who thinks like me to spend my whole life chasing this thing? What if I was Presbyterian and then you end up being the Baptist? Why do I ought to mix myself up with that? What if I became a Christian and now you're Muslim? What if I became a Muslim or a Christian and now you're a Hindu god? I prefer not to participate in the madness, for you have not made yourself known as it is common to men to be sure and certain that something was indeed true. I observed confusion around me, so I chose not to participate in any of them. Seeing as you've decided to show up right now, what are your expectations of me? Will you judge me by a standard which you never gave me a fair chance? I know I'm not you, but based on my understanding of the principles that I learned while I was on the earth, justice compels you to give me an honest opportunity. For if you did not give me an honest opportunity and you required me to make a decision based on blindness, it is better to be cautious than to be hasty. That led many men into doom. I can reason with God. Unless he had already made up his mind from the beginning that he would send me to hell, then at least it's good that I lived my life and did what I wanted. Because even if I would have picked one of those religions, who knows which one I would have picked. You get it? You're playing chess. No, actually, you're gambling. You're playing the lotto. You're playing the lottery. You keep buying that $20 ticket, right? All of you religious people, you're playing the lottery. You're hoping to win that $1 billion lotto.
Can I say something really quick just to that?
Go ahead.
To that. Okay, so there's a story in the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's in Luke. It's actually, I think, Luke 16, verse 19. You start there. And it's about a rich man and a poor man, right? And the rich man had a lot of money, and the poor man would kind of like sit at the rich man's table and
You're
beg.
talking about Lazarus.
Yes, okay. And
Rich man
Lazarus,
Lazarus was taken to Abraham's bosom, and the rich man was taken to hell. While the rich man was in hell, he looked up and he saw Lazarus in Abraham's bosom, and he said, "Oh Lord, can you send Lazarus to dip his hand in a bowl of water and put a drop of water in my mouth? For I am thirsty." And the Lord said, "While you were on earth, you had all the good things that the earth had to offer. But look at you now. Lazarus was suffering, and now he is in Abraham's bosom. Well, God, Lord, please send Lazarus back to my brothers, for they are like me." Lazarus said, God said, they have Moses and the prophets, right? And if they won't believe Moses and the prophet, they won't believe Lazarus. But again, that's just a story. If you believe that story, you are easily scammed. You're easily persuaded.
this is the thing, right? You said you would try to reason with God and say, well, God, I didn't know, I couldn't tell. And God is going to say to you, I sent you people to tell you the truth.
And I'll tell God those people were not trustworthy. Let him show me a perfect person among them whose word could be trusted beyond shadow of doubt. I'll say, Lord, bring everyone in my life that you ever brought me to come and tell me about you, and show me one who was not a liar.
Okay. Then there's this other story, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you've heard it.
Yeah.
There was a man in a boat. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The man in the boat was a very religious man. He believed God. He believed that God would save him. Okay. Well, the storm came, and the storm was very, very bad. Okay. And his boat started to rock. And another boat saw him. This man continued to pray. Lord, save me. Lord, save me. A boat came past him, and he said, hey, man, let me help you. And the man said, no. God will come save me. I don't need your help. Okay? And the man said, but I can help you. He said, no, I trust God. God is going to save me. So the man left. Another boat came by. He said, man, I think your boat's going to go down. Let me help you. He said, no, I don't need your help. I pray to God. God is going to help me. Okay? Finally, his boat tips over. And there's a boat, finally, one more boat that sees him floating in the water. And he says, please, man, sir, you're about to drown. Let me help you. And as the man is going under the water, he says, God is about to save me. And he drowns, right? And when he gets to heaven, he says, Lord, why didn't you save me?
And God said to him, I sent multiple fisher people to come and save you, and you refused for their help, right?
3 boats.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That story is a typical story. It's fictional in nature, right? Because no rational person would say that. Actually, the man on the boat, that's religious people. People who say Jesus is the only way. God was going to say to you, I sent Islam, and you said no. I sent Buddhism, and you said no. You were stuck in that Christian sinking boat. That story actually applies to religious people who think there is only one way.
No.
Yes. Think about it carefully. You think your God, No. Think about it, sister. The story that you just gave actually applies to people who believe like you, who believe in God. You formed an image in your head of what you think God is, right? So when God comes to a person who says there is no God, you can't fathom it. You know that if God is real, it's possible that I'm actually a messenger and your religion is actually false. Have you considered that option, that I could be the boat that's coming to save you and you're stuck on the sinking boat? Think carefully the example that you just gave me.
The thing about it is, though, right? If you're the boat, then what you're saying is there's no safe, there's nothing afterwards. We're doing all of this.
I'm saying to you that you cannot live your life on the boat. Come up on land. I'm on land. I'm on dry ground. You're saying, no, the dry ground is going to sink. I'm going to trust in the Lord because the Bible said, thou shalt sail the seas. I said, look, there's a huge continent. It's immeasurable. There's gold, there's silver, there's food, there's fresh water. You're like, no, God is going to send the rain to give me drinking water. And you stayed on your sinking Christian boat.
No, no.
Yeah.
I disagree. And the only reason why I'm gonna
Do
say
you know why you disagree? Because your story actually applies to you more than it applies to me.
no. It applies to people like you who
No, people like me think with logic and reason. People like me, people like me think with logic and reason.
I
Walisha,
don't want to yell at you. Go ahead.
people like me think with logic and reason. If I'm in a sinking boat and I see a boat coming, I won't even think twice. I will jump on it. The problem is that I can see that your boat is sinking faster than mine. You want me to jump on it?
What I'm telling you is my point is this.
Mm-hmm.
You have people, right?
Yeah.
Whether you want to hear me or not, you have people who are coming to tell you. They are coming to tell you constantly about God. There's not a reason. There's the fact that you made this podcast to me means that you want somebody to convince you that you're wrong. The reason why you made this podcast,
It's a double-edged sword. Not only do I want someone to convince me, I'm pretty confident nobody can, because I know what you believe better than you. You just told me this. Give me something in the Bible that you think that you know that I don't know, and I don't understand better than you. You see, because of my nature, I'm a realist. I cannot be biased. When I read the Bible, I have to understand it doctrinally as it is written. I cannot make up my own feelings. I don't read it based on my feelings. It either says what it says or it doesn't. I don't go in there to look for God's word. Neither do I go in there to look for the devil's word. Neither do I go in there to look for a fictional word. I have the skill set to identify and interpret text because I'm skilled in the English language. If I read something and it's fictional, it's fictional. If I read something and it's real, it's real. If I read something and it's logical, it's illogical. Period. If the Bible has any substance in it, you don't have any ability to get information out of it than I do. All I'm telling you is that in the world that I live, snakes don't talk. Sticks don't turn to snakes. People don't split waters with sticks. And you can't tell me, oh, it happened 2,000 years ago. It stopped happening all of a sudden. We live in a world of technology and we live in a world of science. That's the way we make progress. When we improve science in terms of infrastructure, there are roads and we can travel efficiently. When we increase science in terms of engineering, there are vehicles, there are planes and we can travel. Even you religious people, your preachers fly on private jet that they could never have built by faith, right?
but
So
wait. But if we talk about these things that we have now, we would have told somebody 2,000 years ago we would have these things, they would think we were crazy too. Do you agree?
So when I tell you that human beings are gonna make human beings from scratch in the future, are you gonna think I'm crazy?
What do you mean?
That you see the way you have you and I right now, right?
Okay.
These machines that we use are gonna think like, walk like, and live like us 200,000 years from now. You probably think I'm crazy.
So the question is, you said that you were going to reason with God if the rapture happens.
Because he's not a fool. And if God is a fool, then I very much expect to go to hell.
Why would God be a fool if he gave you all these opportunities on earth?
He didn't give me nothing.
He gave you the information.
He didn't give me nothing. God didn't give me nothing. No, human beings make that stuff up. I know the difference. You're acting like pretending as if the Bible is the word of God is something smart people do. I know. I'm human too. I know how to identify something that originates with human beings. I know what poetry is. So if I see if a human being writes something and come and tell me it came from God, I know how to identify if they're trying to scam me.
Okay, so then how did the world come to be? How is it that Earth is livable but no other planet is? How is it that we have
this is the real answer. This is the real
No, I'm
answer.
not reading some pamphlets. I'm actually really smart, but thank you.
This is the real answer.
Go ahead.
None of us have been here long enough to even know how long human beings have been in the world. So, as far as the origins of the world, it is shrouded and lost on the pages of time. Now, in 2024, we do have the ability to investigate things. And our most efficient, consistent, and proven to be the best way of investigation is by the systematic study of the natural and physical world through experimentation, observation, comparing theories against evidence obtained, commonly called science.
Let's talk about the science because I've done this with the Big Bang theories. Okay? And that's why I've gotten a lot of information from them. And it's interesting because even they believe that there has to be a God.
Like I said,
But
anyone who believes in God is just the manifestation of your ignorance. I don't know, so I'm just going to imagine an answer.
they have studied science their whole life. Okay, so
You don't
they
study
said,
science. Science is the study.
listen, they said that they believe that the world came to be because a certain molecule mixed with hydrogen and hydrogen and some other really big science word and something else. Okay, and they all mixed together at one big time. And at that time, they were able to create a molecule. And then from that molecule, it took billions and billions of years for that molecule to be able to formulate and create what we now call Earth. And then from that, it was supposed to be able to evolve into what we now have. And it's supposed to have also been able to create the animals and the water and separate the water from the earth. And it was also supposed to be able to make you come from a monkey. And it was supposed to let's see, it was supposed to be able to have air that we can breathe. And all of these other things are possible because of this molecule that happened to combust with all these other things at one time to create this. And over time, over billions and billions of years, one thing evolved into another thing and into another thing, into another thing. This is exactly what the people from evolution and the Big Bang Theory believe. I've spoken to the top scientists to make sure I get it. Okay? And this is what they said. So that's what they believe, right? And then I asked them some questions. I said, okay, what about the other planets on the Earth? Are any of the other planets habitable? And they said no. They said that Mars is close, but Mars doesn't have running water, I think it was, and the air is not breathable. That all the water on Mars is frozen, and that if they thawed it out, it could have all kinds of bacteria and things that could kill a person. That there's no other place on Earth that anybody else can, there's no other place that any other human has been able to find a sustainable life source except for Earth. However, not only that, but they also haven't been able to find another planet that has day and night or that has all 4 seasons. Earth, however, has day, night, air that we can breathe, plants that reproduce, animals that reproduce, that also know what animals to eat, and there's a food chain that's set in place. Earth has people who are smart enough and able to create, and not only create, but create things that are smarter and bigger and better and, more amazing than any other place. Earth has all of these things that can't be explained. And then I said, well, have any of you guys been able to find a scientist who's been able to create from nothing, something? Because when you start from Earth, they say that it came from nothing. It came from nothing, and all of this stuff was magically combusted, and at the same time, at the right time, it all just so happened to combine and be able to create this thing that also sustains all this life, but it can't happen anywhere else.
Nobody
Right?
said anything about the earth coming from nothing in the capacity of which you're talking.
What I'm telling you is this is what science believes. Okay?
No, that's not what science believes. That is
No,
a
no.
scientific theory.
Okay, this
It's
is
not it's not a scientific law.
the biggest scientific theory as far as the Big Bang Theory. This
Not
is the
so
one.
not so much biggest, just the most popularized in the West.
Okay, I'll take that. But that's
Yes.
what they're saying. And so when you look at
And
all
I
the
don't
people,
think that you understand how intricate it is. I think that you just have you almost said it like a Bible story, right? Like a fill in the gap type of thing, but that's
no,
not
no,
how it
no,
works.
no. I
It's
specifically talked to the top, like he's a
hold on,
professor.
hold on. He don't mind nothing to me. It ain't like he got a brain that I don't got. You understand the meaning of systematic study? So science is a systematic study. You don't just tell me a story. That's not how science works. You go step by step and you break down based on what is observable and what is possible before you ever come to that conclusion. So based on the systematic study that they have achieved, that's what they are theorizing. And tomorrow, if they're wrong, they don't have a problem with saying that they're wrong.
All I'm saying,
What is your qualm with the people who believe in the Big Bang? What's your major concern?
my point is, I find it interesting that these people can't recreate, these people can't explain, these people can't, as hard as they've tried, they haven't been able to redo any of these phenomenons that they see on the earth, or that they see that people are able to, you know, have.
Do you know why they
And
cannot
I
recreate
find it
it?
very,
Do you know why
I
they
find
cannot
it,
recreate it in the way that you're talking?
why?
Because there's no blueprint and design to it. If there was blueprint and design, you can always reverse engineer it. So what they can do though is use the resources that we have and mimic it, but in our own image. You understand? That's how we know the world wasn't created by some almighty supreme God. If God had created the world, we'll be making human beings already, because there will be a blueprint and a design to it that is replicable.
I think that it's the exact opposite. I think that's how we know God did create the world, because it can't be.
Not if the Bible
Because,
says,
no,
not
we
if the
can't
Bible.
recreate the world, because we
You're
can't figure it out,
you're
because
a
we
Christian,
can't
right?
figure out
You're a
the
Christian,
phenom.
right?
Absolutely, yeah,
Do
1000%.
you have a Bible with you?
I can do it on my phone, sure.
Okay. Now, if you leave, then you won't be on this app. You got to come back to the app. You need to have a different phone.
Hello?
Yes, if you leave the app, if you go and look up your the version of your phone, you won't be able to be on the app. So I'll look it up for you, okay? Genesis
Okay.
chapter 11. I'm going to read Genesis chapter 11 to you. Do you know what Genesis 11 talks about?
No.
The Tower of Babel. Let me read to you what your God said in the Tower of Babel so you can understand.
Okay.
So you can understand the game that these people playing with you. Genesis chapter 11. This just coincidentally end up being true. Genesis chapter 11 from verse 1. I'm going to read it real slowly. Now the world had one language and a common speech. I want you to notice what we got here. One language and a common speech. The world, right? Imagine the world. Imagine in 2024 we had one language and common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. Verse 3. They said to each other, "Come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used bricks instead of stone and tar instead of mortar. Verse 4. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." Verse 6. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people, speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing, I repeat, nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them." I'm going to start again from verse 5 so you can get what I'm trying to say to you.
Oh, is that when they switched the languages? Just so I know what you're talking about. When God switched the language.
Yeah. I
Okay,
got you.
okay.
Just listen. Verse 5. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the people were building. The Lord said, and the Lord said, "If as one people, speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then Nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. And I want you to pay attention to it saying nothing they plan to do. If you're a Bible believer, you need to understand that there is a scenario in which nothing that humanity plans to do will be impossible for them within your belief system. So what did God do? Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they would not understand each other. The same dude who said he's not the author of confusion. Now we see him saying that these people are dangerous, right? Because now they're making this kind of weird ass plans. And nothing that they plan to do will be impossible for them. So let's go confuse their languages. What does the meaning of nothing? When I think of the word nothing they would do will be impossible for them, the first thought that comes to my mind is that if God is real and human beings find out, they might whoop his ass and take him down from that throne. Because he just said with his own words that nothing they plan to do will be impossible. He did not say some things. He did not say most of what they plan to do. He said nothing they plan to do will be impossible to them. And if I'm a human being and there's some dude over there sitting on the throne telling me to worship him, I don't want to worship him, and me and my brother speak the same language, we're going to go up there and whoop his ass. God knew that. So God came in the early stages of science, right? Because this is the early stages of science. It says, they said, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. There is a method to their madness. It's a system. They're starting to build shit differently. They're starting to research and discover stuff. And then human beings got this ego. They want to make a name for themselves. And they got this thing where they want to hang out with each other. They want to socialize. And God is threatened by that. So he comes down, he confuses the language. So the Lord scattered them from the earth, all over the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel. Because there, the Lord confused the languages of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. Let me tell you something. That's why y'all Christians are so scared of a one world government. Whoever wrote this shit, know that if we got a one world government and a one humanity, there's just about no threat we can't face. Because anybody that pull up, we will whoop their ass. I've told y'all, we have not yet experienced what it's like when 8 billion human beings set their mind to accomplish one goal, having each other's best interests at hand. We got enough. Go ahead.
Really quick. Why would you want to fight God though? Like, what has he done to
Why
you?
would you want to fight someone who drowned the whole earth a few years ago? Let me ask you a question. Why do we vaccinate our kids against viruses? I'm pretty sure anything that's a threat to humanity, anything that tries to impose rules and regulations upon us, anything that tries to impede our sovereignty, we don't like that shit. Anybody whom we didn't vote, if we didn't vote for you to rule over us, we don't want that shit.
But
Now
that
you
is
gonna
not.
come, you gonna come up. If you're God, you gonna pull up on the earth, and we gonna send human representatives with some F-16s and some F-35s. We gonna prepare some nuclear warheads ready for some buffoonery. Then you gonna have a conversation with our human leaders that represent us, and you gonna let us know what type of diplomatic relationship you wanna have. You're going to send Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel to come chill over here. And we're going to send Donald Trump and Joe Biden to come over there. Yeah, and Hillary Clinton too. And Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. And the president of Somalia. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Why do you blame God though for all of the bad things that happen in the world?
I'm pretty sure.
Hold on. When Satan has already said, I have the power of this world. I have the power of all the kingdoms. I can give. When he tested God for 40 days, right? One of the tests was, if you bow to me, I can give you all of the kingdoms of the world. I can give you anything that you ask for. So he said, this permission has been given to me. So if we know that he is the one who's in control of this world, we are in the world. I'm a Christian. So I'm in the world. I'm not of the world. So if we know that Satan is the one who rules this world, then why do so many people blame God for the bad things that happen in it when we know that Satan comes to steal, kill, and destroy?
Let me teach you something, Walisha. This verse that I just read to you said God saw, right? it says that God saw that people were multiplying and nothing they want to do will be impossible to them, right?
See, it's difficult for me to speak on that verse only
No,
because
no, it's okay. I'm about to teach you something. I'm about to blow your mind.
Before no, let me tell you why it's difficult. When I study, I like to read before and after. I like to get the whole context. I can't take
I
a
just read
verse.
the whole chapter to you. I just
No,
read
no,
the whole
no,
chapter.
no. What I'm saying is, you read like a part of a chapter.
No, I read
but
chapter 11. I read the whole chapter 11.
I want to read 1 through 11, and then I
Yeah,
want to read.
I just read 1 through 11.
No, baby, I'm talking about chapter 1 through
I can
chapter
tell you
11.
what I can tell it to you. I read it multiple times. You want me to
I
keep
want to
tell?
read it. I want to read it,
So
and
you
then
hold up. How long have you been a Christian? How long have you been a Christian?
before you, I'm a grown Christian now. I've been a Christian my whole life, but as an
And you
adult,
haven't read Genesis chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter
what I'm
7,
saying
8, 9, 10, and 11?
before I can speak on like twisting the Bible or
Hold
whatever.
up. Hold up.
I'm
I
not
didn't
saying that you're twisting it. I'm not saying
hold
that
up.
you are. But because I haven't studied it completely, I'm not talking about reading it. I'm talking about just let me study it first. And then like I can even come back in like an hour if you want. Once I've read it and I have an understanding, then we can like talk about it. But I don't want to be ignorant to it. If
Walisha.
that, like I'm just
Walisha.
trying to be
Walisha,
listen.
with
Go
all
ahead.
due respect, I understand your need for realism. But this is
Okay.
not this is just plain English. It's storytelling. It's telling a
No,
story.
until I can study
Hold
the
up, hold up, hold up. This is
why
not
God
research.
did
This is
what
not
he did.
scientific research that you need to study. This is a story. When you read a
All
story,
I'm
you
saying
don't,
is
there's nothing to study there.
it's okay. All I'm saying is I want to read it before I comment on it.
Fair
That's all.
enough. Fair enough. Well, it doesn't mean that I lie because I just read from the book.
No, I agree with that.
Okay, now check this out. I'm going to show you something. I just read to you, and I can read it again if you want to.
No, I don't. I want to
It
study it.
says it says God, right? It says God, right? When I read it, it said God, right?
Mhm.
It says God saw that human beings started to multiply, and He said, if speaking the same languages, they have begun the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they set their mind to do will be impossible to them. Come, let us go down and confuse their languages. He's talking to somebody. Now, you said to me that Satan is the God of this world, right?
Mhm.
What are the chances that that's Satan? Even if your God was real, what's the chances that Satan is that God who is threatened by human progress? Is that possible? Now, why did somebody change Satan in the Bible and put it as God?
Hold
Because
on a
it said,
second. Wait, can I just address the comments? Because everybody is talking. The Bible is very big. Okay. So other people who are talking, the Bible is not like a small book, and there's a lot to study.
but
Reading.
the Bible is not a
Hold on a
book. The
second.
Bible is a
Hold on.
combination of books.
Right. So reading, exactly. So reading and studying each and every single chapter is not something that you can do overnight. It's not something, as far as people talking about, you need to stay ready. I know my word very, very well. I'm not the preacher, but I do study quite often. And for me to say that before I answer something so that I'm not ignorant and I want to research it clearly for myself first, so that when I come back and I answer, I can say something, I think that's fair, you know.
That is fair, Walisha, but it also says something about you. Because if I had 20 years, there's no way I wouldn't have already read the whole book called the Bible. The fact that you're not skilled enough in it to have this conversation with me, the fact that you still need to go back and read it over again, it makes me wonder, how did you believe in a book that you hadn't read yet? What makes you think is the word of God if there's still parts of it that you still got to read and understand?
No. Having read and having studied this story is two different things.
No, it's not. It's not. With all due respect, listen. I've read the book multiple times, and I can assure you, if you're reading a physics book that has problems that you need to solve, that have formulas that you need to apply, yeah, you need to study.
Yes,
The only type of studying that you do with the Bible is memorization.
No,
Listen.
God is not that simple. He's very complex. He speaks in riddles and all
Sister,
there are all kinds of ways.
that is the excuse. That is the excuse that religious leaders have made in order to keep
Smart
milking
enough though to know
to milking
that
the
God
cows. Right? I'm not saying that don't go and study your book, but let me tell you what studying means. You're going to read Genesis chapter 1, chapter 4. You're going to see some stuff that you don't like. Then you're going to go flipping through some other pages so you can see a reason that will make you justify why you don't like that verse and give you a way to explain it away.
Here's the thing I know about Genesis, and I know about a lot of the books in the New Testament. A lot of the books that you're talking about were before Jesus came back. Okay? So
Does
a
it?
lot
So
of the laws,
it means it's lying.
no, it means that a lot of laws that were set in place were no longer
But
no
what I
no
just
longer
but what I
there.
just read have nothing to do with law though. I just read a story, not the
What
law.
I'm telling you is even the stories, even the way that people connected with God, even the way that people spoke to God is not the way that we speak to God now. The
I
things that
am
people
God
went
and I
through,
change it not. I am God and I change it not. Listen, she has no ill intentions. The sister has no ill intentions. But this sister is a prime example of an indoctrinated person. For the book that holds the core and foundation of her faith, she has not yet studied all of it in 20 years. If this sister could not study the Bible and know all of it in 20 years, that means there's no hope for any of y'all. There's no hope for any of y'all. This must be an emotional carnival for y'all. How you be a Christian for 20 years but you haven't read the whole Bible and studied it 10 times over? It shouldn't even take you more than 9 months to study the Bible one time. If you're a Christian, please do me a favor, read the Bible, okay? Read it. Read it. Read all of it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been online for 6 hours and 44 minutes. Time for me to go and start my day. As you can see, the sun has risen behind me. Thank you very much. I'll probably be back later on today because I'm up for a few days. But I got to go run some errands, do some stuff, pump some weights. Pump some weights. All types of weights. Pump some weights. And do some squats with all 3 legs. Do some squats. Yeah, that's right. If you know, you know. If you don't get it, you don't get it. You know what I'm saying? if you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. It's leg day. All legs. You know, I don't skip no leg day. Oh yeah. Hey man, I may skip the 2 leg day, right and left leg, but I never skip the middle leg day. If you're skipping the middle leg day, no doubt you're so miserable. Then I'm gonna study, make some plans. Look at all these dirty minds. Look at all these dirty minds in here. I rebuke you in the name of Joe Biden. That's right. All legs must be worked out. It must be hard to do squats as women. Y'all don't have a 3rd leg to work out. But luckily for y'all, you can work your internal leg with a capable man there to help you out. That's why women, you need to appreciate men. We're here for you. We're here for you, okay? We got you. We'll make sure that you don't get out of shape. I mean, there's no such thing as out of shape because your shape is your shape. Right? Like being out of shape means like you gotta look like somebody else. Somebody said it's a 3rd stomach. It's a 3rd stomach. Oh damn. Oh damn. Let's see. 44. Now I gotta keep on with the time management. Listen, I'll just see y'all later, okay? This was awesome today. Boom. How am I a bad man? I'm just a man. Everything I've said is common to men. We're all grown-ups here. I don't see any young ones here. I know me acting like you don't do squats. Women do weightless squats. That's what I call it. Weightless squats, right? They don't lift no weights. Men, we gotta lift the weight. That's just how nature designed it. If at all nature can design anything. That's just how we evolve. Let me put it that way. Oh yeah. I mean, it's the nature of the world. Hey, you gotta pump the weights. Honestly, I don't even go to the gym to lift for looks. For me, it's just part of my mental health and my physical health. There's no better way to focus than to pick up some 80-pound weights and do some shrugs. If you're a real gym head, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Pick up some 80-pound weights, put them to your side, and do some shrugs. You feel like you got wings when you're done. Hey, Postman Music, what's up, my cuz? It's not dark humor. It's shadow humor. There's got to be light. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, this was a fantastic show, bombastic show, full of humor, full of awe, full of fantastic delusional claims, full of facts, full of well-behaved religious people. Congratulations, religious people. You guys did good today. I did not speak to one nonsensical believer today. All the believers that came up here were upright, thinking, and well-behaved people. That's what we're talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I knew there was still some sensible religious people out there. I interrupted them. I cut them up. I did everything. They never lost their cool. They hung in there till the end. Especially the young Christian sister and the young Muslim sister. They did a good job. All right? Bakanga is out. I'll see you guys in Wakanda.